Small wonder, said C, that the lively fancy of the Indian should have peopled these romantic spots with the creatures of his imagination, and that he should have woven legends about objects and phenomena that had specially attracted his notice. Even we, who see these things for the first time, find ourselves under the spell of the genius loci. Considering the beautiful arbors here formed by tree and vine and flower, the fantastic shapes assumed by rock and mountain spur, the mysterious natural phenomena that frequently obtrude themselves on his attention, and his proneness to refer to supernatural agency, everything that his untutored mind is unable to explain, it would be a greater wonder if such legends did not exist, and if the numerous physical features that have so often excited our interest were left unpeopled by creatures of the Indian's fancy. The Indian of Colombia may know nothing of our elves and fairies, sylphs, undines and salamanders, gnomes, kobolds and hobgoblins, but his fertile imagination has, nevertheless, found similar beings to people plain and forest and mountain peak. Now, as in the days of their pre-Columbian ancestors, the Indian loves to regard stones and rocks and trees of peculiar form or extraordinary size as the abode of certain spirits, or as being in some way identified with them. Like the Scandinavians of old, they see their deceased ancestors in the dense clouds that veil the neighboring hilltops. And like the peasant in the Harz Mountains, who has a superstitious dread of the specter of the Brocken, they quail before a similar apparition frequently seen in the summits of the Cordilleras. They venerate the rainbow and see in volcanoes the abode of beings of power and destruction. To them, as to peoples of other parts of the world, the owl is a bird of ill omen. One of them, called from its cry Uacabwit is finished, it is finished is, when heard fluttering around the house, regarded as a harbinger of death. Another, the pavita, is considered as the spirit of some departed relative who, like the Irish banshee, would warn his kindred against death or some imminent calamity. The llaneros, fearless as they are in most respects, entertain the greatest dread of espantos, ghosts, or apparitions. The bolas de fuego, or the light of Aguara, the tyrant, is one of these ghosts. It is in reality nothing more than a kind of ignis fatuus, produced by the decomposition of organic matter, but to their minds, ignorant of the true nature of such gaseous exhalations, it is the soul of the infamous traitor, Lope de Aguara, who, in punishment for his atrocities, has been condemned to wander through the broad forests and savannas that were the witnesses of his blood-stained crimes. In their duendes, if they have not the analogues of pucks and brownies, they certainly possess a shrewd and knavish sprite, somewhat like the English Robin Goodfellow. Among the llaneros, he is noted for the mischievous pranks he plays in the corrals, when occupied by horses and cattle, and, if one is to credit the stories of those who live on the plains, these particular duendes give the owners of livestock a world of trouble. The Serranos mountaineers have even more wonderful stories to tell than the inhabitants of the llanos. The most remarkable of them are connected with certain caves, which are so numerous in the eastern Andes, and certain lakes in which, the Serrano assures one, are occasionally observed phenomena of an extraordinary character. They are firmly convinced, for instance, of a certain witch or malignant sorceress, called Mancarita, who carries away lonely travelers, or those who may have lost their way in the mountains. And they rehearse the tale of an Indian who concealed a bag of silver under a certain waterfall near a well-known lake. This is guarded by a serpent or a dragon, but if one will, on St. John's Day, travel in a state of complete nudity, the paramo of Novagoat from one end to the other, he will be able to get possession of the hidden treasure. In all these legends, and there are many of them, the Indian has as much faith as have the children of the North in the fairy stories they hear in the nursery. Then there is that strange, harrowing, long-drawn cry, human in its tones, alleged sometimes to be audible in the depths of the tropical forests, for which no satisfactory explanation has as yet been given. The Indians say it is the cry of a lost soul. The poet Whittier refers to it in the following verses. In that black forest where, when day is done, a cry as of the pained heart of the wood, the long despairing moan of solitude and darkness and the absence of all good, startles the traveler with a sound so drear, so full of hopeless agony and fear. His heart stands still and listens with his ear. The guide, as if he heard a death bell toll, crosses himself and whispers, "A lost soul." Some of their stories, however, seem to have some foundation in fact. Almost every Paramaro inhabitant of the Paramo has a story to tell about seeing lightning or hearing thunder issue from certain lakes or wells as he was passing by on a clear night when there was not the slightest indication of rain or storm. At such times, the waters of the lake may become violently agitated without any apparent cause. One Zvaquino, on being asked the reason of such a phenomenon, simply replies, "Está brava la laguna," or "Truna la laguna, the lake is disturbed or thunders." The Indian's answer explains nothing, but the phenomenon seems to lend itself to an explanation which is as simple as it is natural. If we suppose these lakes, as we well may, to be in the craters of extinct volcanoes, in the bottoms of which, owing to slight earth tremors, rents are made in the rocks that permit the escape of imprisoned gases, the mystery is at least partially solved. The escape of gas, in large quantity under great pressure, would account for the violent agitation of the water. If these gases should become ignited by the action of the electricity with which, as we have learned, the summits of the mountains are often very highly charged, we should have in the flash of the ignited gas what the Indian takes to be lightning, and in the resulting explosion what he thinks is thunder. I suggest this view merely as a tentative one, and hope that the phenomena in question, like those referred to in Chapter 9 regarding the luminous displays in the mountain summits, may eventually receive an explanation that men of science will accept as conclusive. But while awaiting the final word of empirical science regarding these and similar mysterious manifestations of nature, we may, with the simple Indian, give free rein to our fancy, and people the cascades and lakes, caverns, forests, and colossal rock masses with all kinds of preternatural beings, and invest them with the most extraordinary powers. To be frank, we were not sorry to get away from the atmosphere of science and find a land where the legends and traditions of the people were akin to those that were the delight of our childhood. For much as we love science, we have never been willing to renounce the pleasure of indulging our imagination, as we did in years long gone by, when the fairy tale and the myth so captivated our youthful mind. We confess it freely, we were glad to be among the simple, primitive people of the Andes, and were deeply interested in their peculiar folklore. It afforded us, in another form, the pleasure we derived from our first acquaintance with the creations of Homer, Hesiod, and Ovid, and with such productions as the Nibelungen Lied, Sakuntala, the Knights of the Round Table, and Cid Campidor. All the science, history, and philosophy in the world could not diminish the pleasure we still find in these creations of fancy. We cherish them as much, if not more today, as we did when they first became a part of our intellectual life. For this reason, if for no other, the reader will conceive our unalloyed delight in being beyond the reach of the reports of physical and psychological laboratories, wherein nothing is admitted that has not the imprimatur of Baconian science or Comtean philosophy, both of which lay an absolute interdict on all the most charming creations of poetry and romance. The vista towards the east, as we finally drew near the long-desired summit of the Andes, was beautiful in the extreme. Below us, to the right and to the left, were a succession of mountain ridges, some still forest-covered, while others exhibited the smiling gardens, verdant pastures, and humble dwellings of the inhabitants. Here and there was a picturesque little village of whitewashed stone houses in place of the bamboo dwellings of the llanos and foothills. On all sides were multitudinous streams and torrents that had their birth in the snow fields and ice pinnacles of the highest points of Sumapaz, and which were vying with one another in their long race for the broad emerald plains of Casanare and San Martin. Above was the clear sapphire blue sky, save where it was flecked by fantastic fleeces of glimmering clouds that floated voluptuously among the lofty peaks of the Cordilleras, and mantled them, in passing, with their quivering vapors. Then, as if by enchantment, all was changed with a suddenness that was positively startling. We had reached the limit of the Alisios-strayed winds, for the Andes form a rampart which they never pass. Here they are forced to part with the last drop of the moisture that they have brought from the distant Atlantic. But on the occasion of our passage, they seemed determined to make one last desperate effort to cross the rock-ribbed barrier. As if marshaled by Aeolus himself, the bright, white, cumulus clouds, those fair flocks of the west wind, were in a moment transformed into dark, ominous nimbi. Terrible, strange, sublime, and beauteous shapes, which, gathering their forces, dashed with the fury of the hurricane against the adamantine crest of the Cordilleras. The tempest lasted but a few minutes, and then all was as bright and serene as before, and, if anything, more radiantly beautiful. Here, in a region empyreal, far away from the noise and turmoil of our marts of commerce, we breathed an air of purity, and experienced a sense of freedom that are unknown in the dank, foul, and malarial atmosphere in which so many struggling millions pass the greater part of their wretched lives. But above all, what most impresses one in these ethereal heights is the sense of the proximity of God. We could almost fancy someone breathing into our ear the words of Tennyson. Speak to him thou, for he hears, and spirit can meet closer is he than breathing, and nearer than hands and feet. Traveling from the foothills to the summit of the Cordilleras is like going from the equator to the Arctic Circle. One has every variety of climate peculiar to the torrid, temperate, and frigid zones, and the fauna and flora vary with the altitude as they change with the climate. The inhabitants of the Andean regions have long recognized three distinct climates, known as those of the Tierra Caliente hot land, the Tierra Fria cold land, and the Paramo. Men of science have, for the sake of convenience, added a third climate, that of the Tierra Templata, or temperate land. The altitudes at which these climates are found vary with the latitude and with certain meteorological conditions. But in Colombia and near the equator, they are quite fixed and accepted as fair approximations to the truth. Tierra Caliente embraces a zone extending from sea level to a line 1,000 meters higher up. It is preeminently the land of palms, cebas, and milk trees, of tutumos and tamarinds, of the vanilla and ipecacuanha, the algaroba and white cedar, the Sarapiodipteryx odorata and the poisonous curare strychnos, toxifera from which the Indians make the deadly compound that renders their arrows such certain messengers of death. It is also the favorite zone for many tropical fruits such as plantains, bananas, mamies, nisperos, mangoes, zapotes, oranges, lemons, pineapples, and scores of others found only in the lowlands of the equinoctial regions. The upper limits of the Tierra Caliente are indicated by the disappearance of the cacao tree and certain plants that do not flourish at an altitude beyond 1,000 meters above sea level. The Tierra Caliente and the Tierra Templata are connected by such well-known plants and trees as sensitive mimosas, bamboos, cinchonas, and tree ferns, although these representatives of the vegetable world do not attain their full importance until higher altitudes are reached. The Tierra Templata comprises a zone extending from 1,000 to 2,400 meters above sea level. It is in the lower part of this zone that the bamboo, the most delicate and graceful of tropical plants, attains its greatest development and gives its greatest charm to the landscape. The numerous plants, shrubs, and trees of the bean and myrtle families are seen at their best in the lower half of the Tierra Templata. It is here, too, that one meets with the largest and most beautiful specimens of tree ferns. So gigantic, indeed, are they that at a distance they are easily mistaken for a morich palm. Only in the islands of the Pacific have I ever seen anything to compare with them in size and luxuriant loveliness. In this zone, the cultivation of coffee replaces that of cacao in the zone below. I have never seen larger or finer berries anywhere than we found on the shrubs grown on the eastern declivity of the Cordilleras near San Miguel. And yet, strange to relate, only a short distance from this spot, we found it impossible to get a cup of coffee, although we asked for it at several places. There was chocolate and chicha in abundance, but no coffee, where it would be, one would think, the most common beverage. Its absence here reminded us of the difficulty we found in getting a calabash of milk on the great cattle farms of the Llanos. At 1,200 meters above sea level, the palm family begins to lose its importance, although graceful representatives continue to charm the traveler until he reaches much higher altitudes. But one is, in a measure, reconciled to the disappearance of palms that so delighted one in the lowlands, by the marvelous display made on all sides by countless species of the convolvulus and gessnerwort families. Nothing can exceed their exuberance or their gay and brilliant flowers, as they mantle the shrubbery by the wayside or peep out from under the forest trees along one's path. The flora comprehended in the zone extending from 18 to 2,400 meters above the sea is in reality transitional in its nature, and partakes of the character of both that of the Tierra Templata and the Tierra Fria. The various species of cinchona render this zone notable, for it is here, and in the Tierra Fria that was formerly obtained most of the quinine of commerce. Tierra Fria extends from 2,400 to 3,000 meters above sea level. Its vegetation, as would be expected, is entirely different from that of the hot plains and temperate valleys of the lowlands. One no longer sees the elegant forms of the plantain and the bamboo, nor the majestic palm and ceiba, nor the graceful and flexible bejucos and creepers of hotter climes. But notwithstanding the absence of all these charming representatives of flora, it cannot be said of the vegetation of Tierra Fria that it is either poor or devoid of importance. Its dark hardy foliage may, if you will, give it the impress of solemnity and melancholy. But the herbs, shrubs, and trees are remarkable, not only for the number of their species, but also for the beauty of their inflorescence and the variety and importance of their products. Here flourish the noble red cedar and the white caoutchouc tree that supplies to commerce the highly valued rubber known as the Virgin del Para. The products of our northern lands, such as wheat, barley, and potatoes, and such fruits all of foreign origin as the peach, pear, cherry, and apple, together with a number of valuable garden vegetables, are cultivated in this zone and with marked success. The most important, and in some respects the most remarkable plant of the tropics is Indian cornzea maize. It is cultivated in all the zones from the hot plains of Tierra, Caliente to the upper regions of Tierra Fria and constitutes, in one form or another, the chief food supply of the inhabitants. There is, however, a striking difference in the time required for the plant to reach maturity at the different altitudes. In the hot climates, it is often ready for the harvest in 2 months after planting when several crops a year are obtainable, whereas in the cold uplands, it requires nearly a year to mature. All the land between the Tierra Fria and the region of perpetual snow is called the Páramo. It corresponds to the Puna of Peru, Bolivia, and northern Chile. In some parts of Colombia, the Páramos are bleak treeless plains, often enveloped in dark, cold fogs or swept by keen blasts of almost Arctic severity. In other parts, they are covered by a hardy alpine vegetation, together with grasses and mosses of different species. The most interesting growths are strange-looking ferns and the woolly Frailligenius Boletia grandiflora, which Sivers well designates as the character plant of the Páramos. The name, Frailligen, signifies a big monk, and was given the plant by the inhabitants on account of the fancied resemblance of its felt-like covering to a monk's hood. It is usually from 6 to 8 feet high, but it frequently attains a much greater altitude. It is one of those odd forms of vegetation that once seen are never forgotten. No mere account, however, of the wonderful changes witnessed in passing from lower to higher altitudes can give any idea of the effect produced on the traveler. Every hour, yea, every minute on his upward journey, he is greeted by new forms of vegetable life, and must needs at the same time bid farewell to others that may not accompany him beyond their own proper zones. But although Flora's children are ever changing, they are always beautiful, and it would be difficult for the botanist to say where they challenge the most admiration in the hot plains of the Orinoco and the meta or high up on the cheerless and inhospitable Páramo. What we found most astonishing in our 3 days' journey from the Llanos to the crest of the Cordilleras was the extraordinary number and diversity of forms of plant life. While we, in our northern woodlands, do well if we can find a score of different species of trees in the space of a square mile, we may, within the same limits in a tropical forest, count species by the hundred. Every few rods, on our way from Villavicencio to the Cumbre of the Andes, we noted the appearance of some new species of plant, shrub, or tree, some strange vine or epiphyte, some fruit or blossom which we had not observed before. Great as were the physical and meteorological changes observable between the Tierra Caliente and the Páramo, those of the vegetable world were still greater. At times, during our rapid ascent from lower to higher altitudes, from Llanos to Páramo, the changes in species were so rapid and kaleidoscopic, the transitions so sudden and unexpected, that our brains were in a whirl, and we had to give up in despair the attempt to keep anything approaching a record of the order of sequence of the countless vegetable forms encountered along our path. Considering solely the successive changes in flora and temperature, our experience in climbing the Cordilleras was like that which would result from a 3 days' journey overland from the sultry valley of the Amazon to the gold-bearing strands of the Yukon, or to the distant shores of the Arctic Ocean. It was a little after midday when we finally reached the Paramo of Chipak, that dread Paramo of which we had so frequently heard so many and so extraordinary tales. It was, we had been told, a place of eternal frost and snow, and of blasts so tempestuous that both men and animals were sometimes picked up bodily and hurled into a yawning gorge near the dizzy height which we were obliged to pass. We soon discovered, however, that most of the stories we had heard of this and similar paramos had but little foundation in fact, or were greatly exaggerated. To begin with, we found neither frost nor snow. As a matter of fact, snow rarely falls in this paramo. All about us there was an abundance of vegetation that little comported with the region of Arctic temperature. We found there a number of peasants' huts and a large drove of cattle that were on their way from the Llanos to the Bogotá market. It took them more than 2 weeks to make a journey that we had made in 3 days, but both the cattle and their drivers vaqueros were more sensitive to cold than we were. For this reason, they had to proceed slowly to accustom themselves to the lower temperature and the higher altitude. The peasants living on the Paramo, although lightly clad, did not seem to be affected by the cold. The vaqueros, however, who had come from the lowlands, seemed to suffer greatly. But no wonder. They made no provision for so great a change of climate. They wore the same light garments, probably they had nothing else in crossing the Cordilleras that they had used in the ever-heated Llanos. It was not strange, then, that they should give exaggerated accounts of the cold of the Paramo or of the suffering it induces. It would be surprising if it were otherwise. It requires less than half an hour to cross the Paramo, so limited is it in area, and reach the Bacquaran, the name given the short artificial cut, only a few rods in length through the crest of the Andes. At this highest point, our thermometer registered 48 degrees F, and the aneroid, a fine compensated instrument, indicated an altitude of 10,560 feet. This is but little higher than Leadville, Colo, and considerably lower than some of the railway passes over the Rocky Mountains. The temperature, owing to the light atmosphere, was so mild that we did not even think of throwing our ponchos over our shoulders as a protection from the cold that the poor llanero felt so keenly. As we were passing through the Bacquaran, we were joined by a young hacendado who had a cattle farm in the neighborhood. After a friendly greeting, he remarked, "Está sumamente fría, it is extremely cold." And then, thinking we were too lightly clad, he said almost pleadingly, "Cubrants con sus baetones, autrament si saca una pulmonia." Put on your baetones, otherwise you will get pneumonia. Then he related how, the preceding year, he had crossed this pass in a snowstorm, contracted pneumonia, was confined to his bed for months, and barely escaped a premature death. While he was thus addressing us, a number of llaneros passed by on their way from Bogotá to their homes in the warm plains near Villavicencio. In addition to the usual covering for the head, they had their ears and face protected by a kind of kerchief and seemed to suffer more from the cold than our hardy northerners would in a Dakota blizzard. Poor fellows, we pitied them. They were shivering, their teeth were chattering, and they were evidently in great distress. But the reason was manifest at a glance. Aside from their headgear, they had nothing on except a pair of short trousers of flimsy material and a light poncho. They were barefooted, and to judge from their wan and pinched features, they were suffering from hunger as well as from cold. We had now discovered the origin of the reports so generally accepted as true in the Llanos regarding the intense cold of the Paramos and of the various Andean passes. Those poor, shivering, ill-clad, half-famished peons explained all. The same causes evidently operated in occasioning the great mortality suffered by Bolivar's army when it passed, in 1819, from the Llanos of the Apure to the altiplanicies high tablelands of New Granada. The Paramo of Pisva, through which the Republican army invaded the enemy's country, is less than 13,000 feet above sea level, and the passage, therefore, of the Cordilleras at this point was not in itself the difficult undertaking it is so often represented to have been. The frightful loss of life, usually attributed to the intense cold of Pisva Pass, was, in reality, due to the fact that Bolivar's followers were not properly prepared for the campaign in which they were engaged. They were half naked and half starved, and the wonder is that the hapless army did not suffer far greater losses than those actually recorded. The army endured many sufferings in the passage of the Paramo, writes Vergara y Velasco, but it is a grave error to compare them with those incurred in the passage of the Alps by Hannibal and Napoleon, or in the passage of the Chilean Andes by San Martin, for in Pisva there is no snow, neither is the altitude so great as that of many frequented places in our Cordilleras. The expedition, without having the romance of the others, nevertheless equals them in results, and for the same reason the ineptitude of the enemy. The first thing that attracted our attention, on reaching the western end of the Bokwaran, was the large number of flowers of divers species that bedecked both sides of our path. They constituted a carpet of the most brilliant hues that, with a lovely green boskage, extended to the very summit of the mountain crest. In form and beauty, they were not unlike the charming blooms that gladden our forests and meadows in May and June. There was this difference, however, that the number of species in a given space was far greater than is ever found in the same space in our northern climes. Does this close juxtaposition of so many species in the tropics contribute to the more rapid formation of varieties and new species than is possible in higher latitudes, where species are fewer and more widely separated from one another? It would seem so. We shall never forget the panorama that burst upon our vision as we made our exit from the Bokwaran. It was in such marked contrast with the view which we had so much admired on the eastern side. On the east side all was verdure, bloom, and grateful shrubbery, with occasional clumps of trees. On the western declivity, with the exception of a narrow reach, already mentioned, near the mountain crest, all was as treeless and as bare and arid as the sandy plains of Nevada or Arizona. But the entire western slope and distant plateau was bathed in bright sunshine. Not a single cloud flecked the azure canopy above us, and not a single sound, except the muffled footsteps of our horses, disturbed the quiet and serenity of our exalted outlook. We were standing on the crest of the eastern Cordillera, the range to which the people of the country have long given the poetical name of Suma Paz, Supreme Peace. Owing to its proximity to the capital, where it is always in view, it doubtless impressed the popular fancy more than did the more distant, although loftier and more imposing, snow-capped masses of Ruiz and Tolima. Seen from Bogotá, this beautiful range, when tinged with the golden-crimson rays of the setting sun, might well appear as an Olympus, the abode of the gods in the enjoyment of eternal peace. There are some geographers who contend that the Cordillera of Suma Paz is the continuation of the principal chain of the Andes, but, as it terminates in the adjoining Republic of Venezuela, it seems more reasonable to maintain that the Western Cordillera is entitled to this distinction. It is the Western Range, which, after passing through the Isthmus of Panama, reappears as the Sierra Madre of Mexico and as the Rocky Mountains of North America, and continues its course, almost without interruption, to Bering Strait. It is, however, the Sierra de Suma Paz which separates the two great hydrographic basins of the Orinoco and the Magdalena. We saw tiny rivulets, almost at the instant of their birth, and only a few spans from one another, beginning simultaneously their long journey to the broad Magdalena to the west and to the mighty Orinoco in the distant east. Some were to visit the lands which we had already traversed, others were to pass through a country that still lay before us, but which we hoped to explore in the very near future. Although Suma Paz had long been one of the objective points of our peregrinations, we could not leave it without mingled feelings of regret and sadness. It stood between us and many delightful scenes, and marked the passing of many delightful days that could never return. There was also, of course, a feeling of relief experienced, for we had happily completed the most arduous part of our journey, and that, too, without encountering a single one of the many difficulties and dangers that had been predicted when in Trinidad and Ciudad Bolivar we announced our intention of going to Bogotá over the route whose last lap we were completing. From the spot where we halted to pluck a few flowers at the mouth of the Bokwaran, as a souvenir of our first passage of the Andes, we could almost catch a glimpse towards the northwest, of the churches and public edifices of Colombia's capital. There was one of the celebrated camping grounds of some of the most noted of the conquistadores, and thither we would hasten with the minimum of delay. We loved to think that Fetterman had crossed the Cordilleras just where we did. It is certain that, if he did not cross them at this point, it was not far distant from it. All the way from Villavicencio, we felt that we were following in his footsteps, as we had been following in the footsteps of other conquistadores from the time we had trod the romantic soil of Tierra Florida. We had, near the foothills of the Cordilleras, in the neighborhood of Buena Vista, crossed the path of Hernan Perez de Quesada, who almost made the circuit of New Granada in his memorable quest of El Dorado, and we were likely to cross it again before reaching Bogotá. For on his return from his expedition he, as well as Fetterman, must have entered the city near where we did ourselves. Before leaving our posada at Caqueza, we asked a certain Colombian general how long it took to make the trip to Bogotá. His reply was, 5 horas sin mujeres, 5 hours without women. To our surprise, the women present made no protest against this unchivalrous reflection on their horsemanship. Probably, not being accustomed to riding, they felt that his statement was true, and that it was unwise to call it in question. Had some of our dashing American horsewomen been present, it is most likely that the implied challenge would have provoked a spirited retort. But whatever the women present may have thought, we subsequently had reason to believe that the man was wrong, but for a reason different from the one he had given. After leaving Caqueza, we had pushed forward towards the Baqueran as rapidly as our horses and, they were good animals could, make their way over the terrible path up the mountain, and it took us more than 5 hours to reach that point. Judging from our experience, it would have required an extraordinary strong and spirited horse to carry a man, over such a road as we had to traverse, to Bogotá in 5 hours even sin mujeres. Our path, during the first few miles down the western declivity of the Suma Pass, was quite as bad as it had been anywhere on the eastern slope. After, however, we had reached the plateau, about 1,500 feet below the Baqueran, the road became much better, and our mounts could make far better time than was before possible. Notwithstanding the energy expended in crossing the crest of the Andes, they were still in fine fettle, and it was only necessary to give them a loose rein to have them break into a lively gallop, which they seemed to be able to keep up indefinitely with but little effort. There was not much of interest to note on this part of the way except, perhaps, some remarkable effects of erosion near the road, a short distance from the capital. The hard, compact earth was here carved by the action of rain and running water into the same fantastic forms, often resembling dolmens and cromlechs, that characterize the badlands of South Dakota. We regretted that we were unable to take some photographs of them, as a number of the formations were of special geological importance. The first indication of our near approach to Bogotá was a 2-wheeled cart, drawn by a yoke of oxen, which we passed near the suburbs of the city. It was the first wheeled vehicle we had seen since leaving Ciudad Bolivar. Further on we were startled and, I may add, delighted by the piercing sound of a locomotive whistle. It came from an engine on one of the short railroads that center in Bogotá. At last, we were getting back I will not say to civilization but to where the material evidences of civilization were more numerous than they had been anywhere on our journey since we had taken our departure from the port of Spain. As we got still nearer the city, we met a cavalcade of horsemen who were out for their evening ride. It was here that we saw, for the first time in Colombia, a thoroughfare worthy of the name. Our bonny steeds, trusty and true, seemed to appreciate the improvement in the road as much as we did ourselves. And, as if put on their mettle by the curveting steeds we had just passed, they, like the fleet mules of Nausicaa, gathered up their nimble feet, and almost before we realized it, we were in the streets of Bogotá. It was then a matter of only a few minutes to our hotel, where we found comforts and conveniences to which we had long been strangers. It was just 8 hours since we had left our modest posada in Caqueza, with its simple fare and hard-board cot, and now we suddenly found ourselves installed in richly furnished apartments, with brilliant electric lights and an excellent cuisine. The sudden change in our environment seemed like an incident in the Arabian Nights, rather than a reality in which we were personally concerned. "How were you ever able to make such a trip?" queried a German traveler, shortly after our arrival. I had made all arrangements to go with a friend from Bogotá to Ciudad Bolivar, but after all was ready, I was dissuaded by my friends from undertaking a journey on which I had so long set my heart. They assured me that the trip would be so difficult and beset with so many dangers of all kinds that I would run the risk of losing health, and even life, if I persisted in my purpose. Only at the last moment, when they told me that the roads were absolutely impassable at this season of the year, did I give up a project that I had so long cherished. How I envy you. But it is too late now for me to reconsider my plans, as I must return to Germany in a few days, and with the knowledge that, against my better judgment, I was forced to forgo the most interesting part of my itinerary. Yes, we had indeed been fortunate in our wanderings. In the expressive language of a West Indian Negro servant, whom we had for a while in Venezuela, we had always been good lucky, never bad lucky. We had no adventures to record and never once felt that we were in presence of danger. We never carried weapons of any kind, and at no time was there any need for them. During our entire journey, through plains and among mountains, we felt quite as safe as if we had been taking a promenade down Broadway or Fifth Avenue, New York. Roughing it agreed with us perfectly, and far from suffering from exposure or fatigue, we found ourselves in the enjoyment of better health at the completion of our journey than at the beginning. Despite all predictions to the contrary, we had escaped all. The ministers of pain and fear, and disappointment and mistrust and hate and clinging crime, and had reached Colombia's capital ready, after a few days' rest, to enter upon even a longer and a more arduous journey than the one that we had just so happily terminated. "But did you not fear sickness on your way?" asked another German, who had gone over some of the ground we had just traversed, and who seemed to entertain anything but pleasant recollections of his experience. "When I traveled in the interior, far away from doctors and medical assistance of every kind, I was continually haunted by the thought of contracting fever or some other dread tropical disease. What would you have done if you had been stricken with the vomito or beriberi or the bubonic plague?" Modesty forbade us replying to this question by saying that the Lord takes care of his own, so we answered in the words of Lucan, "Capit omnia tellus qui genuit, silo tegitur qui non hubit urnam." Chapter 10. The Athens of South America. In the beginning of August, 1538, Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada, the conqueror of Cundinamarca, and his followers, after one of the most remarkable campaigns ever conducted in the New World, assembled on the present site of Bogotá. Here Quesada dismounted from his charger, and plucking up some grass by the roots, he announced that he took possession of that land in the name of the Emperor Charles V. Having remounted his steed, he drew his sword and challenged anyone to oppose this formal declaration, which, he declared, he was prepared to defend at all hazards. As no one appeared to contest his action, he sheathed his sword and directed the army notary to make an official record of what had just been accomplished. Bogotá was then but a rude village, or, rather, a camp, of a dozen hastily constructed huts, which barely sufficed to shelter the intrepid sons of Spain. Besides these 12 huts erected in memory of the 12 apostles there, had also been constructed a small wooden, thatch-covered church, on the very site occupied by the present imposing cathedral of Colombia's fair capital. The first Mass was said in this church the 6th day of August, a few days after the ceremony of occupation just mentioned, and this is regarded as the legal date of the foundation of Bogotá. It was then that the work of the conquest was technically considered as finished. The work of colonization was to follow without delay. It was then that Quesada gave to the future city the name of Santa Fe. Being from Granada, he named the country he had discovered and conquered Nuevo Reino de Granada, the new kingdom of Granada, in appellation it retained until after the War of Independence, when it received the name it now bears. There is, indeed, a striking similarity between the elevated plateau, watered by the Funza, and the charming Vega of Granada, fertilized by the romantic Genil. To one looking towards the west, from a spur of the mountain at the foot of which Bogotá is situated, as Granada is located at the foot of its hills, the ridge of Suba is seen towards the northwest, just as the Sierra of Elvira is seen with respect to the old Moorish capital. And so it is with the relative positions of Santa Fe and La Vega and the pueblo of Fontibon. The illusion is complete, and the similarity between these two famous places in Spain and Colombia must have impressed themselves on the receptive mind of the illustrious conquistador with peculiar force. Even the heights of Suacha, in aspect and position, recall the famous hill which is known as the Suspiro del Morro from the lament of Boabdil, the last king of Granada, whose tears evoked from his mother, the intrepid Sultana Ixalahora, the caustic words, "Bien hace en lorar como mujer loque como hombre no supo defender." Santa Fe, also known as Santa Fe de Bogotá, was for a long period the capital of the Viceroyalty of New Granada. After the War of Independence, the name was changed to Bogotá from Bacatá, the name of the old Chibcha capital, where the Zipa, the most powerful of the Indian caciques, at the arrival of the Spaniards, had his official residence. The city is nearly 2 miles in length and of varying breadth. Its present population is nearly 125,000. It is situated on a western spur of the Great Cordillera of Suma Pass at an elevation, according to Rios and Stubble, of 8,616 feet above sea level, more than half a mile higher than the summit of Mt. Washington, the highest point in New England. The mean annual temperature is 60 degrees F, but, owing to the rarity of the atmosphere, and to its being shielded from the wind by the mountains at whose base it is situated, it seems to be higher than this. During certain seasons of the year, one may experience a penetrating cold, as long as one remains in the shade, but when one passes into the sunshine, it becomes almost uncomfortably warm. During the rainy season, the newcomer feels the cold very keenly, but after a short residence in the city, one becomes acclimated and then fancies that he is in the enjoyment of perpetual spring. We were in Bogotá in the early part of June, during which time it rained every day. Coming directly from the Tierra Caliente, we suffered considerably, especially at night, from the low temperature and the dampness that prevailed. We were, however, informed by the natives that the season was unusually severe, and that such bad weather as we encountered was quite unusual. Velasco y Vergara, a Colombian, tells that it rains the greater part of the year, and that the sky is almost always covered by clouds. For this reason, the houses suffer from humidity, and rheumatism and kindred complaints are very prevalent. Otherwise, the climate is considered salubrious. Bogotá, called by the Aborigines Bacatá, is a city in a state of transition. It has lost, almost entirely, the medieval, monastic Mozarabic aspect that characterized it while it was the tranquil court of the viceroys. But great as has been the change that it has undergone during the last few decades, it preserves much of the quaintness of colonial times. Indeed, it is not difficult, in certain parts of the city, to fancy oneself carried back to a typical Spanish town of the time of Charles V or Philip Roman II. As a whole, however, the Bogotá of today does not differ materially in appearance from a city of the same size in Spain or Mexico. All Latin American cities are similar in their leading features, and when you have seen one, you have seen all. The city is adorned by a number of broad and beautiful streets and several plazas and parks. Aside from a few government buildings, the edifices that attract most attention are the monasteries and churches. The cathedral is a noble building and compares favorably with any similar structure in South America. The interior had just been artistically painted and gilded at the time of our visit, and it reminded us somewhat of the exquisite finish of St. John Lateran in Rome. An object of interest to the traveler, within these sacred precincts, is the tomb of the illustrious conquistador, Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada. The residences of the people are usually 2 stories high, with a balcony on the second story facing the street. All of the older houses, as well as many of the modern ones, are of the well-known Moorish style of architecture, with a single large entrance porton and a patio courtyard or two, on which the rooms open. This style of building is well adapted to tropical climates. It is comfortable and secures the maximum of privacy. It is in reality, as well as in fiction, the owner's castle. We were surprised to see the number of foreign flowers grown in these patios. One would naturally expect to find representatives of the rich and beautiful Colombian flora, but the ladies of Bogotá seem to prefer the exotic blooms of the temperate zone. We found roses, camellias, pinks, and geraniums in abundance, but rarely any of those floral beauties that had so frequently excited our admiration on the way from the Llanos to the capital. Our hotel, however, was a notable exception to this rule. Here we were delighted with a veritable exhibition of orchids of many species and of the most wonderful forms and colors. Among them were some truly splendid specimens of oncidiums, cattleyas, and odontoglossums. It was then we thought of some of our orchid-loving friends of New York, who would have fairly reveled in such marvels of Flora's kingdom. As nearly all the streets are paved with cobblestones, driving is anything but a pleasure. As a matter of fact, the only passable drive in the city is the one that leads to the charming little suburb of Chapinero. This is one of the show places of Bogotá, and its houses are in marked contrast with those found in the older part of the city. Most of them are entirely different in style from the enclosed Moorish structures of which mention has been made. Here one is introduced to cozy Swiss chalets in the midst of delightful flower gardens and picturesque French chateaux that carry one back to the Seine and the Loire. Aside from the churches and monasteries, many of which have been converted into government offices, there were two buildings that possessed a special interest for us. One of these was the old Collegio del Rosario, now known as the School of Philosophy and Letters, founded in 1553, nearly 100 years before the University of Harvard. This institution has long been fondly spoken of by the people of Bogotá as the country's special Gloria de la Patria. The other building was the Astronomical Observatory, the first intertropical structure of the kind erected in 1803. After the Observatory of Quito, it is said to be the highest in the world. Some of the streets and houses have been recently lighted by electricity, but as yet horses or mules are used as the motive power for the few streetcars that traverse the principal thoroughfares. It were easy to count the number of private carriages in the city. The only ones we saw were those of the Archbishop and the President of the Republic. Indeed, so rough are the streets that most people prefer walking to using cabs, except in cases of necessity. The first two objects to arrest our attention, as we approached Bogotá from the south, were the chapels of Guadalupe and Montserrat, the former nearly 2,200 feet above the city, and the latter about 200 feet lower. Perched high upon the flanks of two picturesque mountain peaks, they are conspicuous objects from all parts of the savannah. Both of these sanctuaries are reached by a footpath, but as yet, no attempt has been made to connect them with the city by a carriage road. Owing to the altitude above sea level of these places, a pilgrimage to them is quite a task, especially to the newcomer, who is unaccustomed to the rare atmosphere of the locality. But the magnificent view afforded one from either of these elevated shrines well repays all the effort required to reach them. It is, in some respects, the most beautiful to be found in the whole of Colombia. And then, there are besides certain historical features connected with the panorama spread out before one that make it doubly interesting. Standing in front of the Church of Guadalupe, we have before us the beautiful savanna of Bogotá, a fertile plain, 900 square kilometers in area. Humboldt, whose opinion has been adopted by many subsequent writers, regarded this level stretch of land as the bottom of a lake that formerly existed here, but recent investigators have called this view in question. Strangely enough, the Chibcha Indians, at the time of the conquest, had a tradition that the savanna was at one time occupied by a lake, but that Bochica, child of the sun, drained its waters by giving them an exit through the celebrated falls of Tequendama. The general appearance of the plain, as well as certain geological features, seemed to confirm this tradition, and it was not until quite recently that anyone ventured to express a doubt about the tradition or the long-accepted opinion of the great German savant. In the morning, when the savanna is covered by a mist, as often happens, the observer from Montserrat or Guadalupe does indeed seem to be looking down upon a vast lake. The hills, which here and there rise above the fog, look like islands and strengthen the illusion. But this effect is all dissipated as soon as the sun makes his appearance above the crest of Suma Pass. One then has before him one of the most lovely panoramas in the world. The wide verdant expanse is intersected with rivers and streams, all tributaries of the Funza, and dotted with towns and hamlets and haciendas, lakes and lakelets, large herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, troops of horses, mules, and burros. All this is enclosed by lofty ramparts of gneiss and granite, which shield the inhabitants of city and plain from the tempestuous moisture-laden winds that would otherwise often sweep over the savanna with the fury of a Kansas cyclone. Aside from the eucalyptus and Humboldt oak Quercus humboldti, there are no large trees in the savanna of Bogotá. The eucalyptus, however, is everywhere visible in the streets and in the gardens of the capital, along the thoroughfares of the country and around every house, however humble and quinta, as far as the eye can reach. These trees were introduced from Australia only a few decades ago, and now one finds them in all parts of the Republic. We saw them all along our route from the Llanos to Bogotá. The people, especially those living on the eastern slopes of the Oriental Andes, are firmly convinced that their presence wards off paludismo malaria and, as a consequence, they are considered as indispensable around the house as the plantain or calabash tree. There is nothing more delightful than a stroll along the Rio San Francisco, which flows between Montserrat and Guadeloupe and thence through the city of Bogotá. The scenery is thoroughly alpine in character and at times picturesque beyond description. As one follows the narrow path, always near the musical, crystal waters of the impetuous stream, one is delighted at every step by the appearance of some new flower of brightest hue or some strange shrub of richest foliage. The ground is fairly carpeted with anemones, hepatic gentians, valerians, geraniums, campanuli, lupins, and buttercups. Like similar plants on the Alps, and on the heights of our Rockies, their stems are very short, and they seem like so many rosettes attached to the earth, or the rocks that rise up on both sides of our narrow path. One sees well illustrated here the dividing line between the flora of the Paramo and that of the Tierra Fria. The plants of the latter creep up timidly from the savanna until a certain point, and then, as if afraid to venture further into the region of frost, halt on the lower edge of the Paramo. In a similar manner, the plants of the higher altitudes cautiously descend to the upper belt of the Tierra Fria and there come to a standstill. They meet on a common zone in limited numbers, but this zone is often extremely narrow. One of the agreeable surprises to the traveler in the Andes is to note the sudden and extraordinary changes in the character of the vegetation as he ascends or descends the mountain near the line of demarcation between two zones. The plateau of Guadeloupe is the home of two remarkable tree ferns. One of these is the Cyathea patens, from 10 to 12 feet high, with a beautiful umbrella-shaped crown. The other is the Dicksonia gigantea, which, according to the naturalist Karsten, is probably the most vigorous and luxuriant tree fern in South America. Its massive columnar trunk bears 40 and more dark green fronds, from 3 to 4 feet wide and from 6 to 7 in length. To get a close view of even one of these noble cryptogams fully repays one for the arduous climb up to its favorite habitat. Any city in the United States or Europe, having in its immediate vicinity such attractions as has Bogotá, would immediately put them within easy reach of the public. Thus, both Montserrat and Guadeloupe would, without delay, be connected with the city by a funicular railway, and nearby would be a number of restaurants and pleasure resorts. An electric railway would also be constructed to the great waterfalls of Tequendama, the largest in Colombia and among the most celebrated in South America. Although only 36 feet wide, the main fall is 3 times the height of Niagara Falls. But the volume of water carried over the precipice of Tequendama is incomparably less than that which plunges into the colossal whirlpool of Niagara. In appearance, it somewhat resembles vernal falls in the Yosemite Valley or the lower fall of the Yellowstone. What, however, gives to the Colombian cataract a beauty all its own is its setting of luxuriant tropical vegetation. In this respect, our northern waterfalls, however attractive they may be in other respects, cannot be compared with Tequendama. Incredible as it may seem, but few Colombians have ever seen the falls of Tequendama. Although the people of Bogotá love to talk about them as among the greatest wonders of their country, it is rarely that one is found who has actually visited them. And yet, they are not more than 12 miles from the capital. Even the peons living on the plains only a few miles from the cataract can give the traveler little or no information as to the best way to reach them. How different this would all be if the place were easy of access, and if the visitor, on arriving there, could find the creature comforts to be obtained in similar places in the United States and Europe. I have alluded to the interesting historical associations connected with the city and plateau of Bogotá. It will suffice to speak of but one of them, but this one is so remarkable that it is like a chapter taken from the Arabian Nights. I refer to the meeting of the 3 distinguished conquistadores, Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada, Nicholas Federman, and Sebastian de Belalcazar. Quesada had left Santa Marta in 1536, having under his command, according to Oviedo, 800 men and 100 horses. He went part of the way by land and part by the Rio Grande, now known as the Magdalena. After reaching the Apon, he followed that river as far as it was navigable, and eventually made his way to the plateau of Bogotá, the land of the Chibchas. His march was, in some respects, the most difficult and remarkable in the annals of the conquest. He had to contend against relentless savages, dismal swamps, and almost impenetrable forests, where he had to cut his way through the tangled vines and bushes, and where it was often impossible to make more than a league a day. His men were decimated by disease and starvation. When he at last arrived at the Val de Alcazars, near the present site of Bogotá, he could count but 100 infantry and 60 cavalry. But with this handful of men, he had conquered the Chibcha nation, numbering, according to the old chroniclers, 1 million people and having 20,000 soldiers in the field. Scarcely, however, was his campaign against the Aborigines successfully terminated, when information was conveyed him of a new danger in the person of a German competitor, who had just arrived from the Llanos. 5 years previously, Fetterman, in the service of the Welsers, had left Coro in Venezuela with 400 well-armed and well-provisioned men. After wandering over trackless plains and through dark and almost impenetrable forests, enduring frightful hardships of all kinds, he finally got word of the Chibchas and of their treasures of gold and precious stones. He forthwith changed his route and crossed the eastern Cordilleras, where the traveler André assures us it is now absolutely impossible to pass. Thus, almost before Quesada was aware that Fetterman was in the country, he was constrained by policy to receive him, and his 100 ragged and famished followers. These were all that remained of his gallant band as his guests. The Spanish conquistador knew that the German leader would put in a claim for a part of the territory that they had both been exploring, and which, until then, each of them had regarded as his own by right of conquest. He was then naturally eager to effect a settlement with his competitor on the best terms possible, and get him out of the country with the least possible delay. Fetterman agreed to renounce all his claims in consideration of his receiving himself the sum of 10,000 pesos, and of having his soldiers enjoy all the rights of discoverers and conquistadors accorded to those of Quesada. Scarcely, however, had these negotiations been happily terminated when another and a more formidable rival appeared on the scene on his way from the distant south. This was Sebastian de Belalcazar, the famous lieutenant of Francisco Pizarro. He was then governor of Quito and the conqueror of much of the territory now included in Ecuador and southern Colombia. Hearing casually of El Dorado and of the marvelous riches this ruler was reputed to possess, the Spanish chieftain lost no time in organizing an expedition to the country of gold and emeralds, of fertile plains and delightful valleys. Setting out with the assurance of an early and easy victory, and of soon becoming the possessors of untold wealth and all the enjoyment that wealth could command, the soldiers, in quest of El Dorado, exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, "Nuestros son suara huesas placers, gacimos de ese campo y ese sol." But anticipation is not fruition. This the Spaniards soon learned to their sorrow. Like Quesada and Fetterman and their followers, Belalcazar and his men had to endure frightful hardships during the long and painful march of many months from Quito to the plateau of Bogotá. According to Castellanos, who wrote while many of these adventurers were still living, and who had received from them directly an account of their privations and sufferings and the countless obstacles that at times rendered progress almost impossible, their journey was made through mountains and districts that were inaccessible and uninhabitable, through gloomy forests and dense, tangled underbrush, through inhospitable lands and dismal swamps, where there was neither food nor shelter for man or beast. This extraordinary and accidental meeting of the three conquistadores, coming from so great distances, from 3 different points of the compass, is one of the most interesting episodes in the history of the conquest. It was a critical moment for the Europeans. If they had failed to agree and had turned their arms against one another, those who would have escaped alive would have been at the mercy of the Indians, who would at once have rallied their forces to repel the invaders. But fortunately, wise counsels prevailed and a clash was averted. While the clergy and the religious, writes Acosta, were going to and from the different camps endeavoring to prevent a rupture, the 3 parties of Spaniards, coming from points so distant, and now occupying the 3 apices of a triangle, whose sides measured 3 or 4 leagues, presented a singular spectacle. Those from Peru were clad in scarlet cloth and silk, and wore steel helmets and costly plumes. Those from Santa Marta had cloaks, linens, and caps made by the Indians. Those, however, from Venezuela, like refugees from Robinson Crusoe's island, were covered with the skins of bears, leopards, tigers, and deer. Having journeyed more than 1,300 leagues through uninhabited lands, they had experienced the most cruel hardships. They arrived poor, naked, and reduced to 1/4 of their original number. The 3 chiefs, continues Acosta, were among the most distinguished men who ever came to America. Belalcazar, son of a woodman of Extremadura, attained by his talents and valor the reputation of being one of the most celebrated conquistadores of South America, and was endowed in a degree far above the other 2 with political tact and observing genius. As soon as he became aware of the agreement entered into between Quesada and Fetterman, he nobly waived his rights and declined to accept the sum which Quesada offered him. He stipulated only that his soldiers should not be prevented from returning to Peru when they might desire to do so, or when Pizarro should demand them, and that Captain Juan Cabrera should return to found a town in Neiva, a territory which, along with Tamana, was to be under the government of Papian, which it was his intention to solicit from the emperor. In the meantime, he agreed to accompany Quesada to Spain. The 3 went to Spain together, as had been arranged, each of them confident of receiving from the Spanish monarch a reward commensurate with his labors and services to the crown. Each one aspired to the governorship of New Granada and used all his influence to secure the coveted prize. The net result of their efforts was a sad experience of the vanity of human wishes. All were disappointed in their expectations. The guerdon all so eagerly strove for was awarded to another, who had taken no part in the conquest that had rendered the 3 aspirants to royal favor so famous. Only Belalcazar received any recognition whatever. He was made adelantado of Papian and the surrounding territory. As for Quesada and Fetterman, they fell into disfavor. The latter soon disappeared from public view entirely, but long afterwards, Quesada was able to return to the land where he had won so many laurels. And it was fitting that, after his death, his remains should repose in the noble cathedral that adorns the capital of which he was the founder. In adventure and achievement, the 3 conquistadores above mentioned take rank with Cortes, Pizarro, and Orellana. Given a Homer, their wanderings and deeds would afford themes for 3 odysseys of intense and abiding interest. Given even an Ursula, we should have a literary monument, which, in romantic episode and dramatic effect, would eclipse the Araucana, the nearest approach to an epic that South America has yet produced. The Bogotanos have long claimed for their city the distinction of being the Athens of South America. And considering its past and present culture, and the attention which the arts, the sciences, and literature have always received there since the foundation of the capital, few, I think, will be disposed to impugn the justness of this claim. Bogotá's first man of letters was none other than the licentiate Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada, himself a man who could wield the pen with as much skill as the sword. Indeed, the detailed knowledge that we have of many features of his memorable campaigns we owe to his fertile pen. He is really the first, and in some respects, the most important chronicler of the events in which he took so conspicuous a part. How unlike in this respect is he not to Pizarro and Almagro, who were unable to sign their own names. Among the other early writers of New Granada was Padre Juan de Castellanos, the poet-historiographer, who has been so frequently quoted in the preceding chapters. The extent of his work may be gauged by the fact that it contains 150,000 hendecasyllabic verses, more than 10 times as many as are in the Divina Commedia and more than are found in any other metrical work, except the Hindu epic known as the Mahabharata, which contains no fewer than 110,000 couplets. It is interesting to note that in Colombia, as in Spain, Portugal, and Mexico, the nun in the cloister has found time to devote to literature as well as to contemplation and works of charity. Among these successful imitators of Saint Teresa, whose works, both in prose and verse, have long been the admiration of the literary world, may be mentioned Sor Francisca Josepha de la Conception, of Tunga. Although she wrote in prose, she, by her purity of language and delicacy of sentiment, is entitled to rank with such distinguished ornaments of the cloister as Sor Junana Inés de la Cruz, of Mexico, Sor Maria de Sillo, of Portugal, Sor Gregoria de Santa Teresa, of Seville, and Sor Ana de San Jeronimo, of Granada, Spain. The names of the poets and prose writers of Colombia that have achieved distinction make a long list. Many of them enjoy an international reputation, and their productions compare favorably with the best efforts of the writers of the mother country Spain. In science, too, Colombia counts many sons who have contributed greatly to our knowledge of nature. It suffices to recall the names of such savants as Francisco Antonio Z., Francisco José de Caldas, and the illustrious Mutis, whom Humboldt called the patriarch of the botanists of the New World, and whose name Linnaeus declared to be immortal, nomen immortal quod nulla edas unquam delebit. There were at one time no fewer than 23 colleges in New Granada. The first of these was founded in 1554 for the education of the Indians. The following year another one was established for the benefit of Spanish orphans and mestizos. In one of the colleges was a special chair for the study of the Muisca language. The Royal and Pontifical University began its existence in 1627, 13 years before the foundation of Harvard College. In 1653, the Archbishop D.Fr. Cristobal de Torres founded the celebrated College del Rosario, which, by reason of its munificent endowment, was able to render such splendid service to the cause of education, and was long recognized as the leading institution of learning in New Granada. Although the Viceroyalty of Santa Fe was behind Mexico and Lima in the introduction of the printing press, it claims the honor of establishing the first astronomical observatory in America, as Mexico was the first to have a botanical garden, a school of mines, and a school of medicine. It was also among the first, if not the very first, of the capitals of the New World to open a public library. The number of public and private libraries now existing in the city of Bogotá contribute greatly towards justifying its claim to being the chief center of South American culture. Another evidence of the intellectual atmosphere that obtains there is the number of second-hand bookstores. In browsing among these storehouses of old and precious tomes, I quite forgot, for the time being, that I was so far from the busy world of action, and could easily fancy myself among the bookshops of Florence, Leipzig, or Paris. Indeed, some of the most prized volumes in my Latin American library I picked up on the book stalls of Bogotá. Mr. R. B. Cunningham Graham, in his preface to S.R. Triana's work Down the Orinoco in a Canoe, says the capital of Colombia is in a way a kind of Chipcha Athens. There all men write, and poets rave and madden through the land, and only wholesome necessary revolutions keep their number down. Again, he declares, Bogotá today is, without doubt, the greatest literary center south of Panama. Putting aside the flood of titubating verse, which, like a mental dysentery, afflicts all members of the Spanish-speaking race, in Bogotá more serious literary work is done during a month than in the rest of the republics in a year. Mr. W. L. Scruggs, sometime American minister to Bogotá, writes in the same sense. Most of the educated classes, he says, have or think they have the literary faculty. They are particularly fond of writing what they call poetry and of making postprandial speeches. The average collegian will write poetry by the yard or speak impromptu by the hour. He never shows the least embarrassment before an audience and is rarely at a loss for a word. The adjectives and adverbs flow in sluices of unbroken rhythm, and the supply of euphonious words and hyperbolic phrases seems inexhaustible. He always gesticulates vehemently, and somehow it seems to become him well, for no matter how little there may be in what he says, somebody is sure to applaud and encourage him. In Colombia, there seem to be as many doctors, that is, men who have the degree of Doctor of Laws, as there are generals in Venezuela. Most of them are politicians, or contributors to the various newspapers of the country, or professors. There are no pedagogues in the numerous educational institutions of the Republic. The number of newspapers published in Bogotá is surprising more than there are in Boston or Philadelphia. Of course, their circulation is extremely limited. They are mostly partisan organzen independent paper, being unknown or literary journals remarkable, the majority of them, for long poems, verbose editorials, and translations of the latest French novels. On the way down from the Chapel of Guadalupe, near the opening of the gorge between the peaks of Montserrat and Guadalupe, one passes what was once the Quinta Bolivar, a gift to the Liberator by one of his wealthy admirers. It is now the property of a thrifty Antioquenian who has converted it into a tannery. As we pass along the north side of San Carlos Palace, which contains the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we observe the historic window from which, as a memorial tablet informs us, Bolivar escaped assassination, Sept. 25, 1828. In the center of the principal plaza, called the Plaza Bolivar, is a bronze statue of the liberator by Tenor Rani, a pupil of Canova. Everywhere in Colombia, as in Venezuela, we are reminded of Bolivar and find monuments to his memory. In Ciudad Bolivar and in Valencia and elsewhere, there are statues of him. In Caracas, there are several, among them a large equestrian statue, which is a replica of one in Lima. But the people, in their desire to honor their hero, have not been satisfied with statues alone. Coins bear his name and image, towns and states are named after him. More than this, his name has been given to one of the South American republics, Bolivia Republic, formerly a part of Peru. Upper Peru, which owes its very existence to him. But who was Simon Bolivar, one will ask, and what has he done to achieve such distinction and to command recognition in such diverse ways and in regions so widely separated? His admirers say that he was the Washington of South America, the one who secured the independence of the Spanish colonies after 3 centuries of misrule and oppression. According to them, he was one of the world's greatest geniuses in military science, a genius in statecraft, a genius in everything required to make a great and successful leader of men. Sr. Miguel Tejera does not hesitate to characterize him as one who was bold and fortunate as Alexander, a patriot like Hannibal, brave and clement like Caesar, a great captain and a profound statesman like Napoleon, honorable as Washington, a sublime poet and a versatile orator. Such was Bolivar, who united in his own mind all the vast multiplicity of the elements of genius. His glory will shine in the heaven of history, not as a meteor that passes and is lost in the bosom of space, but as a heavenly body whose radiance is ever increasing. Even more extravagant are the claims made for his hero by Don Felipe Larrazabal in his bulky 2-tome Vida de Bolivar. A noble and sublime spirit, humane, just, liberal, Bolivar was one of the most gifted men the world has ever known. So perfect and unique that in goodness he was like Titus, in his fortune and achievements like Trapan, in urbanity like Marcus Aurelius, in valor like Caesar, in learning and eloquence like Augustus. He was a poet like Homer, a legislator like Plato, a soldier like Bonaparte. He taught Saublet and Here's diplomacy, Santander administration, Gual politics, Marshal Sucre military art. Like Charlemagne, but in a higher degree, he possessed the art of doing great things with ease and difficult things with promptness. Whoever conceived plans so vast, whoever carried them to a more successful issue, a quick and unerring glance, a rapid intuition of things and times, a prodigious spontaneity in improvising gigantic plans, the science of war reduced to the calculation of minutes, an extraordinary vigor of conception, and a creative spirit, fertile and inexhaustible. Such was Bolivar. Deus ele fuit Deus inclite memi. He was a god, illustrious Memmius, he was a god. Col G Hippisley, who served under Bolivar in the War of Independence, does not give such a flattering estimate of the liberator. Bolivar, he writes, would willingly ape the great man. He aspires to be a second Bonaparte in South America without possessing a single talent for the duties of the field or the cabinet. He has neither talents nor abilities for a general, and especially for a commander-in-chief. Tactics, movements, and maneuver are as unknown to him as to the lowest of his troops. All idea of regularity, system, or the common routine of an army, or even a regiment, he is totally unacquainted with. Hence arise all the disasters he meets, the defeats he suffers, and his constant obligations to retreat whenever opposed to the foe. The victory, which he gains today, however dearly purchased, is lost tomorrow by some failure or palpable neglect on his part. Thus it is that Pease was heard to tell Bolivar, after the action at Villa del Cura, that he would move off his own troops and act no more with him in command, adding, "I have never lost a battle wherein I acted by myself or in a separate command, and I have always been defeated when acting in connection with you or under your orders." Jen Holstein, who was the Liberator's chief of staff, and who was, therefore, in a position to have intimate knowledge of the man, is even more pronounced in his strictures on the character and capacity of the commander-in-chief of the Patriot forces. Dominant traits in the character of General Bolivar are ambition, vanity, thirst for absolute, undivided power, and profound dissimulation. Many of his generals have done far more than he has to free the country from the Spaniards. The brightest deeds of all these generals were performed in the absence of Bolivar. Abroad they were attributed to his military skill and heroism, while, in fact, he was a fugitive 1,000 miles from the scenes of their bravery and never dreaming of their success. General Bolivar, moreover, has never made a charge of cavalry nor with the bayonet. On the contrary, he has ever been careful to keep himself out of danger. Elsewhere in his work, Holstein claims to prove that Bolivar, the Republic of Colombia and its chieftains, are indebted to strangers and their powerful support for their existence, if not as a free, at least as an independent people. There were, according to some estimates, fully 10,000 European soldiers in the Republican army, and among the officers were Englishmen, Germans, Irishmen, Poles, and Frenchmen. It was, according to Holstein, the Irish Legion that gained the Great Battle of Carabobo, which secured the independence of Venezuela. It was the British Legion, declares the same writer, that won the decisive victory of Boyacá, which broke the power of the Spaniards in New Granada. Sucre, the victorious general in the Battle of Pichincha, which liberated Ecuador, was also the victor in the battles of Junin and Ayacucho, the Waterloo of colonial rule in South America, which gave freedom to Peru. Bolivar had the honor of gaining both victories, although he was ill during the Battle of Ayacucho and 100 miles from the field of action during the struggle on the plateau of Junin. In view of all this, Holstein does not hesitate to declare that Bolivar rules with more power and absoluteness than does the autocrat of Russia or the Sultan of Constantinople, and that, compared with George Washington, Simon Bolivar was but a Lilliputian. Sr. Riva Agro, the first president of Peru, goes farther and assures us that the terrible characterization given by Apollocorus of Philip of Macedon, father of Alexander the Great, is but a true portrait of the liberator Bolivar. These estimates of Bolivar, so different from those of Tejera and Larrazabal, and many of Bolivar's other biographers remind one of what Montesquieu says about the contradictory accounts, which partisan writers have given us regarding certain potentates of antiquity. As instances, he cites Alexander, who is described as the veriest poltroon by Herodian and extolled as a paragon of valor by Lampridius, and Gratian, who by his admirers is lauded to the skies and by Philostorgus compared to Nero. But how is it possible, the question naturally arises, that General Bolivar should have liberated his country and preserved to himself the supreme power without superior talent? If by liberating his country, replies Gen Holstein, in answer to his own question, it be meant that he has given his country a free government, I answer that he has not done so. If it be meant that he has driven out the Spaniards, I answer that he has done little towards this, far less certainly than the meanest of his subordinate chieftains. To the question, how can he have retained his power without superior talent? I answer, in the first place, that the reputation of superior talent goes a great way. The stupid management of the Spanish authorities has facilitated all the operations of the patriots. The grievous faults of Bolivar and some of his generals have been exceeded by those of his adversaries. It is not strange, therefore, that Bolivar should have been able to do all he has done with very limited talents. Such a marked divergence of views respecting the character of Bolivar and the position he should occupy among the great chieftains of history admits of an explanation. But such an explanation would of itself require a volume. It is safe to say, however, that no reliable biography of the Liberator has yet appeared, and that, when it does appear, it is most likely that Bolivar will occupy a position much below that claimed for him by some of his over-enthusiastic eulogists, and above that assigned to him by those who have manifested less admiration for his policy and achievements. To write a definitive biography of Bolivar will not be an easy task. It will require a man of broad sympathies, one entirely free from all national antipathy and religious bias, one with a judicial mind, who can sift and weigh evidence without prejudice, and render a verdict strictly in accordance with the facts in the case. Most, if not all, who have hitherto written about Bolivar have exhibited a partisan spirit and allowed themselves to be swayed by political and other considerations, which have so greatly detracted from the value of their work that it cannot be accepted as authentic history. To do full justice to the subject in all its bearings will require impartial judgment, ripe and varied scholarship, and above all, a keen and comprehensive historic sense. The writer will have to discuss the relation of Spain to her colonies and consider various social, political, racial, economical, and religious questions that are as difficult as they are complicated and conflicting. He must have an intimate and accurate knowledge of the character and aspirations of the different peoples with whom Bolivar and his lieutenants had to deal. He must be familiar with the history and traditions of the various South American presidencies and viceroyalties and captaincies general, and take note of the passions and prejudices and jealousies that have been the cause of so many sanguinary revolutions and have contributed so much to retard intellectual progress and material advancement. Only when such an one appears and completes the colossal task shall we have a definitive life of Simon Bolivar and an authentic record of the War of Independence. Before closing this chapter, some reference seems necessary to what cannot escape even the most casual student of South American history, but what, to the observant traveler, seems to be a matter of special moment. I refer to Bolivar's policy of dividing and weakening Peru, and to his uniting under one flag the three northern countries of the continent. The separation of Upper Peru-Bolivia from Lower Peru seems, in the light of events since the change, to have been a fatal mistake and detrimental to the best interests of Bolivia as well as to those of Peru. I think, however, he exhibited unusual wisdom and foresight in combining in one Republic Gran Colombia the provinces of Quito, New Granada, and Venezuela. I know Jen Miter has denounced the idea as an absurdity como un absurdo, but if this distinguished writer had had an opportunity to study actual conditions, as they present themselves to the traveler today, and to consult the wishes and welfare of the large mass of the people at present dwelling within the confines of Greater Colombia, I think he would have been disposed to accept Bolivar's plan for a great nation, extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific, as the best for all concerned. Had the destiny of Colombia, after the Union, been entrusted to the direction of wise and unselfish patriots, as was the infant Republic of the United States of North America, one may well believe that the history of this part of South America, during the last 3/4 of a century, would have been quite different from what it has been, and that it would have been spared those countless internecine wars that have deluged the country in blood and rendered civilization, in its higher sense, impossible. The geographical features of the country, and the diverse interests of its different sections, were, pace miter, no more opposed to the formation of a great and stable republic on the Caribbean than they were in that vast commonwealth to the north of the Gulf of Mexico, where the stars and stripes have so long been the symbol of peace, prosperity, and national greatness. The people in the southern continent were not, it is true, so well prepared for a democratic form of government as were their brethren in the north. But if, instead of being cursed with selfish and destructive militarism, they could have enjoyed the blessings of competent and far-seeing statesmanship, it is safe to affirm that the Great Colombia, as Bolivar conceived it, would, ere this, have developed into a flourishing and powerful republic worthy of taking a place among the great nations of the world. But sad to relate, Bolivar's creation was short-lived. After a precarious existence of only 11 years, disintegration took place, and the liberator, fallen into disfavor and condemned to exile, was forced to be a witness of the collapse of the structure that had cost him so much labor, and which he had fondly hoped would be his greatest and most enduring monument. Shortly before his death at the hacienda of San Pedro, near Santa Marta, where he perished alone, maligned and doubted and denied, a broken-hearted man, he wrote to General Flores, of Ecuador, a letter in which occur the following remarkable statements. I have been in power he mandado for nearly 20 years, from which I have gathered only a few definite results. 1. America for us is ungovernable. 2. He who dedicates his services to a revolution plows the sea. 3. The only thing that can be done in America is to emigrate. For this country will inevitably fall into the hands of the unbridled rabble, and little by little become a prey to petty tyrants of all colors and races. 5. Devoured as we shall be by all possible crimes and ruined by our own ferociousness, Europeans will not deem it worthwhile to conquer us. 6. If it were possible for any part of the world to return to a state of primitive chaos, that would be the last stage of Spanish America. Was the liberator gifted with a seer's vision when he penned these prophetic words? It would seem so, for even if he had opened before him the scroll in which has been recorded the chief events of the history of South America during the past 3/4 of a century, he could scarcely have spoken with greater truth and precision. Certain it is, as Mitre well observes, that none of his designs or ideals have survived him. His political work died with him, and all his fond dreams of a vast Andean empire vanished like mist before the rising sun. This is not the place to account for the turmoil and anarchy which have so long devastated one of the most fertile quarters of the globe. Considering its immense natural resources and its many advantages of climate and geographical position, it should be one of the most prosperous regions of the earth, and its inhabitants among the happiest and most advanced in culture and the arts of peace. Let it suffice to reproduce the following paragraph from the work, already cited, of S.R. Perez Triana. As to the topsy-turviness of things Spanish and Spanish-American, the story is told that Santiago, the patron saint of Spain, being admitted into the presence of God, asked and obtained for the land of Spain and for its people all sorts of blessings: marvelous fertility for the soil, natural wealth of all kinds in the mountains and the forests, abundance of fish in the rivers and of birds in the air, courage, sobriety, and all the manly virtues for men, beauty, grace, and loveliness for the women. All this was granted, but on the point of leaving, the saint, it is said, asked from God that he would also grant Spain a good government. The request was denied, as then, it is said, the Lord remarked, the angels would abandon heaven and flock to Spain. The story has lost none of its point. Chapter 11. The Muisca Trail. Our sojourn in Bogotá was much briefer than we could have wished it to be. Its intellectual atmosphere impressed us deeply, and the culture and refinement of its people charmed us beyond expression. During our journey, we had visited many places in which we would have desired to tarry longer, had it been possible, but so far no place had so completely captivated us as Colombia's famous Metropolis No place, from which we were so loath to depart. What a pity, we said, that Colombia and Colombians are not better known in our own country. It would be better for them and better for us. With special truth can one reiterate of the inhabitants of this little-known republic what Senator Root has said of the people of South America in general. 2/3 of the suspicion, the dislike, the distrust with which our country was regarded by the people of South America was the result of the arrogant and contemptuous bearing of Americans, of people of the United States, for those gentle, polite, sensitive, imaginative, delightful people. The senator, as President Roosevelt's representative, did much during his visit to our sister continent to remove misunderstandings and establish more cordial relations between the United States and Latin America. And the Bureau of American Republics is contributing much towards completing and extending his work. It is, therefore, to be hoped that soon the suspicion, the dislike, the distrust will be eliminated forever and succeeded by an era of mutual respect and indissoluble friendship. Our luggage, small in amount, be it said, was conveyed from our hotel to the depot, a few blocks distant, by a good-natured Chibcha Indian. He asked for his service the sum of $40, which to his great delight was paid promptly and without question. Muchísimas gracias, mi amo, que vidi vaya bien? Many thanks, my master. Farewell, were his parting words as he passed out of the station with his hat in his hand and a smile lighting up his face. $40 for carrying a little luggage a few squares. Why that, one would say, was downright robbery. Not at all when you are accustomed to paying such prices, and we had become quite accustomed to them ever since we had entered Colombian territory. As a matter of fact, we found the peon's bill very moderate. In the beginning, however, it must be confessed that we were surprised at some of the bills presented us for payment. The first one was for the washing of some linen in a town on the Meta. The work was done by an Indian woman, for which a charge was made of $245. This bill, large as it was, did not frighten us as much as one that Mark Twain tells of in his Innocents Abroad, when during his visit to the Azores, one of his traveling companions was charged some thousands of milrace for a modest repast. We should have paid it without comment, but found that the articles in question had been washed only and not ironed. When we remarked upon this apparent forgetfulness or neglect, the tawny laundress informed us that it was not the custom there for the same person to do both washing and ironing, and referred us to a neighbor of hers as one quite competent to complete the work she had begun. Unfortunately, as it had been raining continuously for several days, and our laundress had no way of drying the things she had washed, except in the sun which had obstinately refused to appear and, as we were obliged to take our departure without delay, the wearing apparel aforesaid was neither ironed nor dried. But the washerwoman's bill, which seems exorbitant, requires an explanation. It was all a mere matter of the rate of exchange, which in Colombia, during the time of our visit, was 10,000. That means that the peso dollar had a value of just 1 centavo 1 cent. Some years ago, the rate of exchange was much higher. Now, however, there is a well-founded hope that the financial condition of the country will soon be on a more satisfactory basis, and that before many years elapse, it can be put on a gold basis. The present legal tender of the country is paper currency and gold coin. Outside of the large cities, one never sees anything but paper money. I have known the peons in several cases to refuse coin because they thought it was counterfeit, so long is it since gold coin has been in circulation. The present financial condition of the Republic is a striking commentary on the havoc wrought by the numerous revolutions that have devastated the country and ruined its credit. One of the most difficult of the many difficult tasks that confront the administration is that of restoring the nation's credit and of getting the rate of exchange back to par. It is, however, making a noble effort, and all well-wishers of Colombia trust its endeavors will be crowned with success. As one may imagine, it is necessary for the traveler to carry with him quite a bulky package of bills in order to live in even the most modest fashion. A mule or a cart was not, however, required to transport our funds, as Hazard in his work on Haiti says was indispensable in that ill-fated land, where $100 in gold was exchanged for several sacks of bills, huge bags, not unlike bundles of rags or waste paper. To us, it was always interesting to hear the peons talk of their fortune of hundreds or thousands of dollars. It seemed to give the poor fellows special satisfaction to deal in large figures and to speak of large sums, as if they were all rising millionaires. The monetary crisis had this redeeming feature, if no other, that it afforded the beggar in the street the pleasure of seeing dollars in his alms where, before the revolution, he would have found only so many cents. The sturdy market women we saw on the way from Caqueza to Bogotá talked in a most happy way of their prospects of realizing $40 apiece for their chickens and $15 a dozen for their eggs, while their husbands were rejoicing in the thought that they would receive $1,000 for a heifer and $2,000 or more for a milch cow. They never used the words cents. It was always pesos, dollars. Happy people, who find such delight in names and appearances. There are but few railroads in Colombia, and their total mileage at the time of our visit was less than 500 miles. Many roads are projected and have been for decades past, but the numerous revolutions have prevented their construction. The one from Bogotá to Facatativá, our first objective point on the way to the Magdalena, is only 25 miles in length. There is, however, a well-grounded hope that this can at an early day be connected with the line that is building from Girardot. When this shall have been accomplished, it will be possible to reach Bogotá without the long overland ride on horse or muleback that has been necessary since the time of Quesada. But far from regretting the lack of a through train to the Magdalena, we were rather glad that we were obliged to have recourse to a less expeditious mode of locomotion. It required more time, it is true, to make the trip, and was more fatiguing, but it gave us an opportunity of seeing the country to greater advantage and of getting better acquainted with its people. Indeed, the journey down the Cordillera from Bogotá to Honda was but the proper complement of that from the Llanos up to the Sabana that lies at the foot of the nation's capital. It gave us an opportunity of comparing conditions on the eastern slope of the Oriental Andes with those prevailing on the western, and we have always considered ourselves fortunate in having been able to explore from the saddle the interesting country that lies between the Meta and the Magdalena. As I now think, it was, in many respects, the most delightful and instructive part of our wanderings in South America. The track and rolling stock of the Sabana Railway are, as might be expected, of the most primitive kind. The roadbed has received little attention, and the cars and engine are scarcely fit for service. But all this can be condoned when one is familiar with the untoward conditions that, for so many years, have militated against improvements of all kinds. The transportation of the rails, cars, and locomotives from Cambao on the Magdalena to the plateau when the cart road between the 2 points was little better than a bridle path, was in itself a Herculean task, and as we journeyed to Honda, it never ceased to excite our wonder. Great improvements, however, are promised as soon as connection shall be made with the branch, now approaching completion, from Girardot. Then the transportation of heavy freight will be a trifling task in comparison with what it has been hitherto. The Sabana of Bogotá resembles somewhat the plain of Caracas, except that it is far more extensive than the Venezuelan plateau. Both have been regarded as the beds of lakes that have long since disappeared. Whatever may be said about the existence of a lake in the Vale of Caracas, it seems now quite certain that there never was any great body of water, such as has so long been imagined, occupying the region now known as the Sabana de Bogotá. Recent investigations appear to have decided this much-debated question against Humboldt and those who accepted his views regarding this matter. We were much interested in the haciendas through which the train passed, as well as in the homes of their owners and in the picturesque villages along the road. There were broad acres devoted to the cultivation of wheat, barley, maize, and potatoes, and extensive pastures, over which roamed large flocks of sheep and herds of cattle. These cattle, so we fancied, were the lineal descendants of those brought to Hispaniola by Columbus at the time of his second voyage. And the swine we saw there could be little doubt about it could claim, as their ancestors, those which Belalcazar had brought with him from Quito, as the hens, that cackled and clucked as we sped by, were the offspring of those carefully guarded by Fetterman during his famous expedition from Coro to Santa Fe de Bogotá. Aside from the Humboldt oak, with its majestic crown of evergreen foliage, and the ubiquitous eucalyptus, there are no trees of any magnitude in the Sabana. Its flora, however, is particularly rich in shrubs and plants. Among them were the beautiful passion flower, Passiflora antioquensis, blossoming the year round, and a peculiar species of blackberry rubus bogotensis clothed with a vari-colored mantle of snow-white bloom and ripening fruit, realizing Shelley's idea of the millennium, where fruits are ever ripe and flowers ever fair. The meadows are carpeted with various species of clover and succulent grasses, and along the hedges and walls, one finds an endless variety of fuchsias, verbenas, mallows, asters, buttercups, lupins, lilies, lobelias, irises, morning glories, and passion flowers. The last 2 plants and certain varieties of roses are great favorites in the garden and around the house, as are also violets, pinks, jasmines, and heliotropes. We observed several habitations, some of them the humble cots of poor Chibchas, that were almost concealed in magnificent bowers of climbing clematis, passion flowers, and morning glories. On the eastern slope of Suma Pass, we frequently had occasion to admire the wealth and brilliancy of bloom around some of the homes which we passed, or when we enjoyed the hospitality of their courteous inmates, but nowhere did we see more beautiful floral exhibits than greeted us on the Sabana de Bogotá. Much, however, as we were interested in the fauna and flora of this region, and the people who now inhabit it, we found our minds constantly reverting to pre-Columbian times, and picturing to ourselves the condition of this plain and its inhabitants at the period of the arrival of the conquistadores. When Quesada and his intrepid followers reached this beautiful plateau, they found it inhabited by a tribe of Indians to whom they gave the name Muiscas, because they frequently heard them pronounce this word, or moscas, a Spanish word, similar in sound, signifying flies, because they said these Indians were as numerous as flies. They occupied the tablelands in the central part of New Granada. The territory under the jurisdiction of their Zepas chiefs was elliptical in form and equaled in area the Kingdom of the Netherlands. They numbered about 1 million inhabitants, and, according to the early chroniclers, they counted no fewer than 130,000 warriors. The number of fighting men was doubtless far below this figure. It seems certain, however, that at the date of the arrival of the Spaniards, they were in the apogee of their power, and were making progress towards a condition of culture approaching that of the Aztecs and Incas. The dominions of the last Zepas of Bogotá extended from Simajaca to Pasca and from Zipaquin to the Llanos. Although united by ties of language and beliefs, customs and laws, similar in character and revealing a common origin, they formed an aggregation of small states, generally independent, rather than a compact and well-organized commonwealth. The Chibchas, or Muiscas, were preeminently an agricultural people. They had no domestic animals, except the dog, not even the llama. Their chief articles of food were maize, potatoes, and quinoa, which the natives of Colombia have long since discarded for rice. Besides these staples, they had many other vegetables peculiar to the country and a great variety of luscious and wholesome fruits. They also had game in abundance. They cultivated cotton, from which they made their clothing, the material of which often exhibited various colored designs. In this respect, they were far in advance of the surrounding tribes, who had no more to cover them than have the wildest children of the tropical forest today. Their houses were of wood, with thatched roofs not unlike many of those we saw along our route from the Llanos to the Magdalena Valley. When the Spaniards arrived, they had just begun to use stone in the erection of a few of their buildings, presumably temples, which apparently were never completed. As might be surmised, their commerce was limited. They bartered to some extent with the neighboring tribes, especially those west of the Magdalena. From these they obtained gold in exchange for salt, emeralds, and textile fabrics. With the Chimas of Peru, they were the first to use gold as a medium of exchange. Their currency consisted not of stamped coins, but of discs of the precious metal without any kind of marking. They had a limited intercourse with the people of Quito, and had some slight knowledge of the great Inca kingdom farther south. Regarding the culture of the Chibchas, we can say what the Marquis de Nadilac says of the people in general: we know very little. But we know enough to be warranted in affirming that many erroneous notions have long prevailed concerning them, and that the claims that have been made for them as a civilized people have been greatly exaggerated. According to Duquesnito, whose fanciful theories the great Humboldt, unfortunately, gave his support to the school that for a century made Duquesne's views their own, the Chibchas were acquainted with the use of the quipus, and had a system of numbers and hieroglyphics and a complicated calendar. Their priests were represented as the depositaries of astrological and chronological science, and as experts in astronomical and meteorological observations. The people were lauded for their advanced knowledge of architecture and praised for their courts of justice. In the temple of Sagamuxi, they would have us believe, were preserved the national annals and the chronicles of their civilization. Their general material progress and intellectual status was commented on as something quite comparable with the best that obtained in Mexico or Cusco. We have but two sources of information respecting the much-debated question of Chibcha culture. These are a comparative study of the early chronicles. One or two of them will suffice, and an examination of the few stone monuments the Chibchas have left us, together with their pictographs, ceramic ware, and objects of gold and copper found in their places of sepulture. The chronicles that we must rely on are those left us by Quesada, Castellanos, Padre Simon, and Piedrahita, all of which have already been quoted, together with those left us by Padre Bernardo Lugo, Juan Rodriguez Fresel, a son of one of the conquistadors, and Fray Alonso de Zamora of Bogotá. As a result of a critical study of these chronicles and monuments, the distinguished Colombian writer, Don Vicente Restrepo, has demonstrated that most of the claims that have been made for Chibcha culture are utterly devoid of foundation in fact. His conclusions, which can be given in a few words, are: the Chibchas had no stone buildings, and their knowledge of architecture was therefore limited to the erection of the simplest structures of wood. They had no quipus, like that of the Incas, no alphabet, and no writing of any kind, either figurative, symbolic, or ideographic. Neither had they any chronology or archives. The petroglyphs and pictographs found in limited numbers in various parts of the country, far from recording the migrations and hunts of the aborigines and the cataclysms which they are supposed to have witnessed, are nothing more than rude geometrical designs and fantastic figures which are repeated in the most confused manner, according to the infantile caprice of the one who carved or painted them. Concluding his discussion of these meaningless figures, which certain writers have so long insisted were true hieroglyphics, awaiting some Champollion or Rawlinson to decipher, Sr. Restrepo does not hesitate to assert that the rude attempts at drawing these ill-formed figures of animals, and these pothooks, similar to those traced by an inexperienced child, can reveal nothing to historic science. They never exhibit that order and sequence which are the certain index of genuine writing. They never reproduce even the simplest scenes of Indian life, such for example as a religious ceremony, the chase, or warriors fighting. Mute by reason of their origin, and condemned to eternal silence by the unconscious hand that traced them, the magic wand of science will never be able to make them speak. If we accept the classification and definitions of the various grades of culture, as given by Morgan in his great work on ancient society, as many profound thinkers do, we shall be forced to conclude not only that the Chibchas were not civilized, but that they had not even reached the upper status of barbarism. Civilization implies the existence of a phonetic alphabet, or, at least, of hieroglyphics akin to those of the Egyptians, and the use of these in the production of written records. The Chibchas, as we have seen, had neither an alphabet nor written records of any kind. Neither had they any knowledge of the process of smelting iron ore. As the use of iron is the chief characteristic of the third, or upper, period of barbarism, the Chibchas, according to Morgan, should be considered as representatives of the middle status of barbarism, like the Zunis and the Mayas, or like the lake dwellers of ancient Switzerland, or the early Britons before they learned the use of iron from their more advanced neighbors in Gaul. It took us 2 hours to make the run from Bogotá to Facatativá, the western terminus of the Sabana Railway. Here we took luncheon. For a place that has so long been the center of traffic between the capital and the Magdalena, the town has no reason to boast of its restaurants or hotels. They are about as poor in every way as could well be imagined. A town in Italy or Switzerland, frequented by so many travelers as Facatativá, would have not one but several hostelries where its patrons would have every convenience and comfort. Let us hope that Colombia will soon witness an improvement in this respect, not only in this place, but all along the chief lines of travel. It is much needed, and along no route more than that connecting Bogotá with Honda. At the time of the conquest, Facatativá was a Muisca stronghold, and what are said to be the ruins of an old Indian fortress are still shown to the curious visitor. One may also see some rocks on which are carved certain figures long supposed to be Chibcha hieroglyphics. We have already learned what value is to be ascribed to these and similar inscriptions in other parts of the country. After luncheon, we prepared to start for Chimbe, where we intended to pass the night. We had telegraphed the day before to our arriero to have in readiness the necessary saddle and sumpter mules. They were waiting for us on our arrival, and we were much gratified to find that both animals and peons were all that could be desired. Those who have traveled in the Andes know how important it is to have good mules and servants, and how much it adds to the comfort and pleasure of one's journey. From the time we had left our launch on the Meta, we had been singularly fortunate in always having good animals and honest, reliable men to take care of them and attend to our wants on the way. To our devoted and watchful muleteers and their assistants, we owed much of the enjoyment that was ours during our wanderings over mountain and plain, and we shall always hold their obliging disposition and prompt service in grateful remembrance. It affords me special pleasure to render them this tribute, as they are often, I have reason to believe, much misunderstood, especially by people who are not familiar with their language, and frequently held responsible for delays and contretemps of which they are in no wise responsible. Judging by our own experience, the arrieros and peons of South America are, as a class, far better than they are usually represented, and are deserving of more recognition and better treatment than is usually accorded them by those who require their humble, but often too poorly recompensed services. The saddle generally used in the mountains closely resembles the Michoacán saddle and is called a galapago. For obvious reasons, an English hunting saddle could not be used where the roads are constantly leading up and down steep mountains Bergab, as a German traveler phrases it, and where even on a cavalry saddle, it is at times extremely difficult for one to retain one's position. The saddle is usually covered by a pelin or shabrack, made either of sheepskin or horsehair dyed black and neatly braided at the ends. Attached to the saddle are several bags or pockets balsas. These are of the greatest convenience for carrying many things necessary on long journeys. In them the natives stow away cheese, cakes of maize, peplon, and the never-forgotten supply of aguardiente, without which a journey of any length is considered impossible. The stirrups are curiosities. They are usually of brass or bronze in the shape of a shoe, but frequently they are in the form of the basket hilt of a claymore. The stirrups of one of the saddles I used were curiously embossed and as large as a good-sized bell. But whatever their design, they are admirably adapted for service in the mountains, where the paths are so narrow that one is frequently exposed, without such protection, to having one's feet crushed when his mule approaches too near the rocky wall that flanks one side of the road. The danger is especially great when one meets a herd of cattle or a caravan of pack mules. Then the rider suddenly finds his mule crushing him against the steep rocks on one side of the path. To avoid being thrown over a precipice, which is yawning beneath him on the other side, along which the approaching animals pick their way with a skill that is marvelous. We often had reason to be thankful that our feet were protected by these fantastic and cumbersome estribo stirrups, otherwise we should have suffered serious bodily injury. Like the leather hoods of wooden stirrups, such estribos also keep the feet dry. The riding equipment, however, of a Colombian horseman is not complete without huge brass or bronze Raúl spurs espuelas and a pair of Zamoros bag trousers often made of leather or goatskin. They are not unlike the chaparros of a New Mexican cowboy, and serve as a protection against rain and mud and the thorns of the shrubs and brush along the wayside. From Facatativá to El Alto del Roble, some miles to the west, the road slightly rises. At the latter point, nearly 500 feet above Bogotá, one has a glorious view of the Sabana, of the chain of Suma Pass, and of the central cordillera away beyond the Magdalena. From El Roble the Oxo, named from the number of evergreen oaks seen there, the descent towards Chimbe is marked by quite a steep grade. A good carretera, or carriage road, extends from Facatativá to Agua Larga, and this much-needed highway is to be prolonged as far as the Magdalena. The present plan is to construct the road in such wise that traction cars can be used on it for the transportation of both freight and passengers. And at the time of our passage, the road, under the direction of English engineers, was being pushed forward towards completion with a display of energy that augured well for ultimate success. Only a few minutes after we began our descent on the western declivity of El Roble, we observed a change in the temperature. We were passing from the Tierra Fria to the Tierra Templada, and a thermometer was scarcely necessary to indicate our rate of progress towards lower altitudes. Aside from the marked change in the atmosphere, there was a corresponding one in the flora. Near the summit of El Roble, we were gratified in finding large patches of strawberries. They were sweet reminders of home, as they were of the same species as our own fragrant fragaria. These slender mountain runners did not, however, bear the large fruits afforded by our Illinois or Florida plants, but rather the small scarlet, but richly flavored, berries one meets in an uncultivated state in Italy and Russia. Further on our way, we came across another reminder of our own country. This time, it appeared in the form of long, dark gray tufts and festoons of that curious epiphyte Tillandsia, usneoids popularly known in the Gulf states as Spanish moss, and in Jamaica as old man's beard. The natives in Colombia call it barba de palo tribirda, much more picturesque epithet than any of those mentioned. And another one of countless instances of the wonderful faculty the Indian has of giving expressive names to the objects that specially strike his fancy. As we reached a still lower level, our attention was arrested by the beauty and luxuriance of the palms and tree ferns that graced our path. The fern trees were as remarkable for their size as for the delicacy of their plume-like fronds. The trunks of some of them were 12 to 15 feet high, and the leaves of their wondrous crowns-like veritable leaves of emerald gauze were at times as long as the trunk was high. Gazing at these bizarre forms of vegetable life, with their dark, rough, leaf-scarred trunks, so unlike those of surrounding trees, we could easily imagine ourselves in a forest of those giant Paleozoic sigillaria and lepidodendrons that contributed so largely towards the formation of the lower coal measures. We never made any attempt to enumerate the diverse species of palms that were ever in view from the Paramo to the ocean. But wherever we saw them, whether on the elevated Andean plateau or in the humid valleys of the Orinoco and the Magdalena, they were for us, as they were for Linnaeus, the princes of the vegetable world. Decked with a mantle of eternal youth, with smooth, straight trunks like the marble shafts of Athens or Palmyra, they were not only the glory of forest and savanna, but they were also for us, as for Martius, a symbol of immortality. At Agua Larga our road bifurcated, the new and better branch veering off to the right at a slight angle, and the old one continuing with a similar turn to the left. Although a bright young senorita, who happened to be near the parting of the ways, declared that the old road was the one that led to Chimbe, our objective point, we chose the new one, and for the first time since we had left the meta, we went astray. We did not discover our error until we had gone several miles, when an old man, who was repairing his humble cot by the wayside, corroborated the senorita's information. There was then nothing left for us but to retrace our steps. The mistake was quite a blow to the topographical instinct of one of our party, who had, during our long trip, particularly prided himself on the unerring indications of his organ of locality, which rendered, he said, the assistance of a guide superfluous. At the same time, it was quite trying to the patience of all of us, as we were tired, hungry, and wished to arrive at Chimbe before sundown. It was now quite evident that we could not possibly reach our destination before nightfall. We then realized to our sorrow the truth of Balboa's words, when writing to the King of Spain, Lega, el hombre hasta donde puede y no hasta donde quiere. One goes as far as one can, and not as far as one wishes to go. And, recalling what the senorita had told us, we had likewise a forcible reminder of the verity of Sancho Panza's saying, "Though a woman's counsel isn't worth much, he that despises it is no wiser than he should be." After getting back to the bifurcation of the road, we found that the older branch, which we should have taken, was little better than a rough, rocky stairway, the steps of which had been rendered extremely slippery by a heavy rainfall a few hours before. See, our dashing and debonair cavalier was still suffering from the effects of this downpour, for having lost his waterproof sombrero, specially designed for travel in the tropics, he had nothing left but a light straw hat, which afforded the head no more protection than a sieve. Truth to tell, he was suspected of intentionally discarding his waterproof headgear, as, in his estimation, it did not comport with the dignity of a caballero who would trace his lineage back to one of the noblest grandees of Spain, and who, during his journey from Trinidad, had been the recipient of special attention from young and old as well. He seemed to be the special favorite of well-to-do matrons, particularly in the towns and cities in which our sojourn was somewhat protracted. Was it that they would fain have seen in the handsome young traveler a prospective son-in-law? Not being a mind reader, I must leave the question unanswered. As a veracious narrator of occurrences, by the way, I can only state facts and let the reader draw his own conclusions. But what a road it was that now lay between us and Chimbe. To us, in the declining rays of the setting sun, it appeared like a cobblestone track after it had passed through a dozen earthquakes and had then been set at an angle of 45 degrees with the horizon. Even our mules, which were usually prepared for any kind of a path where they could find a foothold, frequently balked at the more difficult sections of this much-neglected highway. Comparing the part we were now traversing with the more improved road we had left at Agua Larga, we could not but recall the words of an Irish engineer, regarding certain highland roads, as recorded in Scott's A Legend of Montrose. Had you but seen those roads before they were made, you would have held up your hands and blessed General Wade. And yet this was the Camino Real, the royal highway from the Magdalena to the national capital. President Reyes was doubtless right when he publicly stated, some years ago, that it was now in a worse condition than it was before the War of Independence. But it was also, and this afforded us some compensation for our discomfort, the Muisca Trail, the same that the subjects of the Zipa of Bacata and those of the caciques of Hunza and Sugamuxi made use of during their bartering expeditions to the tribes beyond the Magdalena. Along this trail, they, for generations, carried their stores of salt, textile fabrics, and emeralds, and brought back, in exchange for them, from the placers of what is now known as Antioquia, those treasures of gold that so excited the cupidity of the conquistadores, and which, by many of them, were considered as an adequate reward for all the hardships they had endured to secure their possession. Finally, after a long, tiresome breakneck ride over that royal, but infinitely rugged road, Ardus obliquus caligin densis alpaca, we arrived at Chimbe, where, fortunately, we found an appetizing repast, and what we were then willing to consider clean and comfortable beds, awaiting us. Early the next morning, after a refreshing sleep, we were again in the saddle and on our way to Guaduas, where we purposed spending the night. After a brisk ride of a few hours through a picturesque country, we reached the town of Villeta, situated in a charming and fertile valley. Here we had a hasty breakfast and were then on our way up the prolonged and precipitous slopes of Cune and Petaquero. The Muisca Trail, like the path we followed from the Llanos to the Sabana de Bogotá, was to us an interesting example of the manner in which the Indians traced out their roads. Having neither blasting powder nor dynamite, they were perforce obliged to go around the rocks that were in their way. But in spite of this, owing to their thorough familiarity with the country, they always succeeded in finding the shortest routes from one point to another. They made it a rule, however, never to get far away from a water supply, and for this reason, their roads nearly always kept close to the watercourses of the regions through which they passed. The conquistadores, who had to be always on the alert against the Indians, and who took every precaution against surprise and ambuscade, avoided swamps and lowlands, and kept rather to the commanding ridges of the country on their line of march. As a consequence, the best roads in Colombia today are those traced out by the old Muisca traders, and by Quesada in the north and Robledo, Almaguer and Belalcazar in the west and south. On our way to Guaduas from Chimbe, we observed a number of small plantations of sugar cane, and nearby there was usually a trappage, a primitive contrivance for extracting the juice from the cane. It consisted of a thatched shed under which was a cumbersome, creaking machine consisting essentially of 3 vertical cylinders of wood which were kept in motion by a span of mules or a yoke of oxen driven by a boy. The cane was fed into the machine by a couple of women, and the juice was received into a wooden trough. From this it was transferred into a boiler if panela crude sugar was desired. More frequently, however, it was conveyed to a still in order to be converted into aguardiente, a crude distillate, rich in alcohol of which the natives, the country over, consume large quantities. But fond as the inhabitants are of aguardiente, and garrapo, the fermented juice of the sugar cane, or a mixture of sugar and water which has undergone fermentation, the most popular drink, especially among the poorer classes, is chicha. This is to the greater part of South America what pulque is to Mexico and beer to Germany the national beverage. It has been so from time immemorial. Chicha was as much esteemed by the Muiscas before the arrival of the Spaniards as it is today. For then, as now, no festivity or celebration was considered complete without a liberal supply of this enlivening potation. Padre Rivero, referring to the love of drink, especially of chicha among the Indians, says, "Drink is their life, their glory, and the acme of their happiness." The earlier historians have much to say of the frightful orgies, as the result of overindulgence in chicha, that obtained among all classes on the occasions of national festivals or the celebration of a victory over an enemy. It is said to be used to excess today, as much as in former times, but of this I cannot speak from personal observation. All the way from Villavicencio to Honda, we saw countless estancos and estanquitos licensed bars of the type of our lowest dram shops, where chicha is the principal drink sold. But, although we saw many people, men and women, congregated about these places, we never saw a single case of drunkenness or any serious disturbance of any kind. This was not because no one had been drinking while we were present. All had been imbibing more or less freely, but they seemed so accustomed to the use of their favorite beverages that they were no more affected by them than are the people of France and Italy by the drinking of the wines of their respective countries. From what the reader will ask, and how is chicha prepared? It is made from Indian corn and by an extremely simple process. It is indeed the same method as was employed before the conquest. First of all, the grains of maize are moistened by water and allowed to sprout, just as barley is treated in the manufacture of beer. After this, the product is dried and roasted in a large earthen jar. Then, by means of a piedra de molera kind of crude, mortar like the metate, which the Mexican uses for reducing maize to meal, the grains are ground and then put into hot water and allowed to ferment. As a result of germination and the action of hot water, the starch of the maize is converted into sugar. This, by fermentation, is next changed into alcohol, which gives to chicha its intoxicating property. This is less noxious than that which is produced by boiling the maize and adding to the chicha, thus obtained a certain amount of panela or molasses. When properly prepared, it is an agreeable and wholesome drink, not unlike cider or light beer. I have frequently seen it used at meals by the best families people who would never think of serving at their table a harmful or intoxicating beverage. Berger, I know, condemns it because he asserts it is rich in fusel oil, and because, he maintains, it has a brutalizing effect on those who use it as a beverage. Not having seen a reliable chemical analysis of chicha, I am not prepared to accept his view of the subject. The same writer, it may be remarked, decries cassava bread because he will have it is composed for the most part of cellulose. On our way from Villeta to Guaduas, we were obliged to pass two lofty mountain crests, El Alto del Trigo and El Alto del Razel. It was then again, for the 100th time, that we admired the sagacity of the mule and the importance of having one that is familiar with service in the mountains. If the camel deserves the epithet ship of the desert, the mule is entitled to being considered the aeroplane of the mountains. For the way he scales the highest peaks, almost rivaling the condor in the altitudes he is capable of attaining, and the manner in which he, with perfect security, glides along the narrow, dizzy paths of the precipitous mountain slopes, is a matter of ever-increasing wonder. We never, I confess, became quite reconciled to the habit all mules have of keeping on the side of the path, next to the precipice except when they meet animals coming from the opposite direction. When they instinctively crowd closely to the overhanging mountain butt, we soon learned that the mule had as much care for his safety as we had for our own. And then the danger, we at first so much dreaded, became more apparent than real. It is curious, but a fact, that a mule left to himself will almost always follow in the footsteps made by his predecessor, and no persuasion can induce him to deviate from the beaten path. So regular and so constant is his pace that one could almost determine in advance the number of steps he will make from one point to another. He rarely stumbles, and still more rarely does he fall. And no matter how deep may be the chasm along whose brink he carefully feels his way, he never suffers from vertigo nor makes a false step. Certain travelers tell us blood-curdling stories about their mules losing their balance and plunging headlong into dark, deep ravines, but during all my travels among the Andes, I never heard of such a thing, and from what I know of the supreme carefulness of the mule when in dangerous places, such an accident seems most unlikely. If he is overloaded, he files a protest by lying down and refusing to rise until relieved of a part of his burden. Occasionally, too, when he reaches a suitable level spot, he may take it into his head to have a roll, and he incontinently proceeds to gratify this inclination before his rider is aware of his intention. I recall particularly how disconcerted and disgusted C was on one occasion, when his mule, on arriving at a specially dusty place in the road, lay down without giving the slightest notice of his purpose and proceeded to take a roll, before his rider was able to extricate himself from his uncomfortable position. For a proud caballero who, when he happened to be the cynosure of a group of admiring senoritas and faded dames of quality, would fain pose as a scion of Castilian nobility, this was an indignity that merited condign punishment. The consequence was that whenever, thereafter, C noticed a suspicious movement in his mount, he forthwith proceeded to ply him with a tough, pliable rod from a coffee bush, which had the effect of distracting, at least temporarily, the mule's attention to matters of greater moment. Among the many objects that were to us a source of constant wonder and delight in the tropics were the butterflies. We met them in countless species in the most unexpected places, especially during our journeyings in the lower altitudes. Here we found them of the most brilliant hues and of every color of the spectrum. In some districts, as for instance between the Nevada de Santa Marta and the sea, there are at times clouds of them, and their number is then comparable only with the millions of medusae that people certain parts of the ocean. At times, owing to their prodigious numbers and their gorgeous colors, one could, without a great stretch of the imagination, fancy oneself gazing at fluttering bits of a shattered rainbow. The largest and most beautiful is the Morphocyprus, having an expanse of wing of fully 6 inches, a bright cobalt blue above, and oscillated underneath. According to Hetner, the people around Muso, where the celebrated emerald mines are located, will have it that there is a mysterious relationship between the mineral emeralds buried in the earth and animal emeralds that flit through the air. How like the fancy of the aborigines of Trinidad that, the glittering colibris formerly occurring in such numbers in that island were the souls of departed Indians. Quite rivaling the butterflies in splendor and adornment are the beauteous hummingbirds that are met with from ocean level to mountain summit. Poets and naturalists have essayed in vain to portray their marvelous richness of coloring and their magic evolutions as they dart from flower to flower, or balance themselves above some bright fragrant corolla while drawing from it its precious nectar. As well might the painter try to transfer to canvas the glories of the setting sun as to copy the iridescent hues of such glowing mites of the feathered tribe as the ruby throat or the fiery topaz. Truly, they as well as the noted paradisans of New Guinea should come under the expressive designation of birds of paradise. After a hard day's ride, we reached Guaduas just as the sun had dropped behind the mountain to the west. Guaduas in Spanish signifies bamboos, and the town was given this name on account of the large number of these giant, tree-like grasses that formerly grew in and about the place. Even now numerous clumps of bamboo may be seen here, especially along the many watercourses which intersect the delightful valley in which the town is located. It is really remarkable for how many purposes the bamboo is used in the equatorial regions. It is employed in building houses, bridges, rafts, fences, for making planks, beams, rafters, bedsteads, benches, tables, buckets, and small vessels for holding molasses, aguardiente, and other fluids, and for various other domestic utensils too numerous to mention. Indeed, to the poorer classes of the Colombian Andes, it is almost as useful as is the banana plant to the native of Uganda, who contrives to get from it everything he uses except meat and iron. In the plaza of the town, there is a monument erected to the patriotic heroine, Policarpa Salaverieta, who was shot in Bogotá during the War of Independence, by order of the viceroy, for the part she took in assisting those who were fighting against the mother country. Throughout Colombia, her memory is held in benediction, and the story of her tragic death has been a favorite theme for poet and historian as well. Our first view of Guaduas, in its charming setting of perennial verdure, illumined by the crimson glow of the setting sun, was a picture of surpassing charm. It bodied forth all the tranquility, verdancy, and loveliness which Humboldt found in Ibig than which nil quietus, nil muscosius, nil ammonius. The spell was broken, however, when we entered the town. We then found to our regret that it was another of so many instances where distance lends enchantment to the view. So favorably situated, and with so agreeable a climate, it could easily be made one of the most delightful places of residence in the Republic. Let us hope that this is what it shall be in the approaching dawn of a new era. Before leaving Bogotá, we had been told by a noted English traveler to be on the lookout for a remarkable view towards the west, from the summit of El Alto del Sargento. Be sure not to miss it, he said, for from that point you will behold one of the most magnificent panoramas in the world. We were at first inclined to regard this statement as the usual exaggeration of the tourist, but were, nevertheless, eager to contemplate a prospect so famed for beauty and sublimity. In order to reach the crest of the mountain, before the clouds gathered about El Sargento, which usually occurs about midday, we made an early start from our posada, where we had found commodious and fairly comfortable quarters, and were soon on our way up the last of the serraneous mountain ridges that separated us from the Magdalena Valley. It was about 11 o'clock when we arrived at the summit of El Sargento. We had just rounded a tree-covered eminence that concealed the view towards the west, when all of a sudden there burst upon our vision what was, to me at least, the most superb spectacle I had ever contemplated. C and I instinctively stood still in silent rapture. As the picture appeared to us, it surpassed by far all that had been said in its praise. Not even half the truth had been told. Our emotion was too great for words, and, as we paused in mute admiration, one of us at least recalled a similar experience enjoyed by 3 other travelers in the Guadarrama Mountains of Spain. It is thus recorded in Longfellow's The Spanish Student. Victorian, this is the highest point, here let us rest. See, Preciosa, see how all about us, kneeling, like hooded friars, the misty mountains receive the benediction of the sun. O glorious sight! Preciosa, most beautiful indeed. Hippolito, most wonderful. In the foreground beneath our feet was the wooded slope of El Sargento. In the distance, near the mountain's base, were the picturesque towns of San Juan and Ambilma. Further on, like an immense opalescent band, was the meandering Magdalena. Beyond it were the broad plains of Mariquita, which extended as far as the foothills of the central Cordillera. Over and above these, veiled in an azure haze, and piercing the clouds, were the snow-crowned mass of Ruiz and the Mesa de Hervio, and slightly to the left, but towering above all the neighboring peaks, was Tolima, the giant of the Colombian Andes. But it was not merely the physical features just mentioned that produced the admirable picture that held us spellbound. It was the marvelous combination of light and shade, the position of the sun in the heavens, and the strange optical illusions caused by the bright and fleecy clouds that constantly swept over the landscape. These factors gave rise to an ever-changing perspective, and at times, exaggerated distances and magnitudes in the most extraordinary manner. Each change developed a new picture, and each one was, if possible, more beautiful than that which it replaced. It seemed as if the genius of the Andes wished to give us, as we were leaving his domain, a series of dissolving views on a stupendous scale. View succeeded view with kaleidoscopic rapidity, all distinguished by color schemes of supreme delicacy and splendor. At one time, we caught a glimpse of a cloud grouping that recalled Raphael's Disputa. Perhaps in his Umbrian home nature had gladdened the great artist's soul with a similar view. Perhaps he had caught it from some lofty peak of the Apennines while gazing at the apparition of the morning sun from beneath the blue waters of the Adriatic. Who can tell? What we do know is that he has reproduced in the exquisite creations of his transcendent genius just such cloud effects as rejoiced our vision on that memorable day when we bade adieu to the eastern Cordilleras. Never before had mountain scenery occasioned us keener delight. Only once before had it been my privilege to contemplate a vista at all approaching the one that unfolded itself before us in the picturesque valley of the Magdalena. That was long years ago, as I stood on the summit of Mt. Parnassus. It was a balmy morning in summer. Rosy-fingered dawn was just making her appearance beyond the plain where Troy once stood, and was hastening to gladden by her smile the islands of the Aegean and the one-time famous land of Hellas. Then I beheld, spread out before me, the greater part of Greece, together with the countless islands that engirdle it. It was a panorama which I then thought was unequaled in the wide world. But beautiful, sublime, glorious as it undoubtedly was, it has since yielded the palm to the unrivaled vista that greeted us from the summit of El Sargento. How Turner and Ruskin, we exclaimed, would have reveled in such scenic splendor. How it would have delighted the heart of Claude Lorraine, the painter of idyllic scenes and the master of aerial perspective. What ecstatic joy would not Gaspard and Nicholas Poussin, Ruysdael and Corot, have experienced in the presence of such exuberant vegetation, such sparkling streams and fleece-like clouds, such grandiose mountains with their spotless mantles of eternal snow. And how such a spot as El Sargento would have appealed to the aesthetic soul of Saint Benedict or to such lovers of wild nature as Saint Bruno or Saint Francis, the Poverello of Assisi. Had they found such a place, it would undoubtedly have been chosen as a site for a temple, like Our Lady of the Angels, or a monastic retreat like that of Monte Cassino or the Grand Chartreuse. We were still under the spell of the matchless pictures engraved on our memories long after we had started on our way down the mountain. Before we had realized it, we had passed from the Tierra Templata to the Tierra Caliente. We were again in the dense and luxuriant forests of the lowlands in a region of perpetual summer, like unto that which we had left behind us in the valleys of the Meta and the Orinoco. We had left the habitat of the coffee plant and the oak, and were now in the territory of the cacao and the tolu tree, the vanilla vine and the morich palm. Far above and behind us, on lofty mountain peaks where sunbeams glide apace with shadows in their train, were the favorite haunts of the fleet and sporting oreads. Our path was now through a dense, gloomy forest where silence and twilight. Twin sisters keep their noonday watch and sail among the shades like vaporous shapes half-seen. It was in such a somber forest as this, we fancied, where, under the influence of a fertile soil, perpetual warmth and humidity, the teeming earth, in later geologic time, fed the countless monsters that depended on her bounty. It was amid such surroundings that they were wont to hold high carnival or engage in that struggle for existence which resulted in the survival of the fittest, until finally all were swept away by some fatal agency of which we know so little. Had we seen a megatherium, or a mylodon, or a megalonyx crossing our path, or observed a mastodon pushing his bulky form through the dense underbrush? Had we seen a screaming pterodactyl passing over our heads, or beheld a giant iguanodon floundering in the morass by the wayside, or browsing on the succulent crowns of the Mauritia flexuosa, we should have regarded it all as in perfect keeping with our environment. Our reveries were suddenly disturbed by the soft, dulcet notes of the tipple. Only a short distance ahead of us, reclining against a mango tree, was an amorous young mestizo, who was fondly gazing on his dusky querida while thrumming his instrument. She, during the serenade of her ardent suitor, sat on the doorsill of a bamboo dwelling with a palm-thatched roof, having seemingly no thought beyond satisfying the cravings of two little nude, paunchy, bananivorous urchins. Apparently her brother and sister Pablo and Julia by name who, like ebony statuettes, were standing at her knee and clamoring for another banana from a bunch suspended from a rafter above the cabin door. Farther on was another cabin, from which issued coarser notes of shouts and laughter. It was a chicheria, and the chicha there served was evidently the cause of the good nature and general merriment that prevailed. We then discovered that we were on the outskirts of a small pueblo, just across the river from the goal of our day's journey. Our long, yet delightful ride across the Oriental Andes was at an end. Crossing a steel suspension bridge, the noblest structure of the kind in the republic which here spans Colombia's great waterway, we were in Honda, the head of navigation for the lower Magdalena. Chapter 12. The Valley of the Magdalena. Salad, majestuoso rio. Al contemplar tu frente coronada de los hijos más viejos de la tierra lino solo de ti. Siento mi alma arrastrada en la espuma de tus olas, que entre profundos remolinos braman de aquel gran ser quel infinito abraza. Manuel M. Ditto. While in Guaduas, we met a Scotch engineer, who was superintendent of a gold mine in the mountains west of Honda. Desiring to know the truth about the excessive temperature of this place, about which we had heard so many reports, we asked him if it was really true that the heat in Honda was as intense as represented. "You will," he said, "find it the hottest place you have ever visited. It is certainly the most torrid place I know, and I have been something of a globetrotter in my time. Hades, if I have caught the meaning of the word, as used in the Revised Version, is quite temperate in comparison with it. Business frequently calls me to Bogotá, and on my way thither, I must necessarily pass through Honda, but I never stop there longer than is absolutely necessary, and I always try to avoid being there in the daytime. If I must stop there for a few hours, I time my journey so as to arrive there at night, and make it a point to leave before morning. Hot! I think it is the hottest and most suffocating spot on earth. It has always been a mystery to me how people can live there at all. I know of nothing to compare it with except one of the burning pits of Dante's Inferno." Had we not learned by long experience how to discount such statements, the prospect of spending some days in a town with such a reputation for grilling the stranger within its gates would have been anything but inviting. But we had heard similar reports about the Llanos and the valley of the Orinoco, and had found, on arriving in these regions, that the temperature said to prevail there had been greatly exaggerated. The same we found to be true of Honda. During our sojourn there, our thermometer never registered more than 86 degrees F in the shade. Of course, around midday it was uncomfortable in the sun, but I have been in many places in the United States where I suffered more from the heat than I did in Honda. The town is about 700 feet above sea level and counts nearly 4,000 inhabitants. It is separated into two parts by the river Guali, which here enters the Magdalena. Being the center of traffic for Bogotá, the upper Magdalena, and the mining district round about Mariquita, it is a place of considerable importance. As soon, however, as the Colombian National Railway, now nearing completion, shall have connected Girardot with Bogotá, Honda will lose the commercial supremacy it has maintained for nearly 3 centuries. There will then be little reason for a town in this place, and it will lapse into a straggling village similar to many others along the river. And the Muisca Trail, over which we had so delightful a ride, will be no longer needed, and will soon disappear in the dense and rank vegetation through which it passes. Then, too, will disappear those long and picturesque mule trains that so often crowded us to the roadside on our way from Bogotá, and which have been almost the sole means employed for the transportation of freight and passengers since the capital was founded by Quesada nearly 4 centuries ago. We shall always congratulate ourselves that we were able to make the trip on muleback rather than by a railway train. We can thus feel that we have, to a great extent, seen the country as it was in colonial times before its character was modified by the innovations of modern progress and the introduction of modern inventions. In 1805, Honda was visited by a terrific earthquake, from the effects of which it has never recovered. Everywhere are evidences of the frightful cataclysm. Some of the largest and most important structures are still in ruins, nor has any attempt ever been made to restore certain quarters of the town to their prior condition. After a few days' halt at Honda, we were ready to continue our journey towards the Caribbean. The rapids of the Magdalena make it impracticable for steamers to ascend the river as far as the town. For this reason, it is necessary to go by rail to La Dorada 18 miles northwards. But although the distance is so short, it takes 2 hours for the train to make the run. The road, however, passes through a picturesque country and time passes pleasantly and quickly. Before one realizes it, one is at La Dorada, where the transfer is made to the steamer bound for Barranquilla. There are several lines of steamboats plying between La Dorada and Barranquilla and intermediate points, but all the boats, which are stern-wheelers, are quite small. The largest of them will not carry more than 400 tons. Usually the tonnage is much less, not more than 100 or 200 tons. Our boat, which was recommended as the best and the most comfortable on the river, was one of the largest and newest, but if it was the best, it is difficult to conceive what the others must have been. A glance was sufficient to convince us that the craft on the Magdalena are in every way inferior to those on the Orinoco and its affluents. The Venezuelan boats are larger, and with incomparably better equipment and appointments. They are clean, well kept, and the service is good. Their cabins are commodious and well ventilated. They are, besides, provided with all necessary furniture, and the berths are as comfortable as could be desired. But how different is it on the Magdalena boats? In the cabins, in place of berths with neat bedding, there is a bare cot, usually of questionable cleanliness. Each passenger is supposed to supply his own bedding. As to lavatories and bathrooms, those that we saw were filthy beyond description. Our stewards were half-dressed, barefooted, slovenly, unwashed Negro boys who seemed to have been picked up on the streets at random, just before the boat left its moorings. The cuisine and service were in keeping with everything else, and left very much room for improvement. The natives, having nothing better, seemed to be satisfied with the conditions that obtained. The foreigners, however, and there were representatives of several nationalities aboard, could never become reconciled to the lack of so many things essential to comfortable traveling, and were always glad when their river experiences were at an end. For ourselves, who had been roughing it so long, the trip down the river was not so trying as it was for many others. We were, besides, better prepared for such a journey than the other passengers. We had our camping outfits with us, together with clean bedding, which had received the attention of the laundress before we left Bogotá. We had, besides, good Khmer hammocks and mosquito nets, so that we had nothing to apprehend from filth, vermin, or insects. Thus equipped, we really enjoyed our voyage on the Magdalena, but we were probably the only ones who did. After we had gotten fairly started downstream, and could contemplate at our leisure the rich tropical vegetation that fringed both banks, our minds reverted to the first trip made down this river by Europeans. The travelers were the celebrated conquistadores, of whom mention has already been made, viz., Quesada, Belalcazar, and Fetterman. They embarked with a number of soldiers at Guadaqui, a short distance above Honda. But they had scarcely started on their downward course before they encountered the rapids at the mouth of the Guali. They were then obliged to unload their 2 brigantines and canoes and transport their contents to the lower part of the cataract, whence, after reloading, they were able to proceed again on their long journey to Cartagena. It was while passing this point that Quesada learned from his Indian boatmen of the existence of gold in the valley of the Guali. In consequence of this information, the town of Marquita was founded without delay and has ever since been a mining center of considerable importance. It was in this place that Quesada died after his return from Spain. From here, his remains were transferred to the Cathedral of Bogotá, where they still repose. According to Padre Simon, Quesada and his companions were frequently, during their journey down the river, attacked by Indians, who came out to salute them and speed their way with a shower of poisoned arrows. With the help of God, he continues, joined to eternal vigilance, their own valor, and a liberal supply of powder and firearms with which the soldiers of Belalcazar were provided, they were able finally to arrive at Cartagena and give the first information regarding the great campaign in which Quesada and his followers had achieved such signal success. The Magdalena, like many other watercourses in South America, was at first known as the Rio Grande, the Great River. It was subsequently given the name it now bears in honor of Saint Mary Magdalene. At times, it is comparatively narrow and deep. Then navigation is easy and without danger. At other times, shallow, disreputable, vast it spreads across the western plains. Then progress is difficult, and the boat may run into a sandbar at any moment. And if the river should then be falling, it may be impossible to get the craft free until the water rises. Only a short time before our trip, one of the steamers had been held in a sandbank for 40 days. As it was not near any place where provisions could be obtained, the passengers suffered greatly from hunger, not to speak of the suspense and enforced detention on an uncomfortable boat. Owing to the shallowness of the river, the boat was, during the first part of the voyage, always tied up for the night at the first tree or stump that might be found on the bank at sunset. The following morning, we were supposed to resume our journey at daybreak, but as the firemen did not begin to get up steam before that time, it was usually an hour after sunrise before we were underway. We stopped at every village and warehouse along the river, sometimes to deliver the mail, often consisting of only a single letter or package, or to take on a passenger. 2 or 3 times a day, also, we halted to take on wood to supply the furnace with fuel, for here, as on the Meta, coal is not used. Fortunately, we were never obliged, as on the Meta, to delay until the wood could be cut. Large wood piles are found every few miles all along the river. They usually belong to a Negro, who has a hut or shed nearby, together with a small garden and a few domestic animals, which supply him and his family with food in their sequestered home. We stopped at several large warehouses, many of them constructed of corrugated iron from the United States. This seems strange in a land where timber is so abundant, but there are no sawmills in the Magdalena Valley. South of Barranquilla, but little lumber is produced. Imported lumber would be more expensive and less durable than iron. At these places, the chief articles of merchandise are coffee, cacao, hides, and vegetable ivory. This last product, also called ivory nuts, is the fruit of a species of palm known as Phytolepis macrocarpa and constitutes, in this part of Colombia, an important article of commerce. For many things, it is a good substitute for elephant ivory, which it rivals in whiteness, beauty, and solidity, and collecting it for shipment gives occupation to quite a number of the poor inhabitants of the Magdalena Valley. We usually went ashore at the different landing places to see the people and familiarize ourselves with their mode of life. It was generally as simple and primitive as possible, almost as primitive, in some instances, as we conceive it to have been in the Quaternary period or in the days of the troglodytes. Often their dwellings were little more than palm-thatched sheds barely sufficient to shield their occupants from sun and rain. A tulpa, consisting of 3 stones, served them in lieu of a stove, and on this they broiled the fish caught in the river or prepared their arepas corn cakes or their sancocho, a kind of ragu, as popular in some parts of Colombia as it is in Venezuela. We were surprised to see in the houses and shops along the Magdalena Valley what we had often observed in various parts of Colombia and Venezuela, the large number of illustrated circulars of Spanish, English, and French proprietary medicines. The insides of certain houses were sometimes quite plastered over with them. But what was more surprising was the number of lithographs we saw of the German emperor. Sometimes he was represented alone, at others he was depicted as surrounded by the members of his family. In several places, we saw pictures not only of the emperor and his family, but also those of his father and grandfather and Bismarck. And the remarkable thing about it was that, in some cases, there were no Germans living within hundreds of miles of where we came across these pictures. Had some enthusiastic Teuton tried to start a propaganda in favor of the Vaterland by distributing broadcast these engravings of the imperial family? I know not, but judging solely from the number of their pictures we came across in Venezuela and Colombia, One would be led to suppose that the Hohenzollern rulers are the most popular of potentates, at least in this part of South America. While stopping to take on some rubber at a certain small village, we had a remarkable illustration of the rapidity with which the bed of the river is sometimes changed, even when the water is comparatively low. We had scarcely reached the landing place when there was a terrific crash, occasioned by the falling in of a large section of the bank on which the village was built. Soon afterwards, another section gave way, and then a third and a fourth. The whole bank seemed to be undermined by the river. And, although the warehouse was fully 50 feet away from the water when we arrived, so much of the bank had been carried away in less than half an hour that not only the contents of the building, but also the building itself had to be hurriedly removed in order that it and the merchandise stored within might not be borne away by the resistless current. As the structure was of light bamboo and put together with a view to such an emergency, the transfer was not a difficult task. When we started to continue our course, it looked as if the eroding action of the river would necessitate the changing of the site of the entire village before nightfall. Such changes in the course of the river are not uncommon. They are going on all the time in some part or other of the valley. One may frequently see immense masses of earth suddenly detached, which are a serious menace to the champans, large covered flatboats and other small craft that happen to pass by at the time. Sometimes the giants of the forest are thus wrested from their footholds and may be seen drifting downstream together with masses of vegetation attached to them. At times, too, masses of earth, like floating islets, are visible, and may travel a long distance downstream before their course is arrested by an island or a sandbar. Ordinarily, the changes in the riverbed are gradual and occasion little danger to life or property. Sometimes, however, during the rainy season, and when the flood is unusually high, widespread devastation is the result. Whole villages are swept away by the deluge, and towns, that were before important commercial centers, are suddenly isolated and left far from the navigable part of the river. Places that before were favorably situated are, after the flood, found to be in the midst of pestiferous morasses. Such has been the fate of many places along the waterways of Colombia, but more notably in the great island of Mompos, near the confluence of the Cauca and the Magdalena. Here several places that were at one time centers of industrial and agricultural activity have long since either ceased to exist or lost entirely their pristine importance. The town of Mompos is probably the most remarkable example of this kind. Founded in 1539 by Alonso de Heredia, it is one of the oldest towns in the Republic, and was for generations the most important commercial center between Cartagena and Honda. But owing to a displacement of the main channel of the river, and the filling in of the branch of the river on which the town was built, it is now practically deprived of its former means of communication with the rest of the country, and is rapidly verging towards extinction. The Magdalena, as a commercial highway, has been much neglected. As a consequence, no one can calculate when leaving Honda how long it will take him to reach Barranquilla. It may require 5 or 6 days, or it may demand twice that much time. All depends on the shifting bed of the river or the blocking of the channel by sandbars and accumulations of floating timber. By reason of these obstructions and the ever-varying depth of the main channel, navigation is usually impossible at night, except below the island of Mompos, where the volume of water is swelled by the tribute of the mighty Cauca. If the Magdalena were under the supervision of a corps of competent engineers, having at their disposal the necessary dredges and other appliances for keeping the main channel in prime condition, a properly constructed boat would easily make the trip from Honda to the mouth of the river in 2 days and traverse the same course upstream in 3 days at most. It is really a pity to see such a splendid watercourse so neglected. If cared for as it should be, it could easily be rendered an artery for inland commerce of the first importance. As it is, transportation, as now carried on, is always slow and uncertain, and never free from danger and disaster. As a serviceable means of communication with the outside world, we were constantly contrasting the Magdalena with the Meta. From our observations, we should consider the Meta, from its junction with the Orinoco to Caballero, or even to the mouth of the Humia, as a safer waterway than the Magdalena. Only twice did our boat graze a sandbank in the Meta, but it continued its course without a moment's stoppage. In the Magdalena, however, we frequently ran into sandbars or shallow water, and, on several occasions, had difficulty in extricating and floating our craft. Once we were delayed for some time, and began to fear that, owing to the falling water, we should be stranded for weeks, as other boats had been not long before. When peace shall have been firmly established in Colombia, and its finances shall have been placed on a satisfactory basis, the patriotic and far-seeing statesmen of the Republic will, I am convinced, see the necessity of carrying out the plan of the former Archbishop and Viceroy of New Granada Don Antonio Caballero, y Gongoriand, connecting Bogotá with Europe by means of the Meta and the Orinoco. It will not be a difficult feat of engineering to build a railroad from the capital to a suitable point on the Meta, and the length of such a road need not exceed 150 miles at most. This will bring Bogotá within 8 or 10 hours of the headwaters of navigation and develop the most valuable and most productive grazing section of the country. The highest point the road need reach in crossing the eastern Cordilleras will be less than that of several passes in Colorado, where the Rocky Mountains are scaled by the Iron Horse with a long train of cargo behind him. The pass of Chipec, by which we entered the altiplanicies of Bogotá, is several thousand feet lower than the heights crossed by the railways leading from the waters of the Pacific to Lake Titicaca and to Argentina by way of Cumber Pass, and is nearly a mile lower than the point where the Galera Tunnel pierces the Cordillera on the way from Lima to Arroyo. What Colombia really needs is the betterment of both its great waterways, the Meta for the eastern and the Magdalena for the western part of the Republic. Until they shall both have been put in such condition as to be navigable during the entire year, it will be impossible fully to develop the marvelous resources of this extensive country. River traffic will always remain cheaper than traffic by rail, and, on account of many physical difficulties, it is highly improbable that certain valuable sections of territory will ever be tapped by railroads. When, however, these two main arteries of commerce shall have received the attention they deserve, and shall have been put in communication with the rich grazing, mining, and agricultural regions by the various lines of railway that are contemplated or in course of construction, Colombia will at once take a position among the richest and most flourishing republics of South America. Only those who have traveled through it can fully realize its wonderful natural riches, or form an adequate conception of its vast extent. Sufficient to state that its area is more than 10 times as great as the state of New York, or as great as that of France, Germany, and the British Isles combined. As to the great Pan-American line, which has been projected to connect New York with Buenos Aires, that is talked of in Colombia as well as in the United States. But when one contemplates the enormous engineering difficulties to be encountered in the construction of the section extending from Costa Rica to the frontier of Ecuador, one is compelled to regard the project as a much more arduous undertaking than some of its enthusiastic promoters would have us believe. Railway communication will soon be complete from Buenos Aires to central Peru, and, judging by work now being accomplished in Ecuador, steel rails will soon span the country from the northern to the southern boundaries of this republic. But with all this work completed, the most difficult part of the colossal enterprise will still remain untouched. Even should the road eventually be completed, as is possible, it is still doubtful whether long stretches of it would ever pay even a nominal interest on the investment. The part of the Magdalena Valley between Honda and the island of Mompos is but sparsely inhabited. Most of the inhabitants are Indians, mestizos, or Negroes, the descendants of former slaves. On account of the heat and malaria that always prevail in the lowlands, but few white men are found here, and their sojourn, as a rule, is only temporary. But near the confluence of the Cauca and the Magdalena, and thence to the Caribbean, there are rich and extensive esteros grazing lands covered with succulent para and Guinea grasses, several feet high. In these broad plains, there are no fewer than 500,000 cattle, not to speak of large numbers of horses, mules, and other domestic animals. Some of the cattle we saw reminded us of the fat, sleek animals we had seen on the llanos watered by the Rio Negro and the Jumia. Under more favorable conditions, the number could greatly be increased. The scenery along the Magdalena is much like that along the Meta and the Orinoco, except that along the western river one sees more of the mountains, especially in the southern part. The vegetation is similar in character and quite as varied and exuberant. On both sides of the river, trees and bushes are so massed together as to form an impenetrable wall. Everywhere there is a veritable maze of creeping plants, of bromelias, bignonias, passifloras. And everywhere, too, are lianas aptly named monkey ladders which bind tree to tree and branch to branch. Usually they are single, like ropes, whence their name bush ropes, but often they are twined together like strands in a cable. Frequently, they are seen descending from the topmost part of a tree to the ground, where they forthwith strike root and present the appearance of the stays and shrouds of a ship's main mast. And where there is air and sunshine, these lianas, which often form bights like ropes, are loaded with epiphytes of all kinds and decorated with the rarest and most beautiful orchids. Indeed, the regions on both sides of the Magdalena have long been favorite resorts for the orchid hunters in the employ of the florists and merchant princes of the United States and Europe. From here, these bizarre vegetable forms are shipped by thousands. One enthusiastic English collector tells us how he secured, as the result of 2 months' work, about 10,000 plants of the highly prized odontoglossum. But to obtain these orchids, he was obliged to fell some 4,000 trees. The most magnificent sight, he writes, for even the most stoical observer, is the immense clumps of Cattleya Mendelii, each new bulb bearing 4 or 5 of its gorgeous rose-colored flowers, many of them growing in the full sun or with very little shade, and possessing a glowing color which is very difficult to get in the stuffy hothouses where the plants are cultivated. Some of these plants, considering their size and the slowness of growth, must have taken many years to develop, for I have taken plants from the trees with 500 bulbs and as many as 100 spikes of flowers, which, to a lover of orchids, is a sight worth traveling from Europe to see. It is when contemplating the marvelous variety and luxuriance of intertropical flora of which one in our northern climes can have no adequate conception that one is tempted to exclaim with Wordsworth, "It is my faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes." And if the extraordinary claims which Professors Wagner, France, and G. H. Darwin make for plants be true, viz., that they have minds and are conscious of their existence, that they feel pain and have memories, then, indeed, should we be disposed to regard the exuberant and wondrously developed plants of the equatorial world as occupying the highest plane in the evolutionary process of vegetable life. Passing the embouchure of the Apon, on the right bank of the Magdalena evoked, in a special manner, memories of Quesada and his valiant band. It was here they left the Magdalena during that memorable expedition that made them the undisputed masters of the country now known as Colombia. More than 8 months had passed since they had started from Santa Marta on their career of discovery and conquest. The difficulties they had to encounter and the sufferings they had to endure were extreme. Mosquitoes, wasps, ants, and other insects, reptiles and jaguars gave them no rest, day or night. Certain kinds of worms, the old chroniclers tell us, buried themselves in the flesh of the exhausted and half-famished men and caused them untold agony. Indians everywhere laid ambush for them and assailed them with poisoned arrows from every point of vantage. Even the elements seemed to conspire against them. There was a continual downpour of rain, so that it was impossible to light a fire for any purpose. Their arms were almost destroyed by rust, and they were left without a single dry charge of powder. Their provisions became exhausted, and starvation stared them in the face. To preserve life, they devoured their sword scabbards and every article of leather they had with them. There was incessant thunder, unchanging gloom, eternal horror, and other features of the pit infernal. Their course was through dense underbrush and pestiferous swamps, and up precipitous acclivities, whither they had to drag their weakened horses by long lianas that served the purpose of ropes. Finally, after the most heroic efforts, they came to a place where they found provisions of veritable land of promise for the suffering but intrepid Spaniards. They had left behind them the inhospitable sierras of the Apon, and were on the verge of the fertile plateau of Cundinamarca that constituted the home of the Muiscas. Here they found maize, potatoes, yuccas, beans, tomatoes, and, as Padre Simon phrases it, 1,000 other chachirias titbits of the aborigines. Well could they, in the language of Castellanos, exclaim, with thanksgiving, a good land, a land which puts an end to our suffering, a land of gold, a land of plenty, a land for a home, a land of benediction, bright and serene." It was then that the enthusiastic soldiers, whose courage would often have faltered, had it not been for the determination and perseverance of their invincible leader, gathered around Quesada to congratulate him on the successful issue of his great undertaking, and to assure him of their undying loyalty in any future enterprise in which he might require their services. And well they might render the noble licentiate the meed of praise he so well deserved, for had it not been for him, the expedition would have been a failure, and they would undoubtedly have perished before they could have returned to Santa Marta, as had so many of their companions, who had turned back before the ascent of the Cordillera was begun. To some of his officers who, in view of the unheard-of difficulties they had to encounter, recommended that the expedition be abandoned, he replied that he would regard as a personal enemy anyone who, in future, would make such a pusillanimous proposal, and one so foreign to Spanish valor. All in all, he was one of the bravest and most humane of the conquistadors, and successfully performed a task before which a less valorous commander would have given up in despair. His achievements obscure by their brilliancy and daring those of Amadis and Roldan, and are in no wise inferior to those of any of the conquistadores. They may truthfully, in the words of Bacon, written anent a performance of Sir Richard Grenville, be styled as memorable beyond credit, and to the height of some heroical fable. Quesada has taken his place in Valhalla among the greatest of the world's heroes, and his memory will endure as long as splendid deeds of prowess shall stir the souls of men. Of him and his gallant companions, one can say what Peter Martyr wrote of their countrymen in general. Wherefore, the Spaniards in these o'er days and their noble enterprises do not due place either to the facts of Saturnus, or Hercules, or any other of the ancient princes of famous memory, which were canonized among the gods called heroes for their searching of new lands and regions, and bringing the same to better culture and civility. Lower down the Magdalena, on the left bank of the river, we approached the scene of the exploits of another of the distinguished conquistadors, Pedro de Heredia, the founder of Cartagena. After he had reduced to submission the Indians who had been victorious over Ojeda, he started towards the Magdalena, where he collected such immense treasures of gold that when it was divided, each soldier received no less than 6,000 ducats. This was the equivalent of $48,000 in gold at the present valuation of this metal, and was the largest apportionment of spoil, at least, so far as private soldiers were concerned, made during the conquest. He afterwards made a similar expedition to the territories drained by the San Jorge and the Neche, affluents of the Cauca, in search of the rich veins whence the Indians extracted their gold. He did not find the objects of his quest, but came across several rich cemeteries, in which the dead had been interred with their jewels, and a sanctuary with idols adorned with plates of gold. From these, he secured treasures to the amount of more than $3 million of our money. Strange as it may seem, the method Heredia resorted to of securing gold, the rifling of the huacas burial places of the aborigines, has been continued until the present day. There are still men in Colombia, notably in Antioquia Huaqueros. They are called who gain a livelihood by searching for huacas and extracting from them the gold and emeralds they frequently contain. The year before our trip, there appeared in an English magazine the following paragraph in an article purporting to give a picture of the Magdalena Valley and its life. Anchored in the forest at midnight, the traveler hears the deep growl of the jaguar, the sharp squeal of the wild cat, the howl of the howler monkey, the long moan of the sloth, and the last scream of the wild pig, pierced by the claws of some patient but ferocious animal ambushed during the past hour, with many other sounds of life, terror, and conflict that fall strangely on the European ear. And, if he waits and watches until the dawn, he may see the alligator dragging his ugly bulk out of the water. Crowds of turtles trailing on the sands, the deer and the tapir coming down to drink, thousands of white cranes on the branches nearest to their prey, thousands of gray ones already wading leg-deep, and many more thousands of other birds clouding the dim horizon, all waiting for the light air they begin their work of life and slaughter. With the alligators in shoals at the bottom of the river, and the millions of birds above its surface, one wonders how any fish are left, yet the river is always literally teeming with fish, as though conscious of the demands it has to meet. Although we were always on the alert, so as to miss nothing of interest, especially anything that concerned the animal life of the tropics, We must confess that in all our experience we never heard growls, squeals, howls, moans, screams, or other sounds of terror and conflict, either along the Magdalena or anywhere else in South America. And we spent nearly a year in the country, and often traveled weeks at a time in the wild virgin forest, far away from human habitations of every kind. Nor did we ever perceive any of the animals that certain tourists would lead one to believe can be seen in such numbers everywhere, even from the deck of a passing steamer. Nowhere along the Orinoco, the Meta, the Magdalena, or elsewhere did we ever catch even a glimpse of a jaguar or a puma, a manatee or a sloth, a wild cat or a wild pig. More than this, not once, during our entire trip through Venezuela and Colombia, through forests and plains, did we ever see a single monkey, except 2 or 3 that were kept as pets by the natives. This may seem an incredible statement. I would have believed such an experience as ours to be absolutely impossible, especially in view of what writers and travelers in South America have told us regarding the immense number of wild animals of all kinds everywhere visible in equatorial wilds. But I am stating a fact that I am quite unable to reconcile with the contrary experiences of others who, according to their own admission, have seen but little compared with what we saw, of the lands through which we passed. I have seen more large game on the plains of New Mexico and Wyoming, from the window of a Pullman car, in a single trip to and from the Pacific coast, than I ever saw in the wilds of South America during nearly a 12-month. Nor did we ever see along the Magdalena, or anywhere else, the thousands of white cranes on branches, nor the thousands of gray ones wading leg-deep, nor the many more thousands clouding the dim horizon, of which the writer of the above-mentioned article professes to have been the fortunate spectator. We rarely saw more than a few dozen cranes at a time, never 100, and I have reason to believe we enjoyed very favorable opportunities, at least during a portion of our long journey, for seeing what was to be seen. At no time did we ever observe as many birds in the air at one time as I have frequently seen in the United States. I feel safe in asserting positively that the number of wild pigeons I have frequently noted in a single flock in the United States would more than equal that of all the birds combined that we saw while in the tropics. Mr. F. Lorraine Petter evidently had an experience somewhat similar to ours. In his recent work on Colombia, he tells us frankly that one sees little of animal life on the Magdalena, that of the mammalia one sees and hears little. Of the jaguars, the pumas, the sloths, the peccaries, the deer, the tapirs, and other animals, dangerous or harmless, we saw or heard as little as we did of the bears which inhabit the hills beyond. It is surprising that, tied up, as we often were, right against the forest, we should not have heard the night call of the carnivora or the sharp bark of the frightened deer. But truth compels us to admit that we did not, and moreover, that the cry of even the howling monkey did not salute us. The number of birds observed along the Magdalena was not greater than I have frequently seen in the valleys of the Missouri or the Columbia. Most of these were parrots and macaws, always noisy and restless, always flying and climbing about, except when eating fruit or cracking nuts. One is at times tempted to describe them as feathered relatives of the monkey. The parrots are sometimes seen in flocks, and their piercing cries are at times almost deafening. They are a sociable bird and are usually seen in considerable numbers. The macaws are remarkable for always flying in pairs, and for their brilliant colors. Their body is flaming scarlet, their wings are tinged with various shades of red, yellow, green, and blue, while their tail is bright blue and scarlet. They, too, like parrots, are very vociferous, and although they may occasionally be found in large numbers, they always fly 2 and 2. The large animals most frequently seen along the Magdalena, as along other tropical rivers, are those horrid monsters, ambiguous between sea and land, the caiman and the scaly crocodile. But even they are not so numerous as certain travelers would have us believe. The largest number we ever saw at one time was 15. They were sunning themselves on a playa sand bank below the island of Mompos. On the Orinoco and the Meta we never beheld more than 8 at any one time unless we were to count a number of little ones, just hatched, which Luisito, our colored boy, caught one day while we were taking on wood on the lower Meta. The early Spaniards called all these saurians by the general name of lagartos lizards. The English afterwards spoke of a single animal as a lagarto, whence the present name alligator. Modern writers speak of them indiscriminately as alligators or crocodiles. As a matter of fact, several species of both alligators and crocodiles are found in the equatorial regions. But notwithstanding all that has hitherto been written about them, their distinction and definition, their classification still remains a matter of difficulty. Some specimens have been found whose classification is so perplexing that naturalists are still undecided whether to regard them as crocodiles or alligators. In this respect, they are much like Shakespeare's two lovers, two distincts, division none. The name caiman is employed in Venezuela and Colombia to designate any of these saurians. Following the classification adopted in the British Museum, the caiman is distinct from both alligator and crocodile. More than this, according to the British system of classification, there are no alligators at all in South America, while in the waters of Colombia and Venezuela, there are 2 species of crocodile and 3 species of caiman. Probably more fabulous accounts have obtained about crocodiles than about any other animal. In spite of the old saying to the contrary, they never shed tears. And notwithstanding the fact that the ancient Egyptians gave the crocodile divine honors because, being tongueless, it was made in hieroglyphical writing, a symbol of the divinity, it is now known that the tongue of this erstwhile god is quite large, except at the tip. Similarly, all the stories that have so long been current about the impenetrability of the animal's hide are quite without foundation. How often have we not been told that it is impossible to kill a crocodile, with even the best Winchester, unless the ball enter the eye or strike under the soft, fleshy parts of the front legs? Their plated skin is easily pierced by an ordinary rifle or revolver, and a mortal wound ensues whenever a vital part is penetrated. Not less erroneous are the ideas that so widely prevail regarding the ferocity of the crocodile and the caiman. On the contrary, they are, in their native state, very timid animals and rarely exhibit hostility towards man, except when cornered. Then, like most other animals, they will fight with great fierceness. They make for the water as soon as they see one approach them, and it is often far from easy to get near them. We often saw the natives enter rivers frequented by crocodiles and caimans, something they surely would not have done if the danger were as great as ordinarily imagined. In Venezuela, the Indian or mestizo has a much greater dread of the ray or carob fish than of the caiman. Some attempts have been made, both on the Orinoco and the Magdalena, to secure the hides of crocodiles and caimans for commercial purposes, but the expense of preparing them for the market proved to be so great that the work had to be abandoned. The early explorers of the New World had many stories to tell about the caiman and the crocodile, and many of them have apparently survived among the natives until the present day. But there were many other animals that made even a greater impression on them. It will suffice to reproduce Peter Martyr's quaint account of 2 of these representatives of the American fauna. The first is the tapir, of which he writes as follows. But there is especially one beast engendered here, in which nature hath endured to show her cunning. This beast is as big as an ox, armed with a lunge snout like an elephant, and yet no elephant, of the color of an ox and yet new ox, with the hoof of a horse and yet new horse, with ears also much like VNTO an elephant, but not so open nor so much hanging down, yet much wider than the ears of any other beast. The other animal that excited the wonder of Martyr and his contemporaries was the sloth, of which he says, among these trees is found that monstrous beast with a snout like a fox, a tail like a marmoset, ears like a bat, hands like a man, and feet like an ape, bearing her whelps about with her in an outward belly much like VNTO a great bag or purse. The dead carcass of this beast you saw with me, and turned it hour and hour with your own hands, marwillinge at that new belly and wonderful prusion of nature. They say it is known by experience that she newer letteth her whelps go out of that purse, except it be either to play or to suck, till such time that they be able to jet thayer lewing by themselves. The part of the valley below the confluence of the Cauca and the Magdalena was quite different from that above. The country contained more inhabitants, and the dense forests that had hitherto bordered the river gave place to broad savannas, on which grazed thousands of cattle, so buried in the para and guinea grasses that frequently we could discern only their horns. Along the river banks were the estates of well-to-do hacendados, some of them, foreigners, and the villages, that before were extremely rare, became more numerous. The aspect of the country was less wild than that through which we had just passed, and betokened a certain measure of prosperity, at least so far as the grazing interests were concerned. We could now travel day and night, for the river was so deep that sandbars were no longer to be apprehended. And then we had the most delightful moonlight nights. The air was balmy and laden with an exquisite fragrance, mild as when Zephyrus on Flora breathes, a constant invitation to repose and dolce far niente. The surpassing loveliness of the scene, the magic stillness of the vast solitude through which we were so peacefully gliding, the broad expanse of one of the world's great rivers, the weird silhouettes cast by the passing palms on the moonlit waters, all these things contributed towards rendering our last night on the river a fitting finale to the others, all of which were in the highest degree enjoyable. Seated on the forward deck of our steamer, we could exclaim in the words of the choric song of Tennyson's Lodo's Eaters, "How sweet it were, hearing the downward stream, with half-shut eyes ever to seem falling asleep in a half-dream, resting weary limbs at last on beds of asphodel." The following morning, our last day on the Magdalena found us at Calamar. Here some of our fellow passengers disembarked to take the train to Cartagena, 65 miles to the westward. From Calamar to Barranquilla, the chief northern terminus of river navigation, is 66 miles. This distance we expected to make in a few hours, but for reasons presently to be given, we were unexpectedly delayed within sight of Barranquilla, the goal that marked the completion of another important stage in our journey. Our last day on the Magdalena was a bright, balmy one in June. We spent the entire time on the forward part of the upper deck, fanned by the delightful breezes that were wafted from the Caribbean. The river here has about the same width as has the Mississippi at New Orleans, but the scenery is far more attractive. It flows through a broad, level, grass-covered savanna, which extends beyond the limits of vision, and which is dotted here and there with small villages and flourishing haciendas. Some of the houses near the riverbanks have a most cozy appearance. They are almost embowered in a mass of flowers of every hue, and surrounded by lofty palms whose lovely emerald coronals were each a picture of rarest beauty. These princes of the vegetable world always had a peculiar fascination for us, no matter where we saw them. And during our long journey from the delta of the Orinoco, they were never absent from view even for a single hour. When one species disappeared, it was replaced by another, and thus they followed us from the Atlantic wave to the lofty crest of Suma Paz. The ocean-loving cocoa gave place to the morich, and this was in turn succeeded by the cornito of the Llanos and the wax palm of the Sierras. It is quite impossible for the inhabitants of our northern climes to have anything approaching an adequate conception of the grace and beauty and surpassing loveliness of the omnipresent palms of the equatorial world. Away from heat and sunshine, they are quite devoid of the luxuriance and stateliness that characterize them in the tropics. In Europe, for instance, there is but a single palm that is indigenous, the Chamaerops humilis. The date palm was introduced from the east. In the tropics, however, about 1,100 species of palms are known, and there is reason to believe that, when this part of the world shall have been thoroughly explored, many new species shall be discovered. The habits as well as the habitats of palms were a source of unfailing interest to us. Some are solitary and are rarely found forming groups with other trees of their species. Others, like the date palm, are quite gregarious and often form extensive clumps. Others still are said to be social, because they occupy extensive tracts almost to the entire exclusion of other kinds of trees. Various species of Mauritia, Italia, Cocoa, and Copernicia are social palms, and the Palmares palm groves formed by them constitute the most attractive features of tropical landscapes. We once saw near the river's bank a grove of this kind composed of palms of unusual height and beauty. It had been selected as the last resting place of the denizens of a neighboring village, and was, to our mind, the most beautiful cemetery in the world. Could we have our choice, we should prefer, by far, to repose under one of those noble frond-bearing shafts to being shelved away in the costliest marble vault of Pere Lachaise. Certain palms affect the open savanna, others seek the solitudes of the forest, while still others are most frequently found midway between these two, that is, on the belt of land that separates forest from plain. Some palms, like the cocoa, seem to require an atmosphere that is slightly saline and thrive best near the ocean's shore. Others apparently attain their greatest development in marshes and lowlands, while others again demand the arid plain or the lofty mountain plateau. In spite of their noble appearance and their aspect of perennial youth, palms, as a rule, are short-lived. None of them ever attain the age of the venerable patriarchs of our northern forests. According to Martius, the span of a palm's life never exceeds that of a few generations of men. The Areca catechu runs its course in 40 or 50 years. The cocoa attains an age of 100 or 120 years at most, while the date palm, which probably lives the longest, usually rounds out its existence within the period of 2 centuries. Some palms, like the metrixylon, for instance, never survive fructification. It fruits but once, and then, as Martius so graphically expresses it, nobilis arbor mox rigit, perit et cadit, the noble tree presently withers, perishes, and falls. But, continues the same writer, there is pleasure and solace in the thought that palms never die without yielding fruit, thereby ensuring the continuance of the species. And then, as is his wont when opportunity offers, he takes occasion from this circumstance to moralize as follows. To labor, to flourish, to fructify is granted not only to the palm, but to man also. In the foregoing pages, I have mentioned some of the countless uses made of palms, especially by the inhabitants of the tropics. It would, however, require a large volume to enumerate all the purposes for which they are employed. It can, however, safely be asserted that no family in the great vegetable kingdom more completely meets the necessities of millions of people than does that of the noble and ever-beautiful palmaceae. Like Martius, we always found in the contemplation of the palm a source of special joy and peace. To him, the palm was what literature was to Cicero, a consolation in trial and affliction, and the delight and inspiration of maturer years. In the palm, we always found something to elevate the mind, something that fascinated us and stirred our emotions in a manner that often surprised us. For us, as for myriads of others who have lived and struggled and attained the goal of the heart's desire, the palm was the emblem of victory, of a higher and better life beyond the tomb, of a happy, glorious immortality. As we gazed in silent delight at the broad expanse of the green-carpeted savanna, adorned with the graceful, columnar shafts and feathery fronds of the ever-beautiful, ever-majestic palm, we could easily fancy ourselves in the valley of the Euphrates or in the plains of Babylon, as described by Herodotus and Xenophon. And without any effort of the imagination, we could descry, in a palm-shaded village in the vista before us, Jericho, as Moses saw it, when the land of promise was a land of palms, as well as a land of milk and honey, and when Judea was so prolific in palms that one of its representatives was chosen as the symbol of the country. We dreamed of Zenobia's fair capital, Palmyra, the city of palms of the land of the Nile, where Isis and Osiris carried palms as the symbol of their fecund power. We recalled the enthusiastic words of the ancient poets Hebrew and Greek in praise of the gracefulness and magnificence of the palm, and the plaintive elegy of Abdul Rahman, first caliph of Cordoba, who, exiled from Damascus, his home, thus addresses the date palm, that reminds him of the land of his birth. Thou, also, beautiful palm, art here a stranger. The sweet zephyr of Algaraba descends and caresses thy beauty. Thou growest in this fertile soil and raisest thy crown to the skies. What bitter tears thou wouldst he shed, if like me thou hadst feeling. While thus musing on the glories of the past and contemplating the splendors of the present, which were passing in rapid succession before our enchanted vision, we instinctively repeated the words of the reverent poet-naturalist, Martius, who, contemplating the marvels of the tropical palm world, expressed the depth of his emotion by the 2 words, sursum corda hearts heavenward. Just then our reveries were suddenly and unexpectedly interrupted. We had, early in the day, been congratulating ourselves on making our voyage down the river without delay and without accident. We were now within sight of Barranquilla and expected to land in less than an hour. We were in the full enjoyment of one of those delightful daydreams that we always love to indulge in whenever Flora displayed before us, as she did then, her choicest treasures, when suddenly, without premonition of any kind, there was a violent lurch of the boat, a creaking and a crushing noise abaft, a quick stoppage of the engine, all of which indicated that something unusual, if not serious, had befallen our ill-fated craft. A hasty examination showed that the steamer had collided with a sunken tree, and that several of the float boards of the stern wheel had been loosened or partially wrenched from their places. After considerable delay, the boatmen were able so to repair the damage that we were able to continue on our journey, although at a reduced speed. Very shortly afterwards there was a second and a much severer crash. We had encountered another hidden tree. This time several of the floatboards were carried away from the wheel entirely, and the wheel itself was so racked that repair, while on the river, was quite impossible. Fortunately, as we were going downstream, we were able to float to the entrance of the canal that leads to the docks of Barranquilla. Here a crowd of stevedores from the town soon congregated. These men, mostly Negroes, agreed, after some parleying, to haul the boat to the landing place. They, accordingly, took hold of a long rope, which was thrown ashore, and soon the disabled steamer was being conveyed to her moorings in the same fashion as a canal boat is drawn along by mules in tandem. We reached the wharf the 5th day after leaving Honda, just as the sun was setting, and when the customs officers were about to close their office for the night. They, however, kindly allowed us to disembark, and we were soon on our way to a hotel. "How fortunate," C exclaimed, "that this accident did not occur midway up the river. Such a mishap would have entailed much suffering and might have delayed our arrival at Barranquilla for days, if not for weeks. And considering our happy escape from the detentions and disasters from which so many others had suffered, and the peculiar episode that characterized our last hours on the Magdalena, we were forcibly reminded of the words of Dante. Let not the people be too swift to judge. For I have seen a bark, that all her way across the sea ran straight and speedy, perish at the last N in the haven's mouth." Chapter 13. In the track of plate fleets and buccaneers. O'er the glad waters of the dark blue sea our thoughts are boundless, and our souls as free far as the breeze can bear. The billows foam, survey our empire and behold our home. These are our realms, no limits to their sway, our flag the scepter all who meet obey. Where's the wild life in tumult still to range from toil to rest, and joy in every change. Byron the Corsair. Barranquilla, a city of about 65,000 inhabitants, is notable for being the chief port of entry of Colombia. It is estimated that 2/3 of the commerce of the Republic converges at this point. To us, coming from the interior of the country, where comparatively little business is transacted, the place seemed to be a marvel of activity and business enterprise. It counts a large number of important business houses, the chief of which are controlled by foreigners. It is provided with tramways, electric lights, telephones, a good water supply, and in many respects, reminds one of our progressive cities on the Gulf Coast. Many of the private residences, especially in the more elevated quarters of the city, are models of comfort and good taste. The average annual temperature is 80 degrees F, but the refreshing breezes from the Caribbean make it seem less. At no time during our sojourn of more than a week in the city had we reason to complain of the excessive heat of which so much has been said and written. Although Barranquilla was founded in 1629, it is only within the last third of a century that it has come to the front as the leading entrepot of the Republic. Before this time, Cartagena and Santa Marta were Colombia's principal ports and busiest marts. This change in the relative importance of these three ports was effected by the construction of a great pier at Savanilla and connecting it with Barranquilla by rail. After this, both Cartagena and Santa Marta rapidly dwindled in importance as distributing centers, while the growth of Barranquilla was correspondingly rapid. Were it not for the banana industry, controlled by the United Fruit Company, an American corporation, Santa Marta's trade would now be little more than nominal. But why, it will be asked, do not ocean vessels dock at Barranquilla instead of unloading so far away from the city? The usual answer given, and in a way the correct one, is that the Magdalena is not deep enough to permit the passage of so large vessels. We saw one venturesome ocean liner stranded near the mouth of the river on a sandbar, where it had been washed and pounded for nearly 2 years. Many attempts had been made to float her, but without success, and it seemed as if she was destined to remain a captive of the treacherous shoal that had so long held her in its unyielding grasp. The real reason, however, for not having the landing place where it should be in the city itself is the lack of the capital that would be required to dredge the river and enlarge the canal and keep them both in a condition that would ensure the safe passage of vessels of heavy draft. Given an engineer like James B. Eads, of Mississippi Jetties fame, and the necessary capital, the improvement would soon be effected. Before leaving Bogotá, we had planned to reach Barranquilla in time to take an English steamer from Savanilla Puerto, Colombia to Colon. We then flattered ourselves that, after reaching the mouth of the Magdalena, we should have no difficulty in making connection for any part of the world, and that delay in continuing our journey was the last thing to be apprehended. But alas and alack, where we least expected it, we were doomed to disappointment. We had crossed the continent without a single failure to connect, as we had anticipated, except at Barragán, where we were detained a day, and had not experienced a single disagreeable delay. And now, when we had reached the world lines of travel, we were informed that the steamer we had intended to take had been laid up for repairs, and that we should be obliged to wait a week before another would arrive. There was nothing to do but resign ourselves to the inevitable. Barranquilla is not a place where a traveler would care to remain long as a matter of choice, but we managed to make ourselves comfortable. The time passed more quickly and pleasantly than we anticipated, but just as we began to make preparations for our departure, we found ourselves the victims of a new disappointment. The steamer that we were to take was forbidden to land at Savanilla, in consequence of having stopped at Trinidad, which was then reported to be infected by the bubonic plague. Truly, we said, we are getting into the region of delay and disappointment just at the moment when we thought we were leaving it. We had been so fortunate thus far, and that too in lands where, we had been assured, everything would be against us and where the best laid plans would be frustrated, that we were ill prepared for delay where it was least expected. Happily for us, however, a steamer, having a clean bill of health but belonging to another line, was due in a few days, and this we determined to take, for we did not know when we should be able to get another one. When once the plague appears in the West Indies, or on the mainland bordering the Caribbean, quarantine regulations are strictly enforced, and the luckless traveler may find himself a prisoner for weeks, and even months, in a place that is practically destitute of the commonest comforts and conveniences of life. Then, indeed, his lot, especially if he is not familiar with the language of the country, is far from enviable. I have met with many people who, under such untoward conditions, had to endure the greatest privations and sufferings. By the greatest good fortune, it seemed to us, we finally got aboard a good, comfortable vessel. It was not, however, bound for our objective point but for Puerto Limón in Costa Rica. This, although we did not know it at the time, was a blessing in disguise. Had we gone directly to Colon, we should have been obliged to spend some time in quarantine. By going to Costa Rica, we escaped this and were able, during a week, to combine util dulci study with pleasure under the most favorable and delightful circumstances. From Puerto Colombia, we went directly to Cartagena City that, in some respects, possessed a greater interest for us than any we had hitherto visited in South America. We entered this famous harbor, large enough to hold all the navies of the world, early in the morning, just as the sun was beginning to impart a subdued roseate glow to the tiled roofs of the loftier buildings of the once flourishing metropolis of New Granada. The picture of Cartagena, as it first presented itself to our view, was one of rarest loveliness. As we then saw it, it was not unlike Venice as seen from Il Lido or from the deck of a steamer arriving from Trieste. From another point, as we advanced into the placid bay, we discerned in it a resemblance to Alexandria, as viewed from the Mediterranean. As Venice has been called the Queen of the Adriatic, so also, and justly, did the beauteous city of Pedro de Heredia long bear the proud title of Reina de las Indias y Reina de los Mares, Queen of the Indies and Queen of the Seas. One of the first cities built on terra firme, it was also, for a long period, one of the most important places in the New World. Its fortifications and the massive walls that girdle it have long been celebrated. Even now, these are the features that have the greatest attraction for the visitor. Stupendous is the only word that adequately characterizes them. Their immensity impresses one like the pyramids of Gizeh, and this impression is fully confirmed when one learns their cost and the number of men engaged in their construction. It is said that from 30 to 100,000 men were employed on this titanic undertaking, and that it cost no less than $59 million, a fabulous sum for that period. This reminds one of what historians relate regarding the building of the Pyramid of Cheops, the greatest and most enduring of human monuments, as the walls of Cartagena are the grandest and most imposing evidence of Spanish power in the Western Hemisphere. So great was the draft made on the royal exchequer by the construction of these massive walls that Philip Roman II, so the story runs, one day seized a field glass and, looking in the direction of Cartagena, murmured with disenchanted irony, "Can one see those walls? They must be very high for the price paid." No wonder that Charles V was always in need of money, and that, to secure it, he was forced to mortgage a large tract of land in Venezuela to the Welsers, the German bankers of Augsburg. No wonder that Philip Roman II, despite the stream of gold and silver that flowed into his coffers from his vast possessions beyond the sea, was, during the second half of his reign, forced to see his royal signature dishonored by bankers who refused him further credit. Cartagena in Colombia was named after Cartagena in Spain, as the Spanish city, founded by Hasdrubal as an outpost to serve in future Punic campaigns, was named from the celebrated Tyrian emporium that was so long the rival of Rome. And when the sons of the Caribbean Carthage sailed up the Cauca to establish new colonies and extend the sphere of Spanish influence and enterprise, they commemorated their triumph and exhibited their loyalty to the land of their birth by founding still another Cartha, the Cartago of the Upper Cauca. And what an eventful story is that of the Caribbean Cartagena! What changes has she not witnessed? What fortunes of war has she not experienced? What disasters has she not suffered? Like her African prototype, whose very strength caused her rival on the Tiber to decree her downfall, Cartagena seemed to be singled out for attack by all the enemies of Spain for long generations. Her cyclopean walls, that seemed to render her impregnable, did not save her. Time and again she was assaulted by pirates and buccaneers, who levied heavy tributes and carried off booty of inestimable value. Drake, Morgan, Pointes, and Vernon attacked and ravaged her in turn, but unlike the Carthage of the hapless Dido, she still survives. And notwithstanding the 4 long sieges she sustained, and the vicissitudes through which she passed during the protracted War of Independence, when she was hailed as La Ciudad Heroica, the heroic city, her walls, after 3.5 centuries, are still in a marvelous state of preservation and evoke the admiration of all who behold them. Everywhere within the city, which during colonial times enjoyed the monopoly of commerce with Spain, are evidences of departed grandeur. Churches and palaces and monastic institutions, beautiful and grandiose, still retain much of the glamour of days long past. In the charming plazas, shaded by graceful palms and adorned with richest tropical verdure and bloom, along the narrow streets flanked by spacious edifices and ornamented with multicolored balconies and curiously grated windows, one feels always under the spell of a proud and romantic past, of an age of chivalry of which only the memory remains. The architecture of many of the buildings, erstwhile homes of wealth and culture and refinement, is Moorish in character, and carried us back to many happy days spent in fair Andalusia in its once noble capitals, Granada and Seville. Strolling along the grass-grown pavements of Cartagena, we note in the former flourishing metropolis what Wordsworth observed in Bruges town. Many a street whence busy life has fled. But we also discern unmistakable signs of an awakening to a new life, and of the dawn of a new era of prosperity and mercantile greatness. Notwithstanding the venerable years in which she is at present arrayed, we can, without being horoscopists, safely presage that the benignant stars are sure to bring. What fate denies to man a second spring? To enjoy the best view of Cartagena, one must ascend an eminence to the east of the city called La Popa, from its fancied resemblance to the lofty stern of a 15th-century ship. There, seated under an umbrageous cocoa palm, fully 500 feet above the beautiful iris-blue bay that washes the walls that encircle the city, one has before him one of the most charming panoramas in the world, one which during more than 3 centuries was the witness of some of the most stirring events in history. In the broad, steep harbor, protected on all sides by frowning fortresses, the Spanish plate fleets long found refuge from corsairs and sea rovers. It was here, when pirates and buccaneers made it unsafe to transport treasure by the Pacific, that gold and silver were brought from Bolivia to Peru, Ecuador and New Granada by way of the Andean Plateau and the Cauca and Magdalena rivers. One is stupefied when one considers what an expenditure of energy this implied. Think of transporting gold and silver ingots a distance of more than 2,000 miles, over the arid deserts of Bolivia and Peru, and across the chilly punas and paramos of the lofty Cordilleras, of securing it against loss in passing along dizzy ravines, across furious torrents, through the almost impenetrable forests of New Granada, often infested by hostile Indians. And remember that, for a part of this long distance, these heavy burdens had to be carried by human beings, for no other means of transportation were available. And when one considers the amount of the treasure thus transported from points as distant as the flanks of Potosi and the auriferous deposits of the distant Pilcomayo, the wonder grows apace. According to the estimates of reliable historians, the amount of gold and silver imported into Spain from her American possessions from 1502 to 1775 was no less than the colossal sum of $10 billion. Nearly 2 billions of this treasure were taken from the famous silver mines of Potosi alone. The greater part of the bullion from Peru was shipped by the South Sea to Panama and Nombre de Dios, and thence carried to Spain in carefully guarded plate fleets. But after the pirates and buccaneers became active along the western coast of South America, the ingots of the precious metals, yielded by the mines between Chile and the Caribbean, were transported overland and deposited in carefully guarded galleons awaiting them in the harbor of the Queen of the Indies. But even then, the treasure was not safe. It was, indeed, much more exposed on the way from Cartagena to Palos and Cadiz than it had been from the time it had been dispatched from the smelter until its arrival at the great stronghold on the Caribbean. For then, suddenly and without warning, like a flock of vultures that had scented carrion from afar, there gathered from all points of the compass English buccaneers, French filibusters, and Dutch freebooters and harassed the galleons until they succumbed. So successful did these daring sea robbers eventually become that no galleon dared to venture alone on the waters of the Indian seas, and only strongly guarded plate fleets could hope to escape capture by their alert and venturesome enemies, who swarmed over the Caribbean from the Lesser Antilles to Yucatan, and terrorized the coast of the Spanish Main from one end to the other. One loves to conjecture what might have been if Charles V or Philip Roman II had been endowed with the genius of a Napoleon or a Caesar. Masters of the greater part of Europe, and undisputed sovereigns of the major portion of the Western Hemisphere, with untold wealth continually pouring into their treasury, then was the only time, probably, in the history of the modern world to realize Dante's fond dream of a universal monarchy. But neither Charles nor Philip had the genius required, and the one opportunity that ever presented itself of making Spanish possessions coextensive with the world's surface was lost and lost forever. The sun was rapidly approaching the western horizon when we took our departure from the beautiful and picturesque harbor of the Queen of the Seas. In a short time, the coast of what was once known as Castilla del Oro Golden Castile had disappeared from our view, and the prow of our vessel was directed towards the historic land of Costa Rica, the rich coast discovered by Columbus during his fourth voyage. The night following our visit to Cartagena was an ideal one, a night for wakeful dreams and the sweet delights of reverie. There was scarcely a ripple on the waters, and the stars of the firmament seemed to shine with an unwonted effulgence. All was peace and tranquility, and everything seemed to proclaim the joy of living. How different was old Benzoni's experience in these same waters and during the same season of the year. In consequence of contrary winds, he tells us, we remained there 72 days, and in all this time we did not see 4 hours of sunshine. Almost constantly, and especially at night, there was so much heavy rain, and thunder and lightning, that it seemed as if both heaven and earth would be destroyed. The experience of Columbus was even more terrifying. In a letter to Ferdinand and Isabella, giving an account of his fourth voyage, the great navigator informs them that, so great was the force of wind and current, he was able to advance only 70 leagues in 60 days. During this time, there was no cessation of the tempest, which was one continuation of rain, thunder, and lightning. Indeed, it seemed as if it were the end of the world. 88 days did this fearful tempest continue, during which I was at sea, and saw neither sun nor stars. The name Cape Gracias a acute Dios, thanks be to God, which he gave to the easternmost point of Nicaragua and Honduras, still remains to attest his gratitude for his miraculous escape from what for many long weeks seemed certain destruction. It was our good fortune, during all our cruising in the Caribbean, to enjoy the most delightful weather, but we never appreciated it so much as we did during our voyage from Cartagena to Puerto Limon, and more especially during the first night after our departure from the Colombian coast. We were then sailing in waters that had been rendered famous by the achievements of some of the most remarkable men named in the annals of early American discovery and conquest, where every green island and silent bay, every barren rock and sandy key, has its legend, and where, at every turn, one breathes an atmosphere of romance and wonderland. At one time, we were following in the wake of the illustrious admiral of the ocean. At another, we were in the track of Amerigo Vespucci and Juan de la Cosa, that brave Biscayan pilot who was regarded by his companions as an oracle of the sea. Rodrigo de Bastidas, Alonso de Ojeda, and Diego de Nicusa passed this way, as did Vasco Nuñez de Balboa, the discoverer of the Great South Sea, who, his countrymen declared, never knew when he was beaten, and who, according to Fiske, was by far the most attractive figure among the Spanish adventurers of that time. The Pizarros and Almagro sailed these waters before embarking at Panama on that marvelous expedition which resulted in the conquest of Peru. And so did Orellana, the discoverer of the Amazon, and Belalcazar, the noted conquistador and rival of Quesada and Fetterman. And then, too, there was González de Avila, the explorer of Nicaragua, and Hernando Cortés, the conqueror of Mexico. And last, but the best and noblest of them all, was the gentle and indefatigable Las Casas, the protector of the Aborigines and the apostle of the Indies, whose memory is still held in benediction in all Latin America. His voluminous writings, making more than 10,000 pages octavo, much of which is devoted to the defense of the Indians, constitute a monument which will endure as long as men shall love truth and justice. But his greatest monument, one that is absolutely unique in the history of civilization, is his former diocese of Chiapa, which is just northwest of the land towards which we are sailing. When he went to take possession of it, it was occupied by savage warriors who had successfully resisted all attempts made by the Spaniards to subdue them. It was considered tantamount to certain death to enter their jealously guarded territory. But Las Casas, armed only with the image of the crucified and the gospel of peace, soon had these wild children of the forest prostrate at his feet, begging him to remain with them as their father and friend. So successful was his work among them that the land which, before his arrival, had been known as La Provincia de Guerra, the province of war, was thereafter called La Provincia de Vera, past the province of true peace, a name it bears to the present day. And more remarkable still, this particular part of Guatemala is said to have a denser Indian population, in proportion to its area, than any other part of Latin America. Truly, this is a monument worthy of the name, and one that would have appealed most strongly to the loving heart of the courageous protector of the Indians. But discoverers and explorers, conquistadores and apostles, were not the only men who have rendered this part of the world forever memorable. There were others, but many of them were of a vastly different type. I refer to the pirates and buccaneers, who so long spread terror in these parts and ultimately destroyed the commercial supremacy of Spain in the New World, and contributed so materially to the final extinction of her sovereign power. Many of them have written their names large on the scroll of history, and often in characters of blood. Many of them were pirates of the worst type, who flew at every flag they saw, who recognized no right but might, and whose sole object was indiscriminate robbery on both sea and land. These outlaws, however, have no interest for us now. Besides these unscrupulous and sanguinary pirates, there was another class of men whom their friends and countrymen insist on grouping in a class by themselves. The majority of these were Englishmen, of whom the most distinguished representatives, along the Spanish Main, were Raleigh, Hawkins, and Drake. When these men did not act under secret commissions from their government, they relied on its tacit connivance in all the depredations for which they are so notorious. In the light of international law, as we now understand it, they were as much pirates as those who attacked the ships of all nations, and as such they have always been regarded by Spanish writers. All three of the men just mentioned made their raids on Spanish possessions, while England was at peace with Spain. Thus the two nations were at peace when Drake sacked Panama in 1586, as they were at peace when Raleigh attacked Trinidad in 1595. These sea rovers lived up to the old forecastle phrase, "No peace beyond the line," and recognized, at least in the Spanish territory in the New World, no law of nations except that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can. The case, as Old Fuller quaintly puts it in his Holy and Profane State, was clear in see divinity, and few are such infidels as not to believe doctrines which make for their own profit. So far as England acquiesced in, or connived at what the Spaniards always denounced as downright piracy, it was doubtless ever with the view of weakening the menacing power of the dominant Spanish Empire. She was also actuated by an aggressive determination to break down the barriers with which Spanish policy sought to enclose the New World and to shut out the way to the Indies. In this determination, England had the sympathy of France and often its active cooperation. For a similar reason, Dutch sea rovers swarmed over the Caribbean Sea. All were aware of the magnitude of the struggle in which they were engaged, and realized that their existence as nations depended on their crippling their common enemy by striking at the sources of his power in the Western Hemisphere. Much might be said of the reckless audacity, brilliant achievements, and skillful seamanship of these privateers, or pirates, whatever one chooses to call them, that read more like fable or romance than sober chronicles of authentic fact. But space does not permit. Besides, we are more interested in another class of sea rovers of a later date, whose names and exploits are inseparably connected with the West Indies and the Great South Sea. I refer to the buccaneers, or as they called themselves, the Brethren of the Coast. Our knowledge of these extraordinary adventurers is derived mainly from themselves. Of English buccaneers, the most interesting narratives have been left us by Sharp, Cowley, Ringrose, and Dampier. The Frenchman, Ravenel de Lussan, has also left us a record of value. The most popular work, however, and the one that gives us the truest insight into the manners and customs of the Brethren of the Coast, and recounts with the greatest detail their deeds of daring and cruelty, is that given to the world by the Dutchman Eskmeling. It was entitled De Amerikaanse Zeerovers, and was, on its appearance, immediately translated into the principal languages of Europe. The fact that Eskmeling was with the buccaneers for 5 years, and was with them, too, on many of their most important expeditions, gave him unusual opportunities for collecting facts at first hand and studying the methods of procedure of his reckless and often brutal associates. By the Spaniards, the Brethren of the Coast have always been regarded as pirates for the same reason as Raleigh, Drake, and Hawkins, and their associates were regarded as pirates because they conducted their lawless operations when England and Spain were at peace. But there was the same difference between buccaneers and ordinary pirates as there was between the corsairs just mentioned and ordinary pirates. The latter attacked vessels of every nation, while the buccaneers, like Drake and his compatriots, confined themselves to preying on Spanish shipping and sacking Spanish towns and strongholds. Some became buccaneers because they had a grievance, real or imaginary, against the Spaniards. Others because they chafed under the monopolizing policy of the Spanish government and wished to secure a part of the ever-increasing trade with the New World, while others still joined the ranks of the Brethren because they relished the life of excitement and adventure it held forth, or because they found it the easiest means of gaining a livelihood. Eskmeling was among the last of these classes. After being twice sold as a slave, he finally obtained his liberty when, to use his own words, "Though like Adam when he was first created, that is, naked and destitute of all human necessaries, not knowing how to get my living, I determined to enter into the order of the pirates or robbers at sea." The cradle of the extraordinary order of pirates, of which Eskmeling was to be the most distinguished chronicler, was Tortuga, a small, rocky island off the northwest corner of Haiti. It was visited by Columbus during his first voyage, and from the number of turtles found there, was called Tortuga the Spanish for turtle the name it still retains. But small as it was destined to become the common refuge of all sorts of wickedness, and the seminary, as it were, of pirates and thieves. The name buccaneer is derived from buchan, a Carib word signifying a wooden gridiron on which meat is smoked. Originally, the term buccaneer was applied to the French settlers of Hispaniola, whose chief occupation was to hunt wild cattle and hogs, which roamed over the island in large numbers, and cure their flesh by buchaning it, that is, smoking it on a buchan. When they were driven from their business of buccaneering by the Spaniards, they took refuge in Tortuga, where they were soon joined by many English adventurers. Here they combined to make war on Spain in her American colonies, and for more than a half-century, they carried terror and destruction to every part of the Caribbean archipelago. But notwithstanding their change of occupation, their old name of buccaneer clung to them, and, as such, they are still known in history. Like the bold Vikings of the North, who were so long the scourge of Western and Southern Europe, the buccaneers were the scourge of Spanish America from Tortuga to Panama and from California to Patagonia. They warred against but one enemy, the one that had harassed and driven them from their peaceful avocation of buccaneering, or had persecuted and oppressed their brethren in the peaceful pursuit of commerce, when the lands of their birth, or the countries to which they owed allegiance, were unable or unwilling to protect them. Like the arch-pirate Drake, as the Spaniards called him, they swept the sea of every passing victualler and added the captured cargoes to the stores of game and fish it was their delight to catch. At intervals along the coast and amongst the wilderness of islands, magazines were hidden, and into these were poured the stores that had been destined for the great plate fleets. The shark-like pinnaces would suddenly appear in the midst of the trade route, no one knew whence, and laden with food, as suddenly disappear no one knew whither. Compared with the Spaniards, they were usually in a small minority. But in their case, as in so many similar ones, it was not numbers, but their skill and courage that gave them possession of rich galleons and placed the well-guarded plate fleets at their mercy. At times the buccaneers had only simple canoes, mere dugouts, but these, according to Esquemeling, were so fleet that they might well be called Neptune's post-horses. In these they went out to sea for a distance of 80 leagues and attacked heavily armed men of war, and, before the Spanish crew had time to realize what the daring sea rovers were after, their vessel was in the possession of their irresistible foe. They were strangers to fear, and no undertaking was too arduous if the booty promised was sufficiently great. Danger and difficulty seemed only to whet their appetite for gold and fan their passions to a blaze. Their endurance of hunger and thirst and fatigue was as remarkable as their hardihood was phenomenal. They were loyal to one another and divided the spoils they secured in strict accordance with the agreement they had entered into beforehand. Locks and bolts were prohibited, as such things were regarded as impeaching the honor of their vocation. They were religious after their own fashion. Thus it was forbidden to hunt or cure meat on Sunday. Before going on a cruise, they went to church to ask a blessing on their undertaking, and, after a successful raid, they returned to the house of God to sing a hymn of thanksgiving. We are told of a French captain who shot a filibuster for irreverence in church during divine service, and we also read of Captain Hawkins once throwing dice overboard when he found them being used on the Lord's Day. How all this reminds one of the conduct of that pitiless old slaver, John Hawkins, who frequently enjoined on his crew to serve God daily, and who, after escaping a heavy gale on his way from Africa to the West Indies, whither he was bound with a shipload of kidnapped Negroes, sanctimoniously writes, "The Almighty God, who never suffereth his elect to perish, sent us the ordinary breeze." Although the buccaneers frequently came into possession of immense sums of money, they would forthwith proceed to squander it in all kinds of dissipation and debauchery. Such of these pirates, writes Esquemeling, will spend 2,000 or 3,000 pieces of 8 in a night, not leaving themselves a good shirt to wear in the morning. At first, the buccaneers confined themselves to depredations on sea, but their unexpected successes on water soon emboldened them to attack the largest and richest towns on the Spanish Main. When these were once in their power, they exacted from their inhabitants a heavy tribute, and if it was not paid without delay, the hapless people, regardless of age or sex, were subjected to the most cruel and unheard-of tortures. Puerto Principe, Maracaibo, Portobello, Panama, and other places were captured in turn, and some of them, when sufficient ransom was not obtained, were burned to the ground. And so great and so hideous were the atrocities committed in some of these places that even Esquemeling has not the heart to do more than allude to them. They equaled, if they did not surpass, anything recorded of the pirates of Barbary or Malabar, and showed what fiends incarnate men can become when carried away by insatiate greed or the spirit of rapine and carnage. The two buccaneer leaders who most distinguished themselves for their diabolical ferocity and viciousness were L'Olonois and Morgan. L'Allenois, says Burney, was possessed with an ambition to make himself renowned for being terrible. At one time, it is said, he put the whole crew of a Spanish ship, 90 men, to death, performing himself the office of executioner by beheading them. He caused the crews of 4 others' vessels to be thrown into the sea, and more than once, in his frenzies, he tore out the hearts of his victims and devoured them. This infernal wretch, as Esquemeling calls him, full of horrid, execrable, and enormous deeds, and debtor to so much innocent blood, died by cruel and butcherly hands. For the Indians of Darien, having taken him prisoner, tore him in pieces alive, throwing his body limb by limb into the fire and his ashes into the air, that no trace or memory might remain of such an infamous, inhuman creature. Of Henry Morgan, who sacked Maracaibo and pillaged and burnt Panama, the same authority declares he may deservedly be called the second L'Allenois, not being unlike or inferior to him, either in achievements against the Spaniards or robberies of many innocent people. He did not, however, share the fate of L'Allenois. Having found favor with King Charles Roman II, he was knighted and made deputy governor of Jamaica when he turned against his former associates, many of whom he hanged, while he delivered others up to their enemies, the Spaniards. From the time the buccaneers made Tortuga a base of operations until the Peace of Ryswick, in 1697, when they were finally suppressed, was more than half a century. From this little island, they spread over the entire Caribbean Sea and had places of rendezvous in Jamaica, Santa Catalina, the sequestered coves of the Gulf of Darien, and in many secret places along the Spanish Main. Their distinctive mark during all this time, from which they never deviated, as it had been the distinctive mark of pirates and privateers of England, France, and Holland during nearly a century and a half before, was their incessant and relentless war against Spain, their determination to break her power and destroy that trade monopoly which she was so determined to retain. So numerous and powerful did they eventually become that some of their leaders, notably Mansvelt and Morgan, dreamed of establishing an independent state. They had selected the small island of Santa Catalina now, known as Old Providence, just a short distance north of the course along which we are now sailing as a starting point, and had they undertaken this project while the French and English buccaneers were still united, they might have been successful. To us of the 20th century, with our ideas of law and order, it seems strange that the pirates and buccaneers of the West India Islands and the Main should have been able to continue their nefarious operations for so long a period, and that they were so numerous. But when we remember how they were countenanced and abetted by their respective governments, how they were provided with letters of marque and reprisal, how they were openly assisted by the English and French governors of the West Indies, how they were assisted even by their own sovereigns, the wonder ceases. Considering the love of adventure that distinguished this period of the world's history, and the princely fortunes that rewarded the successful raids of the daring sea rovers, it is surprising that the number was not greater. If the same conditions now obtained, it is safe to say that the seas would swarm with similar adventurers. It is interesting to surmise what would now be the condition of the Western Hemisphere if the buccaneers, instead of confining themselves to capturing treasure ships and sacking towns, had, like the bold Vikings, their antitypes, set out to conquer and colonize. Whatever else may be said of the buccaneers, there can be no doubt that it is to them that England owes her proud title of mistress of the seas. They gave birth to her great navy and developed that great merchant marine whose flags are today seen in every port of the world. They distinguished themselves in the destruction of the Spanish Armada and closely followed Magellan in circumnavigating the globe. They had a hand in the formation of the East India Company and were Britain's sword and shield for the defense of her nascent colonies. Of the occupation of the buccaneers, one can assert what James Jeffrey Roch writes of that of the filibusters of the middle of the last century, that it is no longer open to private individuals. The great powers have monopolized the business, conducting it as such and stripping it of its last poor remnant of romance without investing it with a scrap of improved morality. And one can also say of them what Byron writes of his corsair, that they left name to other climes linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes. Chapter 14. The Rich Coast. But oh, the free and wild magnificence of nature in her lavish hours doth steal, in admiration silent and intense, the soul of him who hath a soul to feel. The river moving on its ceaseless way, the verdant reach of meadows fair and green, and the blue hills that bound the sylvan scene, these speak of grandeur that defies decay, proclaim the eternal architect on high, who stamps on all his works his own eternity. Longfellow. The afternoon preceding our arrival at Puerto Limon, the captain of our steamer called our attention to a wonderful mirage due south of us. High above the water, apparently midway between the sea and the sky, was suspended one of the islands of the Caribbean that stand off from the Panama coast. So far away was it from our course that, had it not been for the peculiar atmospheric conditions then prevailing, it would have been quite invisible, even with the aid of the most powerful glass. A beautiful, fantastic shape it exhibited as, seen through the trembling and shimmering air, it seemed to float in the hazy atmosphere. At first it was of a pearly gray tint, then of a fustian brown, and finally, as it became more distinct in outline, it shaded into a dark olive green. The apparition lasted for nearly an hour, when it gradually disappeared. "The vanishing island of St. Brendan," exclaimed a young Celt who had been admiring the scene. And then he read for us what John Spark, a companion of Hawkins in the voyage of 1564, writes. "Certain flitting islands, which ha been oftentimes seen, and when men approached near them they vanished. And therefore it should seem he is not yet born to whom God hath appointed the finding of them." The flitting islands that Spark refers to were, it is true, supposed by him to be in the neighborhood of the Azores. But their location was uncertain, at least the one named after the seafaring Irish monk, for divers positions have been assigned it by cosmographers and medieval writers. Among other peculiarities possessed by this island was that it had an apparent motion towards the westa motion that was quite sufficient to have carried it at the beginning of the 20th century to the westernmost part of the Caribbean. "In this motion westward," said Sias, our representative of classical lore, "the island of St. Brendan would have but followed the example set by the Elysian fields and the Isles of the Blessed. Pindar and Hesiod placed them in the Western Ocean, but much farther west than Homer had located his Elysium. As the years rolled by, the Fortunate Islands and the Gardens of the Hesperides, for these were but synonyms of the Isles of the Blessed, were also found, like St. Brendan's, to have moved towards the region of the setting sun. Subsequently, birth was given to legends respecting a transatlantic Eden and a Mexican Elysium somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico or among the beauteous isles of the Caribbean archipelago." Very true," said one of our party, a good-natured German private docent, who was perched hard by on what seemed to be the first reclining chair ever devised. It was a cumbersome structure about 4 feet high, apparently modeled after one of those lofty bedsteads once the vogue in certain parts of the Vaterland, and vastly different from the modern reclining chair so popular with ocean travelers, and so rickety that it threatened every moment to collapse and deposit its portly occupant, for he was a man of weight, physically as well as intellectually, on the hard floor of the hurricane deck. "You are quite right, Sr. See, the Isles of the Blessed, like the island of St. Brendan, are quite as ubiquitous and illusory as is the terrestrial paradise described in Genesis. For learned men who have written about it have located it, at one time or another, in almost every part of the earth's surface. Some maintain it was somewhere in the valley of Mesopotamia, others that it was east of the Ganges, or near the headwaters of the Nile. Columbus imagined it was nigh the source of the Orinoco, while an American author, a Bostonian, I believe some decades ago, published a work in which he endeavored to prove that the seat of paradise was the North Pole. As for myself, I have never ventured to formulate a theory on any of these interesting subjects. They are out of my line, Davis some non-Oedipus." Just then there was a crash. Like the wonderful one-hoss shay, the tottering old chair had collapsed and the docent lay sprawling under the ruins. "Caramba, Donnerwitter!" These two exclamations, so dear to the Spaniard and the German, when they wished to express surprise and disgust, were emitted with an explosive violence that left no one present in doubt as to what thoughts were uppermost in the mind of our friend as he was endeavoring to extricate himself from the entangling frame. With the aid of some of the bystanders, he finally regained his feet, but he manifested no desire to continue the conversation so suddenly interrupted. "Carajo, Donnerblitz!" Two expressions even more vigorous than the preceding constituted the finale, to the performance that afforded amusement to all except the leading character, who disliked exceedingly the undignified position in which he had momentarily been placed. Fortunately, the last call for dinner had been given just a few moments previously, and we accordingly adjourned to the dining saloon, where other matters absorbed the attention of the unlucky docent as well as the spectators of his ungainly tumble. The morning following the little episode just referred to, we were in sight of Costa Rica, that rich coast discovered by Columbus during his eventful fourth voyage. The wooded lowlands, bordering the sea, are clothed in a mantle of rich tropical verdure. A short distance behind them arise the escarpments of the Central American Cordillera, that is the scene of the activity of such noted volcanoes as Poas, Irazu, and Turrialba. Owing to the proximity of the Sierra to the sea, it appears much higher than it really is, and, when the weather is clear, it presents a picture of rare magnificence. This is particularly the case when it is seen at sunrise, the time it first met our view. Then we had before us the violet expanse of the summer sea, canopied by the splendid azure vault of heaven, while before us stood up in all its majesty the gentian blue peak of the Cordillera that gradually melted into crimson and then into gold. Owing to the reports that had been received at Limon regarding the plague at Trinidad, and the fear that it might already have reached the Spanish Main, none of the passengers were allowed to land until they had passed, on the part of the health officers, an examination of more than usual strictness. Fortunately, we had provided ourselves with a health certificate before leaving Barranquilla and were permitted to land after but little delay. Those, however, who could not exhibit such a document were at once ordered off to quarantine. Everyone, however, had to be vaccinated, unless one could produce evidence that he had been vaccinated only a short time before. As very few could present such evidence, the great majority had to submit, many of them much against their will to being inoculated with the virus that is supposed to render one immune against smallpox. While these operations were going on, we had an opportunity of getting a good view of the coast in front of us. It had a special interest for us, for it was the favored land along which Columbus sailed in his last voyage in 1502. Here, before us, there is reason to believe, was the land of Carriary, and just a stone's throw from our steamer was the charming island of Quiribri, which, on account of its beauty and the lovely trees with which it was adorned, palms and bananas and platanos, the admiral called El Huerto the orchard. Today it is known as the island of Uvita and is used for quarantine. As we gazed on this exquisite spot, provided with cozy cottages nestling among clumps of stately palms and decked with beauteous flowers of every hue, we almost regretted that we could not spend a few days there. Had we been sent there with the others, we should certainly not have complained. So fascinating was this place that Columbus anchored here between the island and the mainland to give his crew an opportunity to refresh themselves after their arduous voyage. And so fragrant were the groves on the mainland that their perfumes were wafted out to the ships. This, we have noted, was also the experience of the early explorers of Florida. While here, Columbus held frequent converse with the Indians, whom he found intelligent and well-disposed. They brought him gifts of cotton, cloth, and gold, and evidently were inclined to enter into friendly relations with their strange visitors. In his letter to Ferdinand and Isabella, referring to this land, he writes, "There I saw a tomb in the mountainside as large as a house, and sculptured. This is remarkable as being the only passage in all the admiral's writings which could warrant us in concluding that he ever set foot on the mainland of the New World. Until the middle of the last century, Port Limon was but a small rancheria. It did not deserve the name of village of poor fishermen. Now it is the chief port of the Republic and a flourishing town of 6,000 inhabitants. Its present importance and prosperity are due to the completion of the railroad from this point to the capital, San Jose, and to the fact that it is the principal center of the rapidly increasing banana industry controlled by the United Fruit Company. The place is quite modern in appearance, and were it not for its exuberant tropical vegetation, might easily pass for one of our enterprising Gulf Coast towns. It boasts of all modern improvements, has good sanitation, broad streets, comfortable homes, and a delightful park that, for wealth and variety of tree and shrub and flower, looks like a well-kept botanic garden. While the white race is well represented, the majority of the population is made up of West Indian Negroes. During our travels among the Antilles and on the Spanish Main, we frequently had occasion to note the importance of the banana and the platano as articles of food. But it was not until our arrival in Limon that we had an opportunity of observing the extent to which the cultivation and shipment of these fruits have been carried. Here are 2 long iron piers, at which one will occasionally find as many as 6 or 8 large steamers being freighted at the same time with the golden fruit of Costa Rica, preparatory to distribution among the leading ports along the Gulf and Atlantic coasts. The culture of the banana in Costa Rica on an extensive scale is of recent date. In 1880, but 360 bunches were sent to the United States. Now the amount shipped from Limon alone averages more than 1 million bunches a month. During the year 1908, the number of bunches that left Port Limon aggregated more than 13 million, and the amount shipped is rapidly increasing. In addition to the daily shipments made to the United States, weekly cargoes are forwarded to France and England. But great as are the proportions which the banana trade has already assumed, it is safe to say that it is as yet but in its infancy. What in most parts of our country and Europe has hitherto been practically unknown, or been regarded as a luxury beyond the reach of the poor, is now rapidly finding its way among all classes, and at such prices that even those of the most limited means can have it on their tables. That which first impresses the visitor from the north is the large number of species of the musa and the extraordinary number of uses made of them. Already fully 40 species have been described and nearly 100 varieties. Most of these bear fruit which is as agreeable as it is nutritious, and which is often of a flavor of the utmost delicacy. Reference has already been made in a previous chapter to the extensive and varied use made of bananas and platanos by the peoples of tropical climes, but even they have still much to learn regarding the food value of their great staple. Recent investigations have revealed the fact that the fruit of the musa is henceforth to be regarded not only as one of the most wholesome and nutritious of foods, but also as one of the most important means of subsistence for the world's rapidly increasing population. Even now, it is felt that the supply of flesh, meat, and cereals is rapidly becoming less than the demand, and too expensive for the poor, and thoughtful men have already set to work to devise ways and means to meet the emergency. And one of the means suggested is a more extensive cultivation of platanos and bananas, as well as a more general use of their manifold products. Humboldt long ago pointed out the great economic value of the banana and the platano as sources of food supply. But he did not have the data we now possess for arriving at just conclusions. As the result of numerous experiments, it is now known that bananas afford per acre 1 1/3 times as much food as maize produces, 2 1/3 times as much as oats, 3 times as much as buckwheat, potatoes, and wheat, and 4 times as much as rye. Then the labor involved in the cultivation of the banana is far less than that demanded for our northern crops. No skill is required, and unlike many of our northern fruit-bearing trees, the banana and the platano are entirely exempt from insect pests and diseases. Chemical analysis discloses the curious fact that bananas and potatoes are practically identical in composition. As compared with the principal vegetables and fruits consumed in the United States and Europe, the food value of the banana and the platano stands in the ratio of 5 to 4 in favor of the latter. Comparing banana flour, a new product of this remarkable fruit, with the flour made from sago, wheat, and maize, it is found that the nutritive value of all 4 is about equal, the banana product being slightly in the lead. As a consequence of recent researches, the commercial products obtained from the banana and platano have been greatly increased, while some of them are vastly different from anything that people who have been living on them for thousands of years have ever dreamed. Among these are meal in the starchy state for making superior kinds of bread and porridge, flakes and meal in a dextrinous condition for the preparation of nourishing soups and puddings, sauces and fritters. In dried slices, it is used in the manufacture of beer and alcohol. Bananas are also employed in making marmalades, for the manufacture of glucose and syrups for confectionery, and dried entire without the peel, they are put up in boxes like figs. Dried and roasted, they afford a nutritious beverage that is said to be a valuable substitute for coffee and chocolate. Even the stems and leaves of the banana are put to use, for from them are manufactured paper and cordage. These facts open up a splendid vista as to the future food possibilities of the tropics. They demonstrate also the wisdom of giving more thought to this neglected part of the world, for it is to tropical America that the teeming millions of coming generations will be obliged to look for much of their sustenance. Our northern climes will be unable to meet the demands that will eventually be made on them. Before we boarded the train at Limon for San Jose, the capital of the little republic, a young German who had visited the lowlands through which the railway passes said that we would there see the most remarkable exhibition of vegetable growth in the world. It is, he declared, the Arwelt, the primeval forest, in all its luxuriance and glory. As he had never seen any tropical scenery outside of Costa Rica, and very little of that, we, who had just come from the exuberant forest regions of the Magdalena and the Orinoco, were disposed to give little heed to his statement. Compared with Germany, the floral display of Costa Rica was doubtless something really marvelous in the estimation of our untraveled Teutonic friend. But it could not compare, we said to ourselves, with the wonders of plant life on which we had been feasting our eyes during our journey among the Antilles and through the northern part of South America. Our conclusion, however, as we very soon discovered, was quite unwarranted. The vegetation of the lowlands and of the foothills of the Costa Rican Cordillera, as we noted on our way to San Jose, was really something wonderful. It was the Arwelt in very truth, and exhibited a wealth of plant and tree, foliage and bloom such as must have characterized the foreworld during its richest period. For miles upon miles along this picturesque railway, we reveled in the glories of the virgin forest at its best, a dense, complicated mass of verdure, a tousled, world-old jungle, surmounted by giants of the forest, loaded down with festoons of countless creepers, and bound together by innumerable cable-like lianas, each of the richest hues. At one time, we were passing through valleys of enchantment, valleys pervaded by a languorous haze of lilac and indigo, like the smoke of incense, valleys rendered musical by scores of hidden streams and tumultuous torrents bridged over by an entanglement of green fathoms in depth. At another, we were winding around rugged crags and inaccessible peaks, not bald and barren, as in our temperate climes, but covered to their very summits with a tapestry of leaf and flower of the most vivid tropical tints, that at times resembled a cascade of palpitating color, of emerald foliage and glowing bloom. Here it was the crimson bougainvillea, their lovely aroids with spathes of delicate purple or immaculate white, while hard by, fanned into motion by the trickery of the shifting breeze, were the slender tufts of the bamboo or the tenuous fronds of the ever-graceful fern tree. On all sides was a parade of foliage and blossom, a bravery of color to be found only in the tropics, and then only in its most favored regions. The astonishing variety and richness of the flora of Costa Rica is due to the fact that it is the connecting link between the floras of the two great continents of the North and the South. Besides exhibiting species peculiar to itself, it presents an infinitude of others found in North and South America. Those, however, of South America predominate, the reason being that Costa Rica was connected with the southern continent long before it was united with that to the north. It is 103 miles from Limon to San Jose by rail. The road, a narrow-gauge one, was constructed by an American, Mr. Minor C. Keith, and compares favorably with our narrow-gauge roads in the Rocky Mountains. Many difficulties were encountered in laying the track, some of which, especially those caused by landslides and the overflowing rivers, seemed at times insuperable. The most serious impediments, however, were due to the steaming, sweltering, putrid, fever-laden swamps between the coast and the foothills of the Cordillera. So great was the mortality among the workmen on account of pernicious fevers that it is stated that this section of the line cost a human life for every tie that was laid. Like the valley of the lower Magdalena, this part of Costa Rica is habitable only by Negroes. The white men who are called there by business make their sojourn as brief as possible. It is along this route that are found the best and most extensive platanales banana plantations of the country, and as a consequence, there are many settlements and villages all along the railroad. And what banana plants are seen here? In height, they resemble trees rather than plants. We saw some that were 35 feet high, bending under golden clusters of fruit weighing at times nearly 100 pounds. While sailing along the Orinoco and the meadow, we thought that the platanales we saw on their banks were unrivaled for magnitude of plants and wealth of fruitage, but they were fully equaled if not surpassed by those of Costa Rica. Most of the labor connected with the cultivation and shipment of bananas is performed by Negroes from Jamaica and other West Indian islands. One sees their little frame houses, or shacks, scattered all along the road in the banana region, and their occupants have the same jovial, happy-go-lucky disposition that characterizes the Negro the world over. Crowds of them, old and young, are always assembled at the station on the arrival of every train attracted thither by apparently the same reason that causes their brethren of the North, in the Cotton Belt, to flock to the depot when they hear the whistle of the locomotive childlike curiosity, and a desire to get the latest news at the earliest possible moment. Quite a number of the female portion had sliced Pina's pineapples for sale, but they asked as much for a single slice as a whole Pina would cost in our markets, while for an entire pineapple they expected 4 or 5 times the price of this fruit in New York, and that in the land of the Pina. They demanded extravagant prices because, I suppose, they took it for granted that those who were able to travel in a Pullman car, as our party did, would not, if the fruit was really wanted, begrudge paying the amount asked, however exorbitant. But high as the price was, the fruit was worth it and far more. It was the most luscious and fragrant fruit we had ever tasted, and incomparably excelled the best that ever reaches our markets. It was so soft and juicy that it could be eaten with a spoon, and contained all the fabled virtues of nectar and ambrosia combined. Incredible as it may seem, where there were train loads of bananas at every siding, we were unable to get even a sample of edible fruit anywhere between Limon and San Jose, although we asked for it at every stopping place. All that was destined for shipment was unripe, and, while there were several other kinds of fruits for sale, there was not a single ripe banana. The Negroes we saw along the railroad, as well as those observed in Limon, were a constant study for us, especially when congregated in large numbers in halls or churches. Like the Negroes of Martinique, they are, in the words of Lafcadio Hearn, a population fantastic, astonishing a population of the Arabian Nights. They exhibit the whole gamut of skin tints from the milk white of the albino to the coal black of the Nubian. Some of the women are remarkable for beauty of form and delicacy of features. Lissom, statuesque, and of graceful bearing, they are Juliets in ebony, who exhibit the classic proportions of Oxide, Juno, or of the Venus of Milo. As simple as children, they, like their sisters in the Antilles, are as talkative as parrots, and their laugh is as hearty as it is spontaneous. But it is the dress of the Costa Rican negress that arrests attention, especially when she is seen in public gatherings of any kind. Then the design and color of her attire is bizarre in the extreme. She selects by preference the most flaunting and garish colors, and when she appears in her Sunday costume, one would declare that she had tried to combine the hues of tropical birds and to mimic the gorgeousness of the blue-red-yellow macaw. The description given by Sir F. Treves of the dress of the Negress of Martinique sums up in a few words the salient features of the Sunday costume of her sister in Costa Rica. The headdress, he writes, is very picturesque. It consists of a madras, an ample handkerchief wound about the head turban fashion, and finished by a projecting end, which stands up like the eagle's feather in an Indian's hair. The color of the madras will be usually a canary yellow striped with black. The hues of the dress are bewildering. Here are a skirt of roses and a foulard of sky blue, a gown of scarlet and yellow with a terracotta scarf across the breast, a dress of white striped with orange below a foulard of green, a frock of primrose spotted with red and completed by a scarf of mazarine blue. Add to this the necklace of gold beads, the heavy bracelets, the great earrings, and the trembling pins that fix the madras, and then realize overall the white light of a tropical moon. The two places along our route in which we were specially interested were the village of Matina, in the fertile valley watered by the river of that name, and Cartago, which was founded by the Spaniards in 1563 and was, during colonial times, the capital of the country. In the latter part of the 18th century, Matina was a port of some importance and the center of the largest and best cacao haciendas in Costa Rica, but owing to the frequent incursions of pirates and Mosquito Indians, this fertile territory had to be evacuated. There was also another reason for abandoning it, and that was the hot, enervating, pernicious atmosphere and the torrential rains, which were the causes of malaria and malignant fevers from which the district was never exempt. So bad was the reputation of the Matina Valley in this respect that people, as the Costa Rican writer Don Ricardo F. Guardia informs us in his Cuentos Ticos, used to confess and make their wills when they went to Matina, to the famous Matina which inspires fear in men and madness in mules, as they used to say in those days when men were braver and mules better. Cartago, how often this Carthaginian name recurs in this part of the world, is a delightful place nearly a mile above sea level, with a population of about 7,000 souls. It was founded in 1562 by Juan Vázquez de Coronado, the real conqueror of Costa Rica. It has a very salubrious climate with a mean annual temperature of 66 degrees F. In 1841, it was almost entirely destroyed by an earthquake caused by a violent eruption of the volcano of Irazu, at the foot of which the town is situated. It is noted as the seat of the Central American Court of Justice, which was inaugurated here as one of the results of the Peace Congress held in Washington in 1907. In consequence of the establishment of this tribunal here, the town has been called the Hague of the New World. Mr. Andrew Carnegie has contributed $100,000 for the erection of a suitable edifice in which to hold the sessions of the court. The site selected for it is the most beautiful in the city, and the structure, on which work was begun without delay, promises to be the most attractive feature of Cartago. Costa Rica is justly celebrated for its coffee. In the London market, it has long been a favorite brand and always commands a high price. It has a delicious aroma, scarcely inferior to that of the best Java or mocha berries. We preferred it to any we had found elsewhere in our tropical wanderings. The haciendas devoted to the cultivation of coffee, especially those in the vicinity of Cartago and San Jose, are kept in splendid condition, and the trees are of exceptional vigor and productiveness. Next to bananas, coffee constitutes the most important export of the Republic. It was introduced from Havana about a century ago, and one may yet see in Cartago the centenarian trees that supplied the seeds for the plantations of Costa Rica and other parts of Central America. The value of the coffee and bananas annually exported from the Republic is much greater than that of all the other commodities combined. Indeed, these two staples are to the commerce of Costa Rica what tobacco and sugar are to Cuba. Columbus and his followers searched these countries for gold and spices, but they found but little of either. If they could return now to these favored lands, they would discover that their real treasures, more precious far than gold mines and groves of spice trees, lay in the indigenous banana and tobacco plants, and in the two exotic growths, coffee and sugar cane. The schedule time of the train from Limon to San Jose, although only 103 miles, is about 7 hours. This is due to the numerous stops made and to the heavy grades up the flanks of the Cordillera. Our arrival at the capital was signalized by a genuine tropical downpour, such as we had not seen elsewhere during our journey. For a while, it seemed to justify the Spanish expression lover, a cantarse to rain bucketfuls. But the aguacero, the name given these short, heavy rainfalls, was of short duration. It was but one of those daily afternoon showers that characterize the plateau during the winter season in Invierno, our summer which extends from the month of May until the end of November. The dry or summer season verano lasts from December until May and is distinguished by absence of rain. The verano is the season of the northeast trade winds, which lose their humidity in crossing the Atlantic Cordillera. The monsoon, which comes from the southwest during the winter, does not encounter on the Pacific side mountains of sufficient height to condense the vapor with which it is charged. Thus it still contains, on its arrival at the central plateau, enough moisture to produce the heavy precipitation just noted. But notwithstanding these daily aguaceros, one can always count on sunshiny mornings, except during October, which is the wettest month of the year. It scarcely ever rains before 2:00 p.m. and rarely after 5 o'clock in the evening. We were quite charmed with San Jose and its hospitable and cultured people. In many respects, we thought it the most delightful city we had seen in Latin America, especially for a protracted sojourn. Situated in the smiling valley of the Abra, it is reputed to be the most beautiful city in Central America, while it is the second in extent and the third in population, having about 30,000 souls. Its altitude is nearly 4,700 feet above the level of the sea, and it has a mean annual temperature of 70 degrees F. Foreign residents declare that the climate during the dry season is ideal. The city counts a number of beautiful churches and public buildings, but the greatest surprise for us was its superb Teatro National. In some of its leading features, it is modeled after the Grand Opera House in Paris and is really a gem of architecture. It cost nearly $1 million in gold and was paid for by an extra tax on coffee. We have nothing in the United States to compare with it in beauty and artistic finish, especially in the decoration of its sumptuous foyer. In the New World, it is surpassed only by the Teatro Municipal of Rio de Janeiro and the Teatro Colón of Buenos Aires. There are many attractive parks adorned with tastefully arranged flowers and trees and monuments that would be a credit to any capital. The monument that appealed most strongly to us was located in the Park National and commemorates the campaign of 1856 against the filibusters led by that daring adventurer from the United States, William Walker. It is also dedicated to the fraternity of the 5 Central American republics made one in defense of their independence. Let us hope that this is a symbol of the birth in the near future of a new federation of the Central American republics, similar to the one that was established shortly after they had achieved their independence under the name of the Republic of Central America. Such a republic would have 50% more territory than the whole of Great Britain, and, considering all the natural resources it possesses, it would, under a stable and progressive government, soon take an honorable place among the nations of the world. We visited a number of coffee plantations, as well as orchards and gardens in the vicinity of San Jose, and were surprised at the variety and luxuriance of every species of vegetable growth. But it is to the city market that one must go, especially on Sundays and dies de fiesta holidays, if one would have an adequate conception of the floral and pomonic riches of this favored land. Here we could easily imagine that we had before us every blossom that blows. Exposed for sale at a nominal price are the most gorgeous of flowers still fresh with the morning dew, roses of every size and color, orchids of the most fantastic forms and of dazzling beauty, to possess which a New York belle would, if necessary, pawn a favorite jewel. And here one beholds in lavish abundance citrus fruits of every species, bananas of untold varieties, and scores of other fruits equally common here but scarcely known except by name in our northern latitudes. At every turn we see booths filled with guavas, mamies, and mangoes, zapotes, avocados, and chirimoyas, papayas, pomegranates, and sapodillas, annonas, breadfruit, mangosteens, and others too numerous to mention, that are prized by the natives for the preparation of Dulce's sweet sand preserves. The avocado, also called avocado pear, on account of its shape, is the fruit of the beautiful tree called by botanists Percy gradissima, after Perseus, the son of Jupiter and Danae. The English in the Caribbean islands name this delicious fruit alligator pear, or midshipman's butter. It indeed somewhat resembles butter in appearance, and to a certain extent replaces butter on the table in the tropics, where real butter is difficult to procure and more difficult to keep. Of late years, it has been introduced into the north as a salad, and promises, as soon as it becomes generally known, to be one of the most popular of tropical fruits. Speaking for myself, I prefer it to any other except possibly the pina pineapple, but one must taste the fresh, ripe pineapple of the tropics to know its full lusciousness. It is incomparably more juicy and fragrant than anything our northern markets offer. Old Benzoni says of it, it smells well and tastes better, and declares it to be one of the most relishing fruits in the world. Sir Walter Raleigh was right when he called it the Prince of Fruits. King James thought so highly of it that he remarked that it was a fruit too delicious for a subject to taste of. The poet Thomson doubtless entertained a similar view when he penned the following lines. Witness, thou best Anana, thou the pride of vegetable life, beyond whate'er the poets imagined in the golden age. Quick, let me strip thee of thy tufty coat, spread thy ambrosial stores, and feast with Jove. But delicious, as is the pineapple, it is, in the estimation of many, surpassed by the chirimoya. This fruit is likened by peas to lumps of flavored cream ready to be frozen, suspended from the branches of some fairy tree amidst the most overpowering perfume of its flowers. Clements R. Markham was so enthusiastic about it that he declared that he who has not tasted the Karamoya fruit has yet to learn what fruit is. The pineapple, the mangosteen, and the Karamoya, Dr. Seaman writes, are considered the finest fruits in the world. I have tasted them in those localities in which they are supposed to attain their highest perfection: the pineapple in Guayaquil, the mangosteen in the Indian archipelago, and the Karamoya on the slope of the Andes, and if I were called upon to act the part of Paris, I would, without hesitation, assign the apple to the Karamoya. Its taste, indeed, surpasses that of every other fruit, and Hinck was quite right when he called it the masterpiece of nature. A fruit that always appealed to us was the papaya, or pawpaw. It grows in clusters on a tree about 20 feet high. In taste and appearance, it closely resembles a good-sized muskmelon. It is surprising to see such large fruits growing on so small a tree. It flowers and fruits at the same time. The fruits, however, that are the mainstay for the greatest number of people in the tropics are, as has already been stated, the banana and the plantain. The former is known to botanists as Musa sapientum because sages have reposed beneath its shade and eaten its fruit. The latter is called Musa paradisiaca on account of a certain tradition that it was the forbidden fruit in paradise. Both the banana and the plantain number almost as many varieties as the apple. The bananas are smaller than the plantains. The former range from 1 to 6 inches in length, while some varieties of the latter attain a length of 15 inches. They are eaten raw, boiled, and roasted, and as preserves. A few trees will supply a whole family with the means of subsistence during the entire year. The banana and plantain are just the kinds of plants that specially appeal to the natives of the equatorial regions, for they give at all seasons a never-failing abundance of nutritious food, and that, too, without any more labor and care than are entailed by clearing the ground and placing them in the ever-productive soil. Sir Charles Dilke, however, regards these food producers in quite a different light. In his estimation, the banana is the curse of the tropics. Their very abundance, and the little care they require, constitute, according to him, a bar to progress and to civilization of the highest kind in the tropics, for the reason that all true civilization necessarily presupposes labor and effort. It is for this reason that the highest faculties of man are most conspicuous in the temperate zone, where there is a constant struggle for existence. Before leaving Barranquilla, we met a gentleman who had just completed a tour of all Latin America, and he declared that San Jose was the most beautiful city he had seen in all his travels. At the time, we gave little credence to what seemed a very exaggerated impression, but after we were able to judge for ourselves, we were forced to admit that Costa Rica's fair capital is, indeed, a most delightful place. In a charming, secluded vale near the city, where stood the country seat of a wealthy merchant of the capital, was a particularly romantic spot. The only places I could recall that could fairly compare with it were certain upland valleys in the larger islands of the equatorial Pacific. Hidden away in the luxuriant tropical forest, alongside a broad mountain torrent, where fruit and flower and foliage vied with one another in delicacy of fragrance and richness of hue, it required but little strain of fancy to imagine that we were gazing upon the wonders of the enchanted Isle of Armida and Rinaldo. For here, mild was the air, the skies were clear as glass, the trees no whirlwind felt nor tempest smart, but ere the fruit drop off, the blossom comes, this springs that falls, that ripeneth and thus blooms. Whilst gazing in silent rapture at the incomparable beauty of the scene before us, and carried away by the matchless exhibitions of Flora and Pomona, we were suddenly transported on the wings of memory back to the beautiful plaza of Ciudad Bolivar, where, some months before, we had heard a happy, enthusiastic fiancée declare that she considered the lower Orinoco, aboard a yacht or a steamer, an ideal place to spend one's honeymoon. With no claim to the power of mind reading or to the spirit of prophecy, we assert, without fear of erring, that if she had the opportunity of choosing between the Orinoco Valley and this beauty spot near San Jose, as a place to spend her honeymoon, her luna de miel, as the Spaniards phrase it, it would not be to the Orinoco that Don Esteban would take his bride, but to this Edenic spot on the charming Costa Rican plateau. Costa Rica, despite what has often been said to the contrary, has, for the past half-century, been practically free from those fratricidal revolutions that have so characterized the other Central American republics. There have, it is true, been occasional pronunciamientos and periods of excitement about the time of some of the presidential elections, but none of those devastating insurrections that have so long been the curse of her less fortunate neighbors. Costa Rica points with pride, and well she may, to the fact that she has more school teachers than soldiers. Everywhere one finds schools for both sexes, admirably appointed and conducted, and constant efforts are being made to have them compare favorably with similar institutions in other parts of the world. The original Spanish inhabitants of the Central Plateau were of sturdy Galician stock, and their descendants still exhibit the thrift, industry, and enterprise of their ancestors. One meets many families of pure Spanish blood, but the majority are evidently mestizos, the result of the intermarriage of Spaniards with the Aborigines. The number of pure-blooded Indians is comparatively small, only about 3,000 out of a total population of 1/3 There are few Negroes seen outside of the low coastlands, where they constitute the majority of the inhabitants. We were, indeed, greatly impressed to note the sudden transition from the black to the white race as we ascended the Cordillera. In San Jose, the number of Negroes is astonishingly small, while the complexions of the whites, compared with that of the majority of the people living in the Andean lands we had recently visited, is unusually clear and ruddy. "How fair and delicate are the features of the Josfinas!" exclaimed C, as we took our first promenade in the broad and well-kept streets of San Jose. And with the eye of a connoisseur, he continued, "How tastefully dressed they are!" He was right. The number of beautiful, Madonna-like types one meets with is surprising. This impression is probably enhanced in some degree by the beautifully embroidered pantaloons, large Chinese silk shawls which they know so well how to display to the best advantage. When to the tasteful costume and delicate features, one adds the culture and refinement that often distinguish the Josfina, one can easily realize that she but continues the best traditions for beauty and grace of mind and heart that have so long distinguished her sisters in the land of Isabella of Castile. After a delightful week spent in San Jose, we prepared to return to Limon. We then experienced, probably more than at any other place in our long journey, what all travelers more or less dread in their peregrinations, the pang of leaving places that have especially appealed to one, and of saying farewell to newly formed friends almost as soon as one has learned to know their goodness of heart and nobility of character. To me, I confess, this has always been the greatest drawback of traveling, and is something I have never been able to outgrow. Armed with a certificate from our consul stating that we had spent in San Jose the time required of passengers coming from quarantine ports, by the health regulations of Panama, we took our place in a comfortable parlor car, and were soon on our way towards the Caribbean coast, but not before we had taken a last, long, lingering look at beautiful, hospitable, fascinating San Jose. As the train slowly moved eastwards towards Cartago, our attention was directed for the 100th time to the rich Cafetales coffee plantations that covered the fertile acres on both sides of the road. Here and there we noted one of those cumbersome ox carts with solid wooden wheels drawn by a yoke of oxen in charge of an odd-looking bearo. These are rapidly giving way to more modern means of transportation, but the lover of the bizarre and the picturesque will regret their disappearance. "Observe," said a Josefino, having some pretensions to physiognomy, "the peculiar features of that bearo on his way to the market. I will wager anything that that man is a firm believer in seguas and cadillos and loronas, that he dreams of bodages, even in the daytime, and that he has greater fear of hermanos than any of your countrymen have of ghosts." He then proceeded to explain the meaning of these terms. "A segua," he continued, "is a monster somewhat like the sirens of old, that assumes the form of a beautiful woman and leads men astray. A cadillos is a fantastic animal, black and hairy, resembling an enormous dog which has resounding hoofs instead of paws. A lorona is a frightful phantom that is sometimes heard moaning in the mountains in such wise as to strike terror into the passerby. Bodage, the Spanish for a large earthen jar, is the name given in Costa Rica to a buried treasure. The country people believe that, if one having buried money dies in debt, his ghost hermano will haunt the place in great distress until the treasure is found and the debt is paid." "I wish I could have the assistance of a few such hermanos," interposed C, laughingly. "If I had, I should have several $1,000s more to my credit than I have now. Unfortunately, in my country we have not such aids in bringing our debtors to book." On our way down the Cordillera, while crossing one of the numerous iron bridges that span the Reventazan and other mountain rivers and torrents, our Josefino friend pointed to a pier of masonry standing alone about 40 feet to one side of the bridge. That pier, he said, was formerly under the bridge, but in consequence of a peculiar landslide or earthquake, it was transported, together with a part of the bed of the stream, to the spot where it now stands. And then he told us of the opposition of the boyeros to the construction of the railroad. They, like ill-advised people in other parts of the world, feared that it would ruin their occupation and reduce them and their families to starvation. The government and railway company cleverly overcame this opposition by employing the boyeros to haul the material used in the construction of the road. Then, too, there were wiseacres in Costa Rica, as there were in our Rocky Mountain region, when there was question of undertaking some of the remarkable engineering feats that characterized several of our transcontinental railroads, who declared that the projectors of the road from Limon to San Jose were essaying the impossible. General Guardia, the dictator under whose rule the road was begun, they declared, is trying to build a railroad to Port Limon, where the birds themselves can scarcely go with wings. And yet, aside from the landslides which occur in all mountainous countries and the miasmatic climate, there were but few great difficulties encountered. From an engineering standpoint, the construction of the road offered far less difficult problems than many of the railroads in Colorado, Peru, and Ecuador. The curves are not so sharp, and the grades are less, while the altitude attained is less than half of that reached by several Rocky Mountain roads, and less than one-third of the height of the celebrated Andean Railway which connects Arroyo with Lima. Our first care on arriving at Limon was to have the health officer of that place countersign the certificate we had received from our consul in San Jose. We then boarded our steamer and were ready to start for Panama. The weather was again in our favor, and we had a most delightful sail to Colon, and needless to say, we enjoyed every moment of it. We enjoyed it particularly on account of its interesting historical associations and the romantic legends that have been woven about every isle and inlet and headland along the coast. That, however, which appealed most strongly to us was the land of Veragua, near the dividing line between Costa Rica and Panama. It was here that Columbus imagined he had found the golden Chersonese, the land whence came the gold used in the construction of Solomon's temple. In the letter to his sovereigns, dispatched from Jamaica, he contends that these mines of the Oria are identical with those of Veragua. It was here, too, near the mouth of the river Belen, that the first settlement on the continent of the New World was located. Although it had soon to be abandoned, it was begun with a view of permanent occupancy, and as such is deserving of special notice. A suitable memorial should indicate this spot, as one should also mark the site of Isabella, the first settlement in the New World. It was while on the coast of Veragua that Columbus heard of the great ocean now known as the Pacific. He was not, however, permitted to add its discovery to the long list of his marvelous achievements. That honor was reserved for Vasco Núñez de Balboa. About 9 o'clock the morning following our departure from Limon, we dropped anchor in the harbor of Colon. The sea was so tranquil that there was scarcely a ripple on its placid waters. It was certainly in marked contrast with the condition in which Columbus once found it in these parts, for he assures us, in the oft-quoted letter to Ferdinand and Isabella, that never was sea so high, so terrific, and so covered with foam. It seemed like a sea of blood, seething like a cauldron on a mighty fire. So continual, indeed, were the shifting winds, and so terrific were the storms, that the coast from Veragua to Colon, which we had found washed by so calm a sea, was by Columbus, and his companions named La Costa de los Contrasts. Immediately on our arrival, our vessel was boarded by the health officers of the port. Those who could not produce a satisfactory health certificate, and many could not, were sent to quarantine. Many of our party, however, did not require any, as they did not purpose landing at Colon. Some of them were bound for Jamaica and for points more distant. Among them was C, my brave and resolute companion across the Andes, the loyal and generous young cavalier who, if he had not been of superior mold, would more than once have lost his heart during the course of our long journey. I would fain have enjoyed his companionship longer while following the conquistadors in lands farther south, but it was not to be. To him and to other friends, I had regretfully to pronounce the words of parting that had so frequently been addressed to us by the kindly and hospitable people we had met all along our route uds. Vayan Bayen, why con la Virgin, a happy journey and with the Virgin Mother. As I left our good ship and the friends it bore to divers destinations and stepped ashore alone, a stranger in a strange land, I felt, I must confess, not unlike Dante when he suddenly found himself deprived of the companionship of Virgil, who had been his friend and guide during his arduous journey down through the fearsome pits of hell and up the precipitous ledges of the mountain of purgatory. But this impression, strong though it was, could not long remain dominant. What had in the beginning of my journey been but a consummation devoutly to be wished, had during our wanderings in tropical lands crystallized into a determination to make the desire a reality. The happy termination of our voyage up the Orinoco and down the Magdalena was conclusive evidence that travel, even through the least frequented parts of South America, was far from being as difficult as it has long been depicted. The moment, then, that I stepped from the gangplank that connected our steamer with Panaman soil, the Rubicon was crossed, and I had resolved, caut que caut alone, if necessary to realize the long-cherished dream of my youth to visit the famed lands of the Incas and explore the fertile valleys under the equator. If my experience in the Llanos and among the Cordilleras had not made me fit to mount up to the stars, as Dante was when he left the terrestrial paradise, it had at least renewed me even as new trees with new foliage. And I was ready to undertake a longer and more difficult journey than the one just completed and eager to follow the conquistadores along the Andes and down the Amazon. Bibliography. Partial list of the works cited in this volume. Acosta, Padre José de Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, translated into English in 1604 by Grimston. Sevilla, 1590. André Eugen, A Naturalist in the Guianas, New York, 1904. Angulrius Petrus Martyr. De Nau Orb, or the History of the West Indies, containing the acts and adventures of the Spaniards, which ha conquered and peopled those countries, enriched with variety of pleasant relation of the manners, ceremonies, laws, governments, and wars of the Indians, comprised in 8 decades. Written by Peter Martyr, a Millinois of Angulria, Chief Secretary. Whereof 3 ha been formerly translated into English, by R. Eden, whereunto the other few are newly added by the industry and painful trial of M. Locke. Gent. London, 1612. Upon C.F. Unter den Tropen. Jena, 1871. Benzoni Girolamo, La Historia del Mondo Nuovo. Venezia, 1555. Boussingault, J.B. Voyages Scientifices et Acute los Andes Equatoriales. Paris, 1849. Berger Otto, Reisen eines Naderforschers im Tropischen Amerika. Leipzig, 1900. Burney James, History of the Buccaneers of America, 1816. Cassani, Padre, J. Historia de la Provincia de la Campania de Jesus del Nuevo Reino de Granada en la America. Descripción y relación exacta de sus gloriosas misiones en el Reino, Llanos Meta, y Rio Orinoco. Madrid, 1741. Castellanos, Juan de, Elegies de Varons Illusters de Indias, in the Biblioteca de Autores Espanoles, Tom, Roman IV, Collection Rivadenera. Madrid, 1850. Castellanos, Juan de, Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Madrid, 1887. Colin, Padre, A Historia Chorográfica, Natural y Evangelica de la Nueva Andalucia. Madrid, 1779. Cieza de Leon, Pedro de, Travels in the First Part of the Chronicle of Peru, translated from the Spanish and published for the Hacklight Society. London, 1864. Codazzi Agostino, Geografia Stadistica de Venezuela. Forense, 1864. Colin Cristobal, Relations y Cartas de Cristobal Colon in the Biblioteca Classica, Tom. Cielziv, Madrid, 1892. Colin Don Fernando, Historia del Almirante de las Indias, Don Cristobal Colon. Madrid, 1892. Cravo Jules, Voyages dans l'Amérique du Sud. Paris, 1883. Darwin, Charles. Journal of Researches into the Natural History and Geology of the Countries Visited During the Voyage of HMS Beagle Round the World. Dobrajoffer, Padreum Historia de Abiponibus. Vienna, 1784. Ducaudre Hallstein, H. Memoirs of Simon Bolivar. London, 1830. Erbach, Eberhard Grafzu. Wandertage eines deutschen Touristen im Strom und Küstengebiet des Orinoco. Leipzig, 1892. Eskmeling, The History of the Buccaneers of America. London, 1741. Fabi, Antonio Maria. Vida y Escritos de Don Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, Obispo de Chipre. Madrid, 1879. Fernández de Navarrete, Martin. Collección de los viajes y descubrimientos que hicieron por mar los españoles desde fines del siglo Roman XV. Madrid, 1825-37. Fernández de Oviedo y Valdez, Gonzalo. Historia General y Natural de las Indias. Madrid, 1851. Fernández Piedrahita, Lucas. Historia General de las Conquistas del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Bogotá, 1881. Figueroa, Padre F. de. Relations de las Misiones de la Compañía de Jesús en el País de los Menas. Madrid, 1904. Fisk, John, The Discovery of America. Boston, 1892. Ford, P. L. Writings of Columbus. New York, 1892. Fressel, J. R. Conquista y Descubrimiento del Nuevo Reino de Granada de las Indias Occidentales, del Mar Océano y Fundación de la Ciudad de Santa Fe de Bogotá. Bogotá, 1859. Gaffarel, Paul. Études sur les y rapports de l'Amérique et de l'ancien continent avant Christophe Colomb. Paris, 1869. Garcilaso de la Vega, El Inca. La Florida, Historia del Adelantado Hernando de Soto. Madrid, 1723. Gerstacher Friedrich, New Reisen, Berlin. Gilly Abate P.S. Sagio di Storia Americana. Rome, 1780. Goering Anton, Vom Tropischen Teuflin zum Jogen Schnee. Leipzig. Gamara, Lopez de. Historia General de las Indias, Tom. Roman 22 de Autores Españoles. Madrid, 1877. Gumilla, Padre José. El Orinoco Ilustrado, Historia Natural Civil y Geográfica de las Naciones Situadas en las Ribras del Río Orinoco. Barcelona, 1882. Gutiérrez Carlos, Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, sus tiempos y su apostolado. Madrid, 1878. Hakluyt's Early Voyages, London, 1810. Harris H. Christophe Colomb, Paris, 1884. Helps Sir Arthur, The Spanish Conquest in America, New York, 1900. Herrera, Antonio de. Historia General de los Hechos de los Castellanos en las Islas y Tierra Firme del Mar Océano. Madrid, 1726. Hetner Alfred, Reisen in den Kolumbianischen Anden. Leipzig, 1888. Humbert, J. L. Occupation Alemán de Venezuela o Roman 16 Cycle, Periode dit des Welser, 1520-815-56. Bordeaux, 1905. Humboldt Alexander von, Cosmos. Examen critique del Histoire de la géographique du Nouveau Continent. Paris, 1830-639. Personal Narrative of Travel to the Equinoctial Regions, Bonne edition. Views des Cordillers at Monuments des Pupils Indigens de l'Amérique. Paris, 1810. Klunzinger, Anthel der Deutschen und der Entdeckung von Südamerika. Stuttgart, 1857. Labette, Pierre-Jean Baptiste, Nouveau Voyage aux Isles de l'Amérique. Paris, 1743. Leet, Joannes de. Novus Orbis Seu Descriptio Indiae Occidentalis. Leiden, 1633. Las Casas Fray Bartolomé de. Historia de las Indias. Madrid, 1875. Macnut F. A. Bartholomew de las Casas, His Life, His Apostolate and His Writings. New York, 1909. Martius C. F. Historia Naturalis Pomorum. Lipsy, 1850. Martyr Peter, The First Three Books on America, translation of Richard Eden, edited by Edward Arbour. Westminster, 1895. Michelina y Rojas, F. Exploration Official. Bruxelles, 1867. Nadilac Marquida, Prehistoric America. London, 1885. Oviedo y Banos, José de. Historia de la Conquista y Población de la Provincia de Venezuela. Madrid, 1885. Pease, Ramon, Travels and Adventures in South and Central America. New York, 1864. Raleigh, Sir Walter. The Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guyana, edited by Sir Robert Scomberg, printed for the Hakluyt Society. London, 1848. Ramusio GB del Navigazione e Viaggi. Venetia, 1550. Recluse, Elysée, Nouvelle Géographique Universelle. Paris, 1893. Remezel, Antonio de. Historia de la Provincia de San Vicente de Chiapa. Madrid, 1620. Restrepo, Vicente. Los Chibes Antes de la Conquista Española. Bogotá, 1895. Rivero, Padre Juan. Historia de las Misiones de los Llanos de Casanar y los Ríos Orinoco y Meta. Bogotá, 1883. Sachs Karl Os den Llanos. Leipzig, 1879. Scomberg, Richard, Risen in British Guiana. Leipzig, 1840-44. Simon, Fr. Pedro, Noticias Historiales de las Conquistas de Tierra Firme. Bogotá, 1892. Spix, J.B. and Martius, C.F. Travels in Brazil. London, 1824. Spruce, Richard, Notes of a Botanist and the Amazon and Andes. London, 1908. Turnox Compans, H. Voyages Relations, et Memoires Originaux pour servir à Histoire de la Découverte de l'Amérique. Paris, 1837-1841. Thatcher, J.B. Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Works, His Remains. New York, 1904. Thornsberg, Geo. W. The Monarchs of the Main, or Adventures of the Buccaneers. London, 1855. Thurn, Everard Tim Among the Indians of Guyana. London, 1883. Triana Perez, Down the Orinoco in a Canoe. London, 1902. Varnhagen, F. Ada. Le Premier Voyage de Amerigo Vespucci. Vienne, 1869. Vadia Enrique de, Historias Primitivas de Indias. Madrid, 1877. Vergara y Vergara, José María. Historia de la Literature and Nueva Granada desde la Conquista hasta la Independencia, 1538-1820. Bogotá, 1867. Vergara y Velasco, F. J. Nueva Geografía de Colombia. Bogotá, 1901. Waterton Charles, Wanderings in South America. Zerda, Liborio. El Dorado, Estudio Histórico, et Geográfico y Arqueológico de los Chibes Habitantes de la Antigua Cundinamarca y de algunas otras tribus. Bogotá, 1883. Antología de Poetas Hispanoamericanos, publicada por la Real Academia Española. Madrid, 1894. Colección de Libros Raros y Curiosos que tratan de América. Madrid, 1892-1902. Colección de Documentos Inéditos Relativos al Descubrimiento, Conquista y Colonización de las Posiciones Españolas en América. Madrid, 1864-1899. Notes. Dec 1 lib. Roman 9 cap 10. 1513 is the date given by Garcilaso de la Vega, and Peschel, in his Geschichte des Zeitalters der Entdeckungen, p. 521, has proved that this is the date that should be accepted. The History of Hernando de Soto and Florida, or Record of the Events of 56 Years, from 1512 to 1568, p. 111, 78 and Passim, Philadelphia, 1881. Floridamque appelleveret quia resurrectionis die insulam repererint, vocet Hispanis pascha Floridum resurrectionis diem. Dec. Roman 4 cap. 5. Les Corterial et leur voyage au Nouveau Monde, pp. 111-151. Le Premier Voyage de Amerigo Vespucci, par F. A. de Varnhagen Vienne, 1869, p. 34. Historia General de las Indias, Tom. Roman 22 de Autores Espanoles, Madrid, M. Rivadeneira, editor, 1877. I have reproduced the passage in the quaint translation of Richard Eden, as given in the first 3 books on America, p. 345, edited by Edward Arbour, Westminster, 1895. Colección de documentos inéditos del Archivo de Indias, Tom. V. pp. 536, 537. Eleges de Varons Illustres de Indias, in the Biblioteca de Autores Espanyols, Tom. Roman 4, p. 69, Collection Rivadenera, Madrid, 1850. In spite, however, of the skepticism of Martyr and of the ridicule of Castellanos and the denunciation of Oviedo, the quest for the Fountain of Youth was, according to Herrera, continued until the end of the 16th century, and probably longer. The Voyage and Travel of Sir John Monville Knight, Chapter Le. Richard Eden Opsit, p. 34. For an illuminating discussion of this subject, with citation of authorities, see M. Beauvoir article, La Fontaine de Jouvence et le Jardin dans les traditions des Antilles et de la Floride. Le Musicien, Tom. Roman 3, No. 3. By projecting our modern knowledge into the past. To employ a favorite phrase of John Fiske, many, even among recent writers, speak as if the early explorers knew for a certainty that the land discovered by Columbus was actually distinct from Asia. None of them, however, go to the extreme of Lope de Vega, who, in one of his dramas El Nuevo Mundo Descubierto, makes the Genoese mariner, in a talk with his brother Bartholomew, ask why is it that I, a poor pilot broken in fortune, yearn to add to this world another and one so remote. Un hombre pobre, why on rodo, que casi lo pudo decir, why que vive de piloto quiere acute, este mundo anadir otro mundo tan remoto. Writings of Columbus, edited by P. L. Ford, New York, 1892. Relations y Cartas de Cristobal Colón in the Biblioteca Clásica Tom. CL Ziv, Madrid, 1892. Relations y Cartas Utsup pp. 57-58. Hakluyt's Early Voyage, Volume Roman 3, p. 615, London, 1810. The introduction of tobacco into England is by some attributed to Hawkins rather than to Lord Raleigh, who is generally supposed to have introduced it. Vedici pestifero y malvaggio Iulino del Diulo y questo. La Historia del Mondo Nuovo, p. 54, Venezia, 1555. Nouveau Voyage aux Isles de l'Amérique, Volume Roman 2, p. 120, par Jean-Baptiste Labat à la Haye, 1724. Even royalty took part in the controversy. In a counterblast to tobacco, King James concludes his argument against the use of the weed as follows. A custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, and in the blacky stinking fume thereof, nearest resembling the horrible Stygian smoke of the pit that is bottomless. The works of the most high and mighty Prince James, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, etc., p. 222, London, 1616. Hail, happy soil, whence Mother Nature lavishes in abundance the odoriferous, smokable plant. Hail, happy Havana. Vida y escritos de Don Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, Obispo de Chiapa, por Don Antonio Maria Fabier, Tom. I. pp. 235-236, Madrid, 1879. Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, sus tiempos y su apostolado, por Carlos Gutierrez, pp. 351, 352, 368, 369, Madrid, 1878. Études sur les rapports de l'Amérique et de l'ancien continent avant Christophe Colomb, par Paul Gaffarel. p. 124 et sec. Paris, 1869. The diminutive of Hispana and signifying Little Spain, also known by the Latinized name Hispaniola and as Isabella, in honor of the illustrious patron of the discoverer. Haiti is an Indian word meaning craggy land, or land of mountains. Historia de las Indias, Dec, Roman 2, Lib 3, Cap. 14. Southey's History of Brazil, Volume Roman 3, Chapter Roman 33. Sir Clements R. Markham, in his introduction to Hawkins' Voyages, says, speaking of this subject, "It is not therefore John Hawkins alone who can justly be blamed for the slave trade, but the whole English people during 250 years, who must all divide the blame with him." The Spanish Conquest in America, by Sir Arthur Helps, Volume IP, 350, London and New York, 1900. See also Girolamo Benzoni, Historia del Mondo Nuovo, p. 65, Venezia, 1565, in which he says many Spaniards of Hispaniola predicted that the island would surely, within a short time, fall into the hands of the blacks. Roman 6 Sono molti spagnuoli, que tengono per cosa certa que quest. Isola in bru tempo sera passagiuta da questi mori. Eden's first 3 English books on America, p. 240. For a complete discussion of this subject, see Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Works, His Remains, pp. 507-613 by J. B. Thatcher, New York, 1904. According to this author, very small portions of the precious ashes of the great discoverer exist in the Vatican, in the University of Pavia, where Columbus was a student in the Municipal Hall of Genoa, in the Lenox Library, New York, and in the possession of 4 different private individuals whom he names. To earth he gave immense riches, to heaven souls innumerable. Histoire de la géographie du Nouveau Continent, par Alexander de Humboldt, Volume V, pp. 177-178, Paris, 1839. This narrow space is a sepulchre of the man who was a lion in name, and much more one in deed. Historia de la Conquista y Población de la Provincia de Venezuela Tom. Roman 2, p. 36, Madrid, 1885. The Romans declare that those who cast a coin into the fountain of Trevi are sure to return to the eternal city. The Caraquinians have a similar saying, viz., that he who drinks of the water of the Catach A stream flowing through the city will return to Caracas. El que bebe de Catach vuelve a acute Caracas. Historia de las Indias, Dec. Roman 2, lib 3 cap. 14. The Pearl Coast extends from Coro to the Gulf of Paria, a distance of more than 500 miles. Padre A. Colin, Historia Chorographica, Natural y Evangelica de la Nueva Andalucia, Madrid, 1779, and Conversion en Piritu de Indios Cumanagodos y Palinx, por el PFR. Meixas Ruiz Blanco O. SF Seguido de los Franciscanos en las Indias, por FR. Francisco Alvarez de Villanueva, OSF, Madrid, 1892. Even Captain John Hawkins, an atrocious slave dealer, is forced to pay his tribute of praise to the gentle and peaceful character of the Indians of this part of Venezuela, for of them he writes, "The people be surely gentle and tractable, and such as desire to live peaceably, or else had it been bien possible for the Spaniards to ha conquered them as they did, and the more to live now peaceable, they being many in number, and the Spaniards of few." Op. Cit. Volume Roman 3, p. 28. F. A. Macnutt's Bartholomew de las Casas, His Life, His Apostolate and His Writings, chaps. Roman 8, Xi Roman 12, New York, 1909. Antonio de Remesel, Historia de la Provincia de San Vicente de Chiapa, 1619. In his last will he writes, "Inasmuch as the goodness and the mercy of God, whose unworthy minister I am, called me to be the protector of the inhabitants of the countries, which we call the Indies, who were once the lords of those lands and kingdoms. I have labored in the court of the kings of Castile, going and coming from the Indies to Castile, and from Castile to the Indies many times for about 50 years, i.e., from the year 1540, for the love of God alone and through compassion seeing those great multitudes of rational men perish, who originally were approachable, humble, meek, and simple, and well fitted to receive the Catholic faith and practice all manner of Christian virtues." Fabier, Op. Cit. Tom. I. pp. 234-235. In contemplating such a life, writes Fiske, as that of Las Casas, all words of eulogy seem weak and frivolous. The historian can only bow in reverent awe before a figure which is in some respects the most beautiful and sublime in the annals of Christianity since the apostolic age. When now and then in the course of the centuries God's providence brings such a life into this world, the memory of it must be cherished by mankind as one of its most precious and sacred possessions. For the thoughts, the words, the deeds of such a man, there is no death. The sphere of their influence goes on widening forever. They bud, they blossom, they bear fruit from age to age. The Discovery of America, Volume Roman 2, p. 482. Dec. 1, Book 8. The same writer informs us that the sailors of Pedro Alonso Nino, on leaving Curiana to return to Spain, had 60 and Roman 16 pounds weight, after Roman 8 Vienne says to the pound of pearls, which they bought for exchange of o'er thinges, amontin, to the value of 5 shillinges. Of these gems of the ocean, tears by naiads wept, one could then repeat, as well as now, the words of Pliny, the richest merchandise of all and the most sovereign commodity throughout the whole world are these pearls. Naturalis Historia, lib. Roman 9 cap. 35. The Venezuelan pearl oyster Margaritifera radiata is related to the Ceylon species, Margaritifera vulgaris, and ranges in color from white to bronze and, sometimes, black. It is slightly larger than the Ceylonese gem and is occasionally of excellent quality. About 350 boats, each manned by 5 or 6 men, are now engaged in the pearl fishery of Venezuela. Most of them are from the ports of Cumana, Juan Griego, and Carupano. The reader who is interested in the pearls of Margarita and of the Pearl Coast may consult with profit the very elaborate work, The Book of the Pearl, by George F. Kuntz and Chas. H. Stevenson, New York, 1908, and The Pearl by W. R. Cassell, Philadelphia and London, 1907. Rokeby, Canto 1:13. The wind then failed me, and I entered a climate where the intensity of the heat was such that I thought both ships and men would have been burned up, and everything suddenly got into such a state of confusion that no man dared go below deck to attend to the securing of the water cask and the provisions. This heat lasted 8 days. On the first day the weather was fine, but on the 7 other days it rained and was cloudy, yet we found no alleviation of our distress, so that I certainly believe that if the sun had shone, as on the first day, we should not have been able to escape in any way. Writings of Christopher Columbus, Utsup, pp. 113, 114, and Irving's Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus, chapter Roman 29. Op. Cit., p. 136. Eden's first 3 English books on America, p. 338. Chapman's Odyssey, BK, Roman 7. Called Bois Immortels by the French, and in Spanish bearing the appropriate name of Madre de Cacao, Mother of Cacao. It was upon the boughs and sprays of these trees that Raleigh found great store of oysters, very salt and well tasted. A species of edible oyster is still found on this Tretha rhizophora mangle of Linnaeus, but, although served on the table in the West Indies, it is far from being as luscious as our blue points or as large as our Lynn Havens. At last, p. 79, London, 1905. At this point called Tierra de Brea or pitch, writes Raleigh, there is that abundance of stone pitch, that all the ships of the world may therewith loaden from thence, and we made trial of it in trimming our ships to be most excellent good, and melteth not with the sun as the pitch of Norway, and therefore for ships trading in the south parts very profitable. The Discovery of Guiana, pp. 3 and 4, published for the Hakluyt Society, London, 1848. Writings of Columbus, Op. Cit., pp. 120-121. Collection de los Voyages y Descubrimientos que hicieron por mar los Españoles desde fins del siglo Roman 15. Tom, Roman 3, p. 583. See the aforementioned letter of Columbus to Ferdinand and Isabella for the quotations above given. The whole letter will well repay perusal. See also Relations y Cartas de Cristobal Colon Tom. CL, Roman 14, de la Biblioteca Clásica, Madrid, 1892, p. 268 et seq. Americus Vespucius shared with Columbus the belief in the existence of the terrestrial paradise in the newly discovered lands near the equator. Writing to his friend, Lorenzo de' Medici, giving him an account of his second voyage, he declares in the fields flourish so many sweet flowers and herbs, and the fruits are so delicious in their fragrance, that I fancied myself near the terrestrial paradise. And again, if there is a terrestrial paradise in the world, it cannot be far from this region. The Life and Voyages of Americus Vespucius, pp. 197 and 214, by C. Edwards Lester and Andrew Foster, New York, 1846. The curious reader will be interested in learning that Sir Walter Raleigh, as well as Columbus and Vespucius, speculated about the probable site of paradise. In his History of the World, he devotes a long chapter to the subject, and several pages to the discussion of their opinion which make paradise as high as the moon, and of others which make it higher than the middle region of the air, chapter Roman 3, Oxford, 1829. He who goes to the Orinoco dies, or becomes crazy. The Discovery of the large, rich, and beautiful empire of Guiana, p. 46, edited by Sir Robert Schomburgk, printed for the Hacklight Society, London, 1848. Purgatorio, Canto 1 VV, 1316. Sir Robert Schomburgk is no less enthusiastic in his praise of the tawny beauties of this part of South America. Commenting on Raleigh's opinion, just quoted, he writes as follows. During our 8 years wandering among the tribes of Guiana, who inhabit the vast regions from the coast of the Atlantic to the interior, between the Cassiquiare and the Upper Traumatas, we have met with many an Indian female who in figure and comeliness might have vied with some of our European beauties. Although they are rather small in size, their feet and hands are generally exquisite, their ankles well turned, and their waists, left to nature and not forced into artificial shape by modern inventions, resemble the beau ideal of classical sculpture. The Discovery of Guiana, Utsup, p. 41. The reader, I am sure, will be interested in the following paragraph from Peter Martyr on the plantain. Speaking of the fruit of the cassia tree, as he calls the plantain, he, in Michael Loke's translation, says, "The Egyptian common people babble that this is the apple of our first created father Adam, whereby he overthrew all mankind. The strange and faring marchantes of Vienne profitable spices, perfumes, Arabian asseminating odors, and worthless precious stones trading those countries for gain, call those fruits the muses. For mine own part one cannot call to mind, by what name I might call that tree or stalk in Latin, p. 273. De Novo Orb, the history of the West Indies, comprised in 8 decades, whereof 3 ha been formerly translated into English by R. Eden, whereunto the other few are newly added by the industry and painful trial of M. Loke, Gent. London, 1612. The anaconda is called by the inhabitants of Guiana La Culebra de Agua, or water serpent. It is also named El Traja Venado deer swallower, while in British Guiana it is known as the camouty. Mr. Waterton, speaking of it, says, "The camouty snake has been killed from 30 to 40 feet long. Though not venomous, his size renders him destructive to the passing animals. The Spaniards in the Orinoco positively affirm that he grows to the length of 70 or 80 feet, and that he will destroy the strongest and largest bull. His name seems to confirm this. There he is called Matatoro, which literally means bull killer. Thus may be ranked among the deadly snakes, for it comes nearly to the same thing in the end, whether the victim dies by poison from the fangs, which corrupts his blood and makes it stink horribly, or whether his body be crushed to mummy and swallowed by this hideous beast." Wanderings in South America, First Journey. New Reisen, p. 698, Berlin. Cf. Wandertage eines deutschen Touristen im Strom und Küstengebiet des Orinoco, Chapter Roman 33 Roman 35, von Eberhard Graf zu Urbach, Leipzig, 1892. The navigator, writes the illustrious savant, in proceeding along the channels of the delta of the Orinoco at night, sees with surprise the summit of the palm trees illumined by large fires. These are the habitations of the Garans, Titavitas, and Waradis of Raleigh, which are suspended from the trunks of trees. These tribes hang up mats in the air, which they fill with earth and kindle, on a layer of moist clay, the fire necessary for their household wants. They had owed their liberty and their political independence for ages to the quaking and swampy soil, which they pass over in the time of drought, and on which they alone know how to walk in security to their solitude in the delta of the Orinoco, to their abode on the trees, where religious enthusiasm will probably never lead any American stylites. Volume Roman 3, Chapter Roman 25. History of the New World, printed for the Hacklight Society, pp. 237-238. Historia del Almirante de las Indias, Don Cristóbal Colón, escrita por Don Fernando Colón, p. 178, Madrid, 1892. Dec. Roman 2 BK Roman 4, Eden's translation. Op. Cit. pp. 50-51. With reason does the pious missionary call the Morich Pom Morisha flexuosa, Nuevo Arbol de la Vida, y Milagro del Supremo Autor de la Naturaleza, a new tree of life, and a miracle of the author of nature, for this tree alone furnishes the Indian with victim et amictum food and raiment. Historia Natural Civil y Geographica de las Naciones Situadas en las Ribras del Rio Orinoco, Volume I Cap. Roman 9, Barcelona, 1882. Compare the following lines of Thomson's Seasons. Wide o'er his isles, the branching Orinoco rolls a brown deluge, and the native drives to dwell aloft on life-sufficing trees, at once his home, his robe, his food, his arms. Op. Cit. Volume Roman 3 p. 9. Discovery of Giviana, p. 50. Unter den Tropen, Ersterband, p. 521, Jena, 1871. El Delta del Orinoco Tomado de la Exploración al Alto Bajo Orinoco, y Central N. 1850. Por Andrés E. Level, Volume Roman 3. De la Memoria de la Dirección General de Estadística al Presidente de los Estados Unidos de Venezuela, N. 1873. Chapter 31. Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2 pp. 255-256. The Eupanomas, to whom Othello, in his address to the fair Desdemona, refers in the following passage: the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. Captain Keymes, who served under Raleigh, tells us, as we read in Hakluyt, of people who have eminent heads like dogs and live all the daytime in the sea, and they speak the Carib language. John Hagthorpe, a contemporary of Raleigh, writes about the matter as follows. Sir Walter Raleigh knew very well when he attempted his Guiana business, who erred in nothing so much if a free man may speak freely as in too much confidence in the relations of the country. For who knows not the policy and cunning of the fat friars, which is to stir up and animate the soldiers and laity to the search and inquisition of new countries, by devising tales and commence in their cloisters where they live at ease, that when others have taken pain to bringe in the harvest, they may feed upon the best and fattest of the crop. England's Exchequer, or a discourse of the sea and navigation with some things thereunto coincident concerning plantations, London, 1625. Kingsley in Westward Ho speaks of Columbus and Raleigh as the two most gifted men, perhaps, with the exception of Humboldt, who ever set foot in tropical America. Spanish writers, it is safe to say, would strongly demur to this statement so far as Raleigh is concerned. Elsewhere he tells us of the thousands of vigli serpents, which he calls lagartos, the Spanish word for lizards, that he saw everywhere along the Orinoco. They were what are now known as crocodiles and caimans, the former of which, according to Schomburg, are seldom more than 6 to 8 feet long, while the latter are said sometimes to attain a length of 25 feet. We saw several of them every day, but their number was far from being as great as is usually represented. Of the armadillo, which is prized as a delicacy in Guyana, Raleigh says, "It seemeth to be barred our with small plates like to a rhinocero with a white horn growing in his hinder parts, as big as a great hunting horn, which they vsc to wind in stead of a trumpet." Op. Cit. p. 74. According to S.R. F. Michelinino y Rojas, Exploration Official, p. 54, the palm for physical superiority and intelligence is to be awarded to the Caribs. He says the Carib race is without doubt the most beautiful, the most robust, and the most intelligent of all those in Venezuela. Not only this, he seems inclined to consider them the superiors of all the Indians in South America. Vespucci speaks, two of them as magni sapientiae viri, men of superior intelligence, as well as men of superior strength and valor. Raleigh gives the following graphic description of the wife of an Indian chief whom he met during his voyage to this region. "In all my life I ha seldom seen a better forward woman. She was of good stature, with blacky eyes, fat of body, of an excellent countenance, here hair almost as long as here self, tied vp again in pretty knots. And it seemed she stood not in that awe of here husband as the rest, for she spake and discoursed, and drank among the gentlemen and captains, and was very pleasant, knowing here own camelines, and taking great pride therein. I ha seen a lady in England so like here, as but for the difference of color, I would ha sworn might ha been the same." Op. Cit. p. 66. Peter Martyr says of them, "Edaces humanarum carnium novi helluones anthropophagi, caribes alias cannibales apellati." Notwithstanding all that has been said on the subject since the discovery of America, it is still a moot question with many serious investigators whether the Caribs of Tierra Firme were ever cannibals, as is so generally believed. That the Caribs of certain of the West Indian islands were addicted to anthropophagy there can, it seems, be little doubt. The concurrent testimony of the earlier writers, including Peter Martyr and Cardinal Bembo and others, have apparently placed the matter beyond controversy. It was the cruelties and anthropophagous habits of the Caribs, as reported to Spain, that provoked the law which was promulgated in 1504, in virtue of which every Indian, who could be proved to be of Carib origin, might be enslaved by the Spaniards. This law, however, although designed by its framers to eliminate a practice that was a disgrace to humanity, opened the door to evils almost as great if not greater in some instances as those it was expected to suppress. Selfish, soulless colonists had but to circulate the report that certain Indians, whom they coveted for slaves, were cannibals in order to justify themselves before the law for tearing them from their homes and keeping them in servitude. Thus it happened that, shortly after the promulgation of the law aforesaid, the Caribs of the mainland, as well as those of the West Indies, were classed as cannibals. They were accordingly hunted like wild beasts, and countless thousands of them the same innocent, gentle, inoffensive creatures that so strongly appealed to Columbus were sold into slavery and met with a cruel death in the mines of Espanola. So successful were the atrocious slave dealers of the time in fixing the stigma of cannibal on the Indians of the mainland that Herrera felt authorized to declare that there was in every pueblo of Venezuela a slaughterhouse in which human flesh could be obtained en cada pueblo havia cainceria publica de carne humana, dec. Roman 8, lib Roman 2, cap. Roman 19. Direct and specific as is this charge, it is quite safe to assert that it is utterly devoid of foundation in fact. The most charitable construction we can put on Herrera's statements is that he was misled by the false reports of those whose interest it was to have it believed that the Caribs of Venezuela, as well as those of the West Indies, indulged in the horrid practice of devouring their enemies. Humboldt was among the first to raise his voice in defense of the Indians of the mainland, and to assert that it was only the Caribs of the West Indies that had rendered the names cannibals, Caribes, and anthropophagi synonymous. Personal Narrative, Volume Roman 2, p. 414. A recent Venezuelan writer, Taver Acosta, declares that it is an incontrovertible fact that so far the anthropophagy of which they have been accused by their ferocious and ignorant executioners has never been proved against the Caribs. Their sole crime was that they took arms against their ruthless invaders in defense of their homes, and relying on their numbers and conscious superiority over other tribes, endeavored by all possible means to preserve their independence. Annals de Guayana, p. 320, Ciudad Bolivar, 1905. There can be no doubt that the Indians, during the period of the conquest and subsequently, were the victims of gross misrepresentations and had in consequence to endure untold hardships and miseries. Not content with denouncing them as cannibals, their relentless persecutors Dutch, Germans, English, French, and Portuguese, as well as Spaniards insisted on regarding them as mere animals like a species of chimpanzee or orangutan that had no souls and no rights anyone was bound to respect. It required the Bull Sublimis Deus of Pope Paul Roman III to define the status of the hapless Indians, to make it clear that they are not dumb brutes created for our service, but that they are truly men, that they are by no means to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property, that they are not to be in any way enslaved, and that, should the contrary happen, it shall be null and of no effect. What has been said of the cannibalism of the South American Indian in times past may with even greater truth be iterated of it today. In spite of what has been written to the contrary, even by so distinguished an explorer as Rafael Reyes, ex-president of Colombia, it may well be doubted if there is a single tribe in South America that can justly be accused of cannibalism. Some of them, owing to their miserable social condition, or because they have for generations past been the victims of the injustice and cruelty of the whites, may be ferocious and vindictive, but that even the worst of them are cannibals is yet to be proved. Compare Oviedo y Bonos, op. Cit. Roman 2 p. 377 et seq. And across the South American continent, exploration of the brothers Reyes, paper read at the Pan American Conference by General Rafael Reyes, the delegate for Colombia, Dec. 30th, 1901, Mexico and Barcelona, 1902. Nouveau Voyage aux Isles de l'Amérique, Volume Roman 6, pp. 127-128, Paris, 1743. Facilius enim mulieres incorruptum antiquidatum conservant, quod multorum sermonis experts e tenent semper, qui prima didisserunt. De auret, lib. Roman 3 cap. Roman 12:45. See, among other works on the subject, Du parler des hommes et du parler des femmes dans la langue caribe, par Lucien Adam, Paris, 1879, in which the author makes the following statement. Le double langage si réduit, au point de vue de la lexicologie, à cette singularité que, pour exprimer environ 400 idées sur 2003, 000, les hommes invariablement, et les femmes seulement entre elles. See Serviant de mots difference. See also Introduction à la grammaire caribe, du P.R. Breton, and the Dictionnaire caribe, of the same author. The Purgatorio, Canto 1 VV, 22-27. The poet is not to be taken too literally in this last verse. In consequence of the precession of the equinoxes, the constellations are ever changing their position with reference to any given point on the Earth's surface. There was a time, in the distant past, when the Southern Cross was visible in the very land in which Dante penned his immortal poem. At the time of Claudius Ptolemaeus, says Humboldt, the beautiful star at the base of the Southern Cross had still an altitude of 6 degrees 10 at its meridian passage at Alexandria, while at the present day it culminates there several degrees below the horizon. In the 4th century, the Christian anchorites in the Thebaid desert might have seen the cross at an altitude of 10 degrees. And again, the Southern Cross began to become invisible in 52 degrees 30, north latitude 2,900 years before our era, since, according to Gala, this constellation might previously have reached an altitude of more than 10 degrees. When it disappeared from the horizon of the countries on the Baltic, the Great Pyramid of Cheops had already been erected more than 500 years. The pastoral tribe of the Hyksos made their incursion 700 years earlier. The past seems to be visibly nearer to us when we connect its measurement with great and memorable events. Cosmos, Volume Roman 2, pp. 288-91, New York, 1850. For an interesting discussion of Dante's Quattro Stelle, 4 stars with references, see Vernon's Readings on the Purgatorio, Volume I, pp. 10-11, 3rd edition. Compare also Ramusio del Navigazione e Viaggi, Volume I, pp. 127 and 193, Venetia, 1550, and Oviedo, Historia General y Natural de las Indias. Lib Roman 2 cap. 11, pp. 45 and 46, Madrid, 1851. Geografia Statistica de Venezuela, p. 461, Forenza, 1864. It was here that the well-known brand of Angostura bitters was first prepared by Dr. Siegert. The women of the city, however, maintain that its discovery was due to a Venezolana, who was the wife of the German doctor. Owing to the exactions of the Venezuelan government, the manufacture of this widely used infusion was long ago transferred to the port of Spain, where it now constitutes one of the city's chief industries. A Naturalist in the Guianas, p. 65, by Eugene Andre, New York, 1904. In the quasi-suburb known as Morichales, from the number of Morich palms found there, the homes of the well-to-do people are not unlike those we so much admired in Trinidad. Some of them are delightful arbors, surrounded by gardens filled with the rarest shrubs and blooms. Here truly, in the language of Pliny, flowers are the joy of trees, and they vie with one another in the brilliance of their colors and in the exuberance of their growth. Sr. Perez Triana, the son of a former president of Colombia, was in 1893 obliged to flee from his country, and as the seaports were watched, he and his companions were forced to escape by way of the Meta and the Orinoco. He tells us in his charming book, De Bogotá al Atlántico, p. 3, of the dread inspired by the thought of lo incierto del viaje, que emprendíamos hacia regions desconocidas, acaso nunca heladas par la planta del hombre civilizado. The uncertainty of the journey we were undertaking to unknown regions, probably never trod by the foot of civilized man. Segunda Edición, Madrid, 1905. Mr. Cunningham Graham, in his introduction to this book, remarks that the voyage in itself was memorable because, since the first conquerors went down the river with the faith that in their case, if rightly used, might have smoothed out all the mountain ranges in the world, no one, except a stray adventurer or India-rubber trader, has followed in their footsteps. p. 13, English edition, London, 1902. Another Colombian, Sr. Modesto Garces, had made the same journey 8 years before, a record of which he has given us in his little work, Un Voyage à Acute Venezuela, Bogotá, 1890. But neither he nor Sir Perez Triana saw the lower Meta, for they left this river a short distance above Orinoco and voyaged to the Orinoco by way of the Vichada. 3 years subsequently to Perez Triana's trip, the same journey, with slight modifications, was made by a German naturalist, Dr. Otto Berger. He has given us a record of it in his Reisen eins Naderforschers im Tropischen Amerika, Leipzig, 1900. So far as I am aware, no writer has made the journey up the river from Ciudad Bolivar to Bogotá. In a certain limited sense, it was, therefore, probably true that we were the first to undertake the journey described in the following pages. The plaga, as understood by the natives, has special reference to the insects known to them as mosquitoes, zancudos, and jejeans. What they call mosquitoes we call gnats. The zancudo is our mosquito. The jejean is a small fly whose bite is quite as painful as that of the zancudo. Sometimes the term zancudo is applied to all these pests indiscriminately. Besides these insects, that are often the cause of much suffering to the traveler in low woodlands, there are others that are sometimes included under the general designation of the plaga. These are a very small red insect known as the coloradito, and the nigua or Gigerpulex penetrans which, on account of the misery they occasion, are often more dreaded than serpents or the wild beasts of the forest. They usually bury themselves under the toenails, where they lay their eggs. If not immediately removed, they cause painful and often dangerous sores. It is related of Sir Robert Schomburgk that a negress once extracted from his feet no fewer than 83 jiggers at one sitting. The coloradito, called by the French bertrouge, and in some places known as the red tick, is almost invisible to the naked eye. It is found everywhere in the equatorial lowlands, especially during the rainy season. Its bite causes an intolerable itching, and when one has been exposed to the combined attacks of many of these microscopic insects, the result is as painful as the burning produced by the poison tunic of Nessus. Schomburgk, in describing his personal experience, declares that the bite of this insect drives by day the perspiration of anguish from every pore, and at night makes one's hammock resemble the gridiron on which St. Lawrence was roasted. Simpson informs us that the intense irritation produced by the bites of the bertrouge at times drove him almost to the verge of madness. Notwithstanding every effort of self-control, he writes, to bear the itching sensation, I have many times awoke in the night to find myself sitting up in the bed and literally tearing the skin off my legs, where most of the insects collect, with my nails. Mosquitoes and the zancudos are bad enough, but as a pest, the coloradito is far worse. Truth to tell, our greatest suffering in the tropics came from the coloradito, but it was in great measure due to our lack of precaution. Had we exercised more care, we should have avoided many painful hours. The best way to allay the pain is to rub the part affected with rum or lemon juice. Padre Gumilla assures us that leaving the Gulf of Paria and entering the Orinoco, or any of the tropical rivers, is tantamount to engaging in a fierce and continued warfare, day and night, with countless insects of all kinds. Of certain mosquitoes, he tells us, their sharp, uninterrupted noise is more to be dreaded than their piercing proboscis. So trying and difficult did Raleigh consider a voyage up the Orinoco that he declared it a task fitter for boys than for men of mature years, although, when he visited Guiana, he was nearly 3 lustra younger than was the author of the present work when he made the journey herein described. Journal of an Expedition 1400 miles up the Orinoco and 300 up the Arauca, pp. 62 and 66, London, 1822. Adventures amidst the equatorial forests and rivers of South America, p. 63, by Villiers Stewart, London, 1891. Accepting as true these and similar exaggerated statements made by travelers from the time of Gumilla to our own regarding the insect pests of tropical America, the reader will no doubt be inclined to agree with Sidney Smith that it is better for one to become reconciled to the trials of our northern climate than to expose oneself to the still greater trials in the lands bordering the equator. In a characteristic article in the Edinburgh Review on Waterton's wanderings, the genial humorist has the following paragraph. Insects are the curse of tropical climates. The bertrouge lays the foundation of a tremendous ulcer. In a moment you are covered with ticks. Chigos bury themselves in your flesh and hatch a large colony of young chigos in a few hours. They will not live together, but every chigo sets up a separate ulcer and has his own private portion of pus. Flies get entry into your mouth, into your eyes, into your nose. You eat flies, drink flies, and breathe flies. Lizards, cockroaches, and snakes get into the bed. Ants eat up the books. Scorpions sting you on the foot. Everything bites, stings, or bruises. Every second of your existence you are wounded by some piece of animal life that nobody has ever seen before, except Swammerdam and Miriam. An insect with 11 legs is swimming in your teacup. A nondescript with 9 wings is struggling in the small beer, or a caterpillar with several dozen eyes in his belly is hastening over your bread and butter. All nature is alive and seems to be gathering all her entomological hosts to eat you up, as you are standing, out of your coat, waistcoat, and breeches. Such are the tropics. All this reconciles us to our dews, fogs, vapors, and drizzle, to our apothecaries rushing about with gargles and tinctures, to our old, British, constitutional coughs, sore throats, and swelled faces. In a region, says Humboldt, where traveling is so uncommon, people seem to feel a pleasure in exaggerating to strangers the difficulties arising from the climate, the wild animals, and the Indians. Op. Cit. Volume I, p. 361. More bold a man is, he prevails the more, though man nor place he ever saw before. The Odyssey, Book 7 VV, 50-51. Op. Cit. p. 87. Voyages dans l'Amérique du Sud, p. 578, Paris, 1883. Major Stanley Patterson, writing in the Royal Geographical Journal, Volume Roman 13, No. 1, p. 40, 1899, of the Venezuelans living on the Orinoco, declares that all are avaricious, thriftless, independent, faithless, untruthful, lazy, capable of hard work, quick-tempered, vindictive, changeful, and full of laughter. If there are clouds, these children of the sun see them not. Nothing is really serious to them. Certain of his adjectives may apply to some of the inhabitants, but they surely cannot truthfully be applied to all of them. We found many good people among them and retain the pleasantest recollections of their kindness and hospitality. As to the flora of the forests of Venezuelan Guiana, one can truthfully say what Richard Schomburgk affirms of the flora of British Guiana. In his Raisin in British Guiana, Volume Roman 2, p. 216, speaking of the plants in the country around Roraima, he writes as follows: "Not only the orchids, but the shrubs and low trees were unknown to me. Every shrub, herb, and tree was new to me, if not as to the family, yet as to the species. I stood on the border of an unknown plant zone, full of wondrous forms which lay as if by magic before me. Every step revealed something new. As an evidence of the variety of plant life in this part of the world, it suffices to state that Bonpland, the companion of Humboldt in his memorable journey to South America, discovered no fewer than 600 species of new plants on his way to the Cassiquiare. And that, too, in spite of the fact that his investigations were necessarily confined entirely to the banks of the river along which he passed. There are still many large tracts in Venezuela and Colombia that have never been visited by the botanist. Esperas Triana, Op. Cit., p. 309. Campaigns and cruises in Venezuela and New Granada from 1817-1830, Volume I, p. 119, London. In his travels and adventures in South and Central America, Don Ramon Pease, the son of the first president of Venezuela, writes as follows of a certain cattle farm in the Llanos. Its area would measure at least 80 square leagues, or about 150,000 acres of the richest land, but which under the present backward and revolutionary state of the country is comparatively valueless to the owner. The number of cattle dispersed throughout the length and breadth of this wide extent of prairie land was computed to be about 100,000 head, and at one time 10,000 horses. But what with the pest, revolutionary exactions, and skin hunters, comparatively very few of the former and none of the latter have been left. pp. 202, 203, New York, 1864. My wife and my valued horse died both at the same time. To the devil with my wife, for my horse do I repine. With my lance and horse, I care not for fortune, and it matters not whether the sun shines or the moon gives light. For valuable information regarding the Llanos and their inhabitants, the Llaneros the reader may consult besides Pease, already quoted, Aus den Lanos von Karl Sachs, Leipzig, 1879, and vom tropischen Tiefland zum Eugen Schnee, von Anton Goering, Leipzig. Uncle, a name by which Pease was frequently addressed by the Llaneros. Recollections of a service of 3 years during the War of Extermination in the republics of Venezuela and Colombia, pp. 176, 178, London, 1728. El Orinoco Ilustrado, cap, Roman 22. Ob sit, cap Roman 8. Tom, IP 2. Purgatorio, Roman 6, 124-126. The unstable and turbulent condition from which the country has so long suffered cannot be attributed to a defective constitution or to impracticable laws. The Constitution of Venezuela is modeled after that of the United States, and the laws are largely based on the best legislation of other countries. But this is not sufficient. Of this unhappy country, and especially of its rulers, one may exclaim in the words of the great Florentine poet, "Laws indeed there are, but who is he observes them? None." During our wanderings through this country, which nature has so highly favored, we often thought that the interests of the people and of humanity would be subserved by adopting a method of government that for a while was deemed necessary in Florence. To quell sedition and dissension, and break up the factions that had so long made law and order impossible, rulers were brought in from outside men who had no affiliations with either the Bianchi or the Neri, Guelphs or Ghibellines, and who could, therefore, be counted upon to execute the laws with strict impartiality, regardless of family or party. Unless those responsible for the government of the country shall soon give evidence of being able to guarantee peace and tranquility, and give the people an opportunity of developing the resources of the country, something in which the whole civilized world is becoming daily more interested, the time may come when the great powers will find it necessary, in the interests of international expediency, to appoint someone who may be counted upon to keep the peace, and foster the commercial and social development that is so greatly needed and is so essential to national progress and prosperity. Juan de Castellanos, Varons Illusters de Indias, Primer Part, Elegia, Zai Canto 2. Castellanos was for a while a soldier and afterwards an ecclesiastic, enjoying a benefice in the town of Tunya, New Granada. Like Pope, he had an extraordinary faculty for versification, and like him, he spoke in numbers for the numbers came. This does not, however, detract from his authority as a historian. Having taken an active part in many of the campaigns, which he describes, and knowing intimately many of the earlier conquerors of that vast territory now known as the Republic of Colombia, few writers were better qualified than he to record the events so graphically depicted in his elegies, or to portray the characters of those conquistadors who figure so prominently among his Varons Illusters de Indias. The first part of his work was published in 1589. The second and third parts were published in 1850 by Rivadeneira in the Biblioteca de Autores Espanyols. The fourth part, discovered only a few years ago, was issued by D. Antonio Paz y Melia in 1887 under the title of Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada. In his introduction to this work, Sr. Melia gives an able resume of all that is known or conjectured regarding Castellanos. For a critical estimate of the author of Las Elegias de Varons Illusters, consult Jiménez de la Espada in his study Juan de Castellanos y su Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada in the Revista Contemporánea, Madrid, 1889. Padre Colin, Historia Chorographica, Natural y Evangelica lib. I cap X p. 79, 1779. Maluco, a word frequently used in Venezuela for malo, bad. A Sambo, writes de Pons, is the offspring of a negress with an Indian or of a Negro with an Indian woman. In color, he nearly resembles the child of a mulatto by a negress. The Sambo is well-formed, muscular, and capable of supporting great fatigue, but unfortunately his mind has a strong bias to vice of every kind. The word Sambo signifies, in the language of the country, everything despicable and worthless: a knave, a drone, a drunkard, a cheat, a robber, and even an assassin. Of 10 crimes committed in this district, 8 are chargeable on this villainous and accursed race. Travels in South America, p. 127, London, 1806. Op. Cit., Volume I, p. 43. Compare Cassani, J. Historia de la Provincia de la Campania, des Jesus del Nuevo Reino de Granada en la América. Descripción y relación exacta de sus gloriosas missions en el reino, lano meta y rio Orinoco, etc. con one mapa. Folio. Madrid, 1741. p. 14. How like the labors and cares of the bishops of the early church were those of the missionaries among the children of the forest. Both were continually called upon to act as causarum, examinators arbitrators and to settle difficulties that were ever arising among the flocks entrusted to their care. St. Augustine, the great bishop of Hippo, refers frequently to the burdensome character of this kind of work and the distraction from higher activities which it involved. Quantum attinit ad meum commodum. He writes in his De Oper Monachorum, Roman 29:37, multo malum per singulos discertis horis. Quantum in bene moderatis monasteries constitutum est, aliquid manibus operari, et ceteris horas haber ad legendum et orandum. Aut aliquid de divinis literis agendum liberas, quam tumultuosissimas perplexitates causarum alienarum pati de negotiis secularibus, vel judicando dirimendis, vel interveniendo praesidendis. Every reader is familiar with the story that has long been in circulation regarding monkey bridges, and, in his youth, was, no doubt, entertained by pictures of such imaginary bridges. It is quite safe to say that no one ever saw such bridges in any part of South America or elsewhere. And yet the tale regarding their existence has had currency since the time of Acosta, who visited the New World in 1570. Going from Nombre de Dios to Panama, he writes, I did see in Capira one of these monkeys leap from one tree to another, which was on the other side of a river, making me much to wonder. They leap where they list, winding their tails about a branch to shake it, and when they will leap further than they can at once, they use a pretty devise, tying themselves by the tails one of another, and by this means make as it were a chain of many. Then do they launch themselves forth, and the first halpin by the force of the rest takes hold where he list, and so hangs to a bough and helps all the rest, till they be gotten up. Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, B.K. Roman 4, chapter 39, Grimston's translation, London, 1604. The fable about the monkey bridge belongs to the same class as those that obtain in certain parts of South America regarding the Great Devil, or Man of the Woods, a near relative of Waterton's, nondescript. Kingsley, in the following passage from Westward Ho, referring to some of the things seen and heard by Amyas Leigh and his companions during their voyage up the Meta, paints a picture that is doubtless before the mind's eye of most people when they think of the forest-fringed banks of this river, but which is about as far from the reality as could well be imagined. The long processions of monkeys, he writes, who kept pace with them along the tree-tops and proclaimed their wonder in every imaginable whistle, and grunt and howl, had ceased to move their laughter, as much as the roar of the jaguar and the rustle of the boa had ceased to move their fear. Chapter Roman 23. Op. Cit. p. 347. Historia de Abiponibus, Volume Roman 2, p. 231 et seq. Vienna, 1784. Attention has recently been called to a group of peasant superstitions that have made their appearance in Germany, which are closely analogous in principle to the couvade, though relating not to the actual parents of the child, but to the godparents. It is believed that the habits and proceedings of the godfather and godmother affect the child's life and character. Particularly, the godfather at the christening must not think of disease or madness lest this come upon the child. He must not look round on the way to the church, lest the child should grow up an idle stare-about, nor must he carry a knife about him for fear of making the child a suicide. The godmother must put on a clean shift to go to the baptism, or the baby will grow up untidy, etc., etc. C. E. B. Tyler's Researches into the Early History of Mankind and the Development of Civilization, p. 304, Boston, 1878. For further information on La Couvade, the reader is referred to Brett's Indian Tribes of Guyana, p. 355. Max Muller's Chips from a German Workshop, Volume Roman 2, p. 281. Spix and Martius's Travels in Brazil, Volume Roman 2, p. 247. Duterter's Histoire générale des Antilles habités par les Franquais, Volume Roman 2, p. 371. Gillies Saggio di Storia Americana, Volume Roman 2, p. 133, T. Schuttes, Peru, Volume Roman II, p. 235. Tyler's researches into the early history of mankind and the development of civilization, p. 293, et seq., and Lafitau's Mowers des Sauvages Américains, Volume I, p. 259. One of the peculiarities of some savages is the decided objection they manifest to having their photographs or portraits taken. They imagine that they lose somewhat of their own life by having their likeness transferred to paper or other material. And the more perfect their likeness, the greater, they fancy, is the loss which they personally sustain. Having had some experience with the Indians of North America regarding this matter, I was not surprised to find that there are in South America certain Indians who entertain similar notions regarding the danger of having their pictures taken. Some, to avoid having their photographs taken, will at once avert their faces, others will run away to escape the impending danger. Cf. On the Origin of Civilization and the Primitive Condition of Man, by Lord Avebury, London, 1902, and the Indians of North America, Letter 15, by George Catlin, Edinburgh, 1903. For the benefit of those who are familiar with Spanish, I give this touching quotation in the original. It is quite impossible to reproduce in a translation the verse and rhythm of the sonorous Castilian of the poet. Así de la Masayan to dos los niños corren en torno de la cruz, que arrancan hiesta aler y cercan al anciano. Que entre tantas cabezas infantiles discula ali con su cabeza blanca. Oh. Ni Platon, ni Socrates, famosos en los annals del saber, superan tras largos años de vivir continua loquestos pobres niños, candorosos, de los tremulos labios del anciano, al pie del leno rustico aprenderan. From his ode Los Colonos. Known in the West Indies as the god tree and greatly venerated by the native Negroes, the ceiba is one of the few tropical trees that ever shed their foliage. The erythrina, when it exchanges its leaves for flowers, is another. G. Hartwig, The Tropical World, p. 137, London, 1892. Op. Cit., Volume Roman II, pp. 47 et seq. As early as 1640, the Dutch writer Leet refers to a milk tree, which was evidently the same as the one that so impressed Humboldt. He says, Inter arbors qui spont hic passum nascunter, memoranter, a scriptoribus Hispanis quidem qui lacteum quemdum liquorum fundunt, qui duris ad modum evadit instar gummi, et suivum odorum desi fundit. Alii qui liquorum quemdum edunt, instar lactis coagulati, qui insibis ob ipsis usurpator synoxa. Descriptio interum occidentalium, lib. Roman 18. In Venezuela and Colombia, the word parasite is usually employed to designate all orchids, no matter what may be the species or genus. This is a mistake. Orchids are not parasites which, like the dodder or mistletoe, obtain their nourishment from the plant or tree on which they grow. They are epiphytes that get their nourishment from the surrounding atmosphere and use the branches and trunks of trees merely as supports or resting places. The Old World genus Aerides is especially remarkable in this respect. One of the species, Aerides odoratum, has this wonderful property that, when brought from the woods where it grows into a house and suspended in the air, it will grow, flourish, and flower for many years without any nourishment, either from the earth or from water. For this reason, the orchid is appropriately called Flos Aeris, or air flower. Orchids, Their Culture and Management, p. 20, by W. Watson and H. J. Chapman, London, 1903. Peter Martyr must have had some of these orchids in mind when he wrote the following sentence as translated by Michael Loke. Smooth and pleasant words might be spoken of the sweet odors and perfumes of these countries, which we purposely omit because they make rather for the effeminate tinge of men's minds than for the maintenance of good behavior. Dec. Roman 4, cap. 4, p. 161. For colored figures and descriptions of the rare and beautiful orchidaceous plants found in Venezuela and Colombia, the reader is referred to the Orchid Album, 12 vols, conducted by Messrs. Warner, Williams, Moore and Fitch, London. Named after the astronomer Copernicus. In eastern Colombia, if a cattle farm contains more than 1,000 head of cattle, it is called a hato. If it counts less than this number, it is known as fundation. A plantation in the hilly country is called a hacienda, in the plains a canuco, and if it have a sugar mill, it is named a trappage. The steamer on which we had come to Orinoco, took, on her return to Ciudad Bolivar, among other articles of freight, nearly 3 tons of orchids, of many species, collected from divers parts of Colombia. They were intended for certain New York florists and were shipped directly to their greenhouses in New Jersey. They were gathered by one of the many orchid collectors that are constantly engaged in tropical America in making collections for florists in the United States and Europe. Sometimes they come across new species of rarest beauty. This means a treasure trove for the lucky finder. Not long before our visit to Colombia, a truly magnificent specimen had been discovered by one of these collectors. It was sold in London for £1,000 sterling. And we heard of others that fetched prices quite as extravagant as any that were ever paid for tulip bulbs during the period of the tulipomania in Holland in the early part of the 17th century. Viajes científicos et études los Andes equatoriales, p. 29, Paris, 1849. Personal narrative up. Sup, volume Roman 2, p. 438 et sec. Casaner, p. 11, Bogotá, 1896. Writing of the juice of the Orinoco berries, that dye a most perfect crimson and carnation, Sir Walter Raleigh declares, and for painting, France, Italy, or the East Indies yield none such. For the more the skin is washed, the fairer the color appeareth, and with which ewen those brown and tawny women spot themselves and color their cheeks. Op. Cit. p. 113. Peter Martyr, referring to certain painted Indian warriors encountered by the Spaniards in the West Indies, declares, "A man wold think them to be jewels incarnate newly broke out of hell, they are sue like VNTO hellhounds." Op. Cit. p. 91. Ibid. Bongo, falca, and curiara are names given in Colombia and Venezuela to the dugouts or canoes fashioned from a single tree trunk. They are sometimes large enough to hold from 20 to 25 persons. Usually, however, their capacity is limited to 5 or 6 persons. The curiara is smaller than the bongo or falca. The bongo is generally provided with a covering in the center called a toldo or carroza. This is made of latticework with palm leaves to shelter the traveler from the sun and rain. It is steered and urged backwards and forwards by a man standing at the stern, who uses a kind of oar canalete very much as a Venetian gondolier handles his oar for steering and propelling his gondola. When the current does not permit the use of oars, those standing near the prow urge the boat forward by poles called palancas. The boatmen are called bogas, and the ropes with which they sometimes pull their canoes forward are called sogas. The bongo, especially when the river is high, is a very slow means of locomotion. And owing to the very limited space of the toldo, even in the largest canoes, traveling in a bongo is, at best, very confining and uncomfortable. A journey any distance in one of these long, narrow, crank dugouts more unstable than a shell is a trying experience, and one that all travelers in equatorial America avoid whenever possible. The treacherous craft is liable to capsize when one least expects it. Even a skilled Oxford or Harvard sculler would at times have great difficulty in keeping his balance in one of them. Also called papelon cane syrup boiled down, without being clarified, and cast into molds. The only kind of sugar obtainable here. A stanza from this poem will show what value the author placed on the hammock. It expresses, at the same time, the opinion of it entertained by all travelers in tropical countries. Mi hamaca y en tesoro, es mi mayor haja, e cute la ciudad, al campo, siempre ella me acompaña. O prodigio de industria cuando no encuentro casa la culgo de los troncos, y ali esta mi posada. Salad do veces alque invento la hamaca. Mention is made of hammocks by Vespucci and Alonso de Ojeda as early as 1498. They are made on hand looms from the fibers of various species of palm and bromelia, or from cotton thread. In their manufacture, the Indian women often display considerable skill and taste. This is particularly true of the hammocks made in the regions of the upper Rio Negro, which are beautifully decorated with the feathers of parrots, toucans, and other birds of brilliant plumage. The hammock, as Schomburg well observes, is the most indispensable article in the Indian's house, or for an Indian's journey. On his travels, it is carried folded up and slung round his neck. The greatest precaution is used to prevent its getting wet. Where a halt is made, be it of ever so short a duration, the first object sought for is a convenient tree from which he can suspend it. It is a compliment paid to the stranger, if the host takes the hammock from him on entering the house and slings it for his guest, and it is the duty of the wife to do this service for her husband. The common hammocks of the Indians are generally open, that is, not closely woven, and colored red with raucu or arnado. Op. Sit. p. 66. Peter Martyr, writing of the West Indies, informs us that, in all these islands is a certain kind of trees as big as elms, which bear gourds in the stead of fruits. These they vse only for drinkage pots, and to fetch water in, but not for meat, for the inner substance of them is sura than gall, and the bark as hard as any shell. Eden, op. Sit. p. 76. Tutti dormono insieme cum ipali, kai in terra, kai in aria suspisa. Historia del Mondo Novo, in Venetia, 1565. Often misspelled yucca, which is the name of a genus of plants belonging to the lily family. The Spanish Bayoneteca albifolia is a familiar example. Life and Nature in the Tropics, p. 98, by H. M. and P. V. M. Myers, New York, 1871. Os den Llanos, p. 147, Leipzig, 1840. Of the Tanana, as of the dolphin that befriended Arion, one could say in the words of an ancient writer, "Of man he is nothing afraid, neither avoideth from him as a stranger. But of himself meeteth their ships, playeth and disporteth himself, and fetcheth 1,000 frisks and gambols before them. He will swim along by the mariners, as it were for a wager, who should make way most speedily, and always outgoeth them, sail they with never so good a forewind." The national dish of Venezuela, also much esteemed in Colombia. It is a kind of ragout composed of meat and vegetables, or fish and vegetables, highly seasoned with ají or red pepper. Wanderings in South America, Second Journey. Referring to Waterton's account of the bellbird, and the distance at which it can be heard, Sidney Smith expresses his skepticism in the following fashion. The description of the birds is very animated and interesting, but how far does the gentle reader imagine the campanero may be heard, whose size is that of a jay? Perhaps 300 yards. Poor innocent, ignorant reader. Unconscious of what nature has done in the forests of Cayenne, and measuring the force of tropical intonation by the sounds of a Scotch duck. The campanero may be heard 3 miles, this single little bird being more powerful than the belfry of a cathedral, ringing for a new dean just appointed on account of shabby politics, small understanding, and good family. It is impossible to contradict a gentleman who has been in the forests of Cayenne, but we are determined, as soon as a campanero is brought to England, to make him toll in a public place, and have the distance measured. In angry sea, in sudden storm I thee invoke, our star benign. Compare the reception of Ulysses by Eumaeus, in the 14th book of the Odyssey, where the old servant of the wandering hero is made to say to his unknown master, "Guest, if one much worse arrived here than thyself, it were a curse to my poor means, to let a stranger taste contempt for fit food. Poor men, and unplacked in free seats of their own, are all from Jove commended to our entertaining love, but poor is th, entertainment I can give, yet free and loving." Crevox op. Sit. p. 556, remarks anent this subject. En pratique largement L hospitalité dans les grandes solitudes. Vidmus lunam et stellas consolari noctem. Confessionum lib, Roman 13 cap, Roman 32. Codazzi also refers to this and other similar phenomena in his Geographia Statistica di Venezuela, pp. 29 and 30, Forenza, 1864. Among the Indians of Guyana, p. 384, by Everard T. I. M. Thurn. The Bolivian Andes, p. 201, London and New York, 1901. Padre Figueroa, in his Relations de las Misiones en el País de las Manas, writes of similar phenomena observed among the Andes near the Amazon. Since writing the above, I have discovered that both Antonio Raimondi of Lima, Peru, and Col G. each church had arrived independently at a similar conclusion to my own. The Andes, writes Col, Church, at least within the tropics, are at times a gigantic electric battery, and so highly charged that they are very dangerous to cross. The Geographical Journal, pp. 341, 342, April, 1901. Op. Cit. p. 4. Homo habitat inter tropicos, vesitor pommes, lodophagus, hospitater extratropicos subnovercante serer carnivorus. Systema Naturae, Volume I, p. 24. Besides the fruit-yielding palms, there are others, like the palmetto or cabbage palm, that also afford nutritious food. The head of the palmetto tree, says Hakluyt, is very good meat. Either raw or sodden, it yieldeth a head which weighteth about 20 pound, and is far better than any cabbage. Early Voyages, Volume V, p. 557. Schomburgk informs us that during his exploration of Guyana, it was for weeks his chief sustenance. It is surprising what erroneous notions have been, and are still entertained regarding the distance of Bogotá from the head of navigation on the eastern side of the Andes. Many recent writers place the distance at 20 miles. Michelena y Rojas, in his Exploración Oficial, p. 293, makes it but 4 leagues. Schomburgk, in an article in the Journal of the Geographical Society, Volume X, p. 278, assures us that by way of the Meta, there is uninterrupted navigation to within 8 miles of Saint-Fé de Bogotá. The fact is that the nearest point to Bogotá to which vessels of even light draft may ascend by the Meta is Barragán, more than 150 miles from Colombia's capital. Small flatboats and canoes may, through some of the affluents of the Meta, approach considerably nearer. During the rainy season, they may even reach the foothills of the Andes at the base of which Villavicencio stands. But from here, the nearest point to the capital which even the smallest craft can reach to Bogotá, the distance is still 93 miles at the lowest estimate. To navigate the Rio Negro, as Rojas and others imagine can be done, from the Llanos to Caquesa 3,700 feet higher than the plains would be no more possible than it would be to row or sail up an alpine torrent. From Caquesa to Bogotá is not 4 leagues, as Michelena estimates, but full 25 miles. Dichoso, aquel cual canza como rico don del cielo, para defender su suelo buen caballo, y buena lanza. When roseate Aurora shows her fresh face in the east, in vain I seek my gentle spouse, in vain I look for the daughter my soul adores, to imprint a kiss on their brows. Oh, what prodigies, what beauty! Man feels weak and poor in their presence. There is nothing here that does not amaze the heart. In everything is inscribed the name of God. Everything proclaims his omnipotence. A view of the present state of Ireland. Also called Cabbaja and Ruana. The Chagres River, it is said, occasionally rises 25 feet in a few hours. The term Jurungo has much the same signification among the Llaneros as has tenderfoot in Australia and the western part of the United States. Guat, another word of similar import, frequently heard in the Llanos, is employed to designate a Serrano Highlander or mountaineer, while Jurungo refers more specifically to a stranger from Europe or the United States. Like the word tenderfoot, these two epithets are used in a certain depreciative sense. The reader who is interested in the famous expeditions of Hohermuth, von Hutten, and Fetterman, about which there is little in English that is satisfactory, is referred to Castellanos, Veron's Illusters de Indias, parts Roman II and Roman III. Herrera Historia de las Indias Dec. Roman VI, Oviedo y Bonos, Conquista y Población de Venezuela, Lib I and Roman III, Oviedo y Valdez. Historia General y Natural de las Indias, Tom. Roman II Lib. Roman 25, Turnox Campans, Voyages, Relations et Memoires Originox pour servir à l'histoire de la découverte de l'Amérique, Tom. Roman II, Paris, 1840. Klunzinger, Anthel der Deutschen in der Entdeckung von Südamerika, Cap. Roman VI, Roman IX, and Roman XII, Stuttgart, 1857, Schumacher, Die Unternehmungen der Augsburger Welser in Venezuela, Cap. Roman IV, Roman IX, and Roman XII, in Tom. Roman II, of a work published in Hamburg, 1892, Zur Erinnerung die Entdeckung Amerikas. Topf, Deutsch Statthalter und Conquistadoren in Venezuela, pp. 18, 19, 3342, 4855, Tom. Roman VI, of the Sammlung Gemeinverstandlicher Wissenschaftlicher Vorträge, Hamburg, 1893. Humbert, L'Occupation Allemande du Venezuela au Roman 16 Cycle, Periode dit des Welser, 1528-1556, Bordeaux, 1905. The last-named work is illustrated by a valuable map. The subject possesses an added interest from the fact that it refers to the only attempt at colonial occupation ever made by Germans in South America. How different would now be the condition of Venezuela and Colombia if the Welser colony had been permanent and successful. Plain folk and faithful, modest and frank, loyal, humble, sane, and obedient. This is particularly true of Indian children. Writing of them, a Dominican missionary who had lived among them and knew them well expresses himself as follows. Genie serene damable de gracia, de docile et d'intelligent comme la June Indian. I know nothing so amiable, so kindly, so docile and so intelligent as the young Indian. Voyage d'exploration un missionnaire dominicain chez les tribus sauvages de l'Équateur, p. 310, Paris, 1889. The people of Venezuela and Colombia are very fond of using diminutives, and one must confess that it often gives to their conversation a peculiar charm and expressiveness. Thus from to do, all or every, they form todito, toditico. From cerca, near, they derive cerquita, circuitita or circuitica. Instead of adios, they will say adiosito, and instead of yo voy pasando bien, one hears yo voy pasandito bien. I once gave a young mother a medal for a child she was holding on her lap, and she at once said, Muchísimas gracias, hijito, yo ponder la medalita luguido al culito de la cuerdita, quevo entendido isi, no más. Many thanks, little son, I was old enough to be her grandfather. I shall immediately put the little medal on the little neck of the little darling, which is in rather delicate health. Richard Eden, Op. Cit., p. 71. Historia de las Indias Occidentales, Dec. Roman 2, lib. Roman 3, cap. 14. The town of Santa Rosa, in Ecuador, had to be abandoned because of the swarms of ants that invaded the place. It is now known as Anagalactoplace of ants. Birds of the World, Chapter Roman 4, New York, 1909. So fixed are the periods of migration, and so punctual is the feathered tribe in starting on its semi-annual flights, that the Arabs are said to have been helped in the compilation of their calendars by noting the times of the arrival and departure of migratory birds, and the redskin in the far northwest has received much the same aid from the birds of another continent. All things considered, Professor Newton was probably right when he declared that the migration of birds is perhaps the greatest mystery which the whole animal kingdom presents. Historia de las Indias, Dec. 1 cap. v. Certainly it is a marvelous fact in the history of the mammalia, says Charles Darwin, that in South America a native horse should have lived and disappeared, to be succeeded in after ages by the countless herds descended from the few introduced with the Spanish colonists. Journal of Researches into the Natural History and Geology of the Countries Visited During the Voyage of HMS Beagle Round the World, Chapter Roman 7. According to the Chibchas, the fossil remains found here were the bones of a race of giants, hence the name given the locality. Humboldt and Cuvier, at the beginning of the last century, showed that the larger bones found were the remains of the mastodon angustidens. Similar fossils found in other parts of South America have given rise to like fables. Cieza de Leon devotes an interesting chapter to a race of giants whose remains were found at Point Santa Helena, near Guayaquil, and on the tradition of a race of giants that at one time landed at this place. A certain Mr. Ranking, in 1827, published a fantastic book entitled Researches on the Conquest of Peru and Mexico by the Mongols, accompanied with elephants. See La Crónica del Perú, cap. Le. of Cieza de Leon. Campaigns and cruises in Venezuela and New Granada from 1817-1830. According to what the inhabitants told me, wrote Malian, in the early part of the last century, when the Paramo si Pone Bravo is out of humor, then the greatest dangers threaten the traveler. A wind laden with icy vapors blows with tremendous violence. Thick darkness covers the earth and conceals every trace of a road. The birds which, on the appearance of a fine day, had attempted the passage, fall motionless. The traveler seeks to shelter himself under the stunted shrubs which here and there grow in these deserts, but their wet foliage obliges him to find another covert. Worn out with fatigue and hunger, in vain urging on his mules, benumbed with cold, he sits down to recover his exhausted strength. Fatal repose. His stomach soon becomes affected as when at sea, his blood freezes in his veins, his muscles grow stiff, his lips open as if to smile, and he expires with the expression of joy upon his features. The mules, no longer hearing their master's voice, remain standing till at length tired, they lie down to die. Travels in the Republic of Colombia, pp. 96-97, London, 1824. Signifying a large hole or a wide opening. The author of Campaigns and Cruises already quoted, writing of the pass where Bolivar's army crossed the Cordillera describes it as strewed with the bones of men and animals that have perished in attempting to cross the Paramo in unfavorable weather. Multitudes of small crosses are fixed in the rocks by pious hands in memory of former travelers who have died here, and along the path are strewed fragments of saddlery, trunks, and various articles that have been abandoned and resemble the traces of a routed army. Volume Roman 3, p. 165. The Guia de la República de Colombia, p. 301, por M. Zamora, Bogotá, 1907, places the altitude at 3,900 meters. Nueva Geografía de Colombia, Tom, I. p. 985. According to Vergara y Velasco, the name Suma Paz is of Indian and not of Spanish origin. If this be true, the name should be written as one word Sumapaz. Personally, I prefer to think the name is Spanish. For this particular range, it is a most appropriate epithet. Padre Simon says that Fetterman, after crossing the Cordillera, tarried for a while in the province of Pasca. Castellanos declares it was in the pueblo of Pasca, a small town a short distance south of our route. According to Vergara y Velasco, the adventurous German conquistador entered the Sabana of Bogotá by way of Pasca and Usme. Usme is a village that is on the road along which we passed. Col Joaquin Acosta tells us the Cordillera was crossed in the broadest and most rugged part, where even today the most daring hunters scarcely ever venture. Neither before nor since Fetterman have horses scaled the craggy crests of Pascote and crossed the heights of Suma Paz and descended thence to Pasca in the valley of Fusagasugá. Oviedo informs us that it required 22 days to cross the Paramos, which was so extremely cold that 16 horses were frozen to death. But whether Fetterman crossed Suma Paz where we did, or, as some think, at a point farther south, it is reasonable to suppose that his route from Villavicencio to Bogotá was practically the same as our own. Earth receives again, whatever she brought forth, and they obtain heaven's couverture that have no urns at all. Lucan's Pharsalia, Lib Roman 7 VV, 319 et sec. It was made a city by Charles V in 1540 with the title of My Noble y My Leal, very noble and very loyal. You do well to weep like a woman for what you failed to defend like a man. Irving's A Chronicle of the Conquest of Granada, chapter liv. Op. Cit., Appendix B, p. 10. Called by Colombians La Sabana, or La Sabana de Bogotá. In the remotest times, writes Humboldt, following Quesada and Piedrahita, before the moon accompanied the earth, according to the mythology of the Maisca or Mosca Indians, the inhabitants of the plain of Bogotá lived like barbarians, naked, without agriculture, without any form of laws or worship. Suddenly there appeared among them an old man, who came from the plains situate on the east of the Cordillera of Chingasa, and who appeared to be of a race unlike that of the natives, having a long and bushy beard. He was known by 3 distinct appellations, Bachica, Nemquitheba, and Ziu. This old man, like Manco Capac, instructed men how to clothe themselves, build huts, till the ground, and form themselves into communities. He brought with him a woman to whom also tradition gives 3 names, Chia, Ubiqueguea, and Hythaka. This woman, extremely beautiful and no less malignant, thwarted every enterprise of her husband for the happiness of mankind. By her skill in magic, she swelled the river of Funza and inundated the valley of Bogotá. The greater part of the inhabitants perished in this deluge. A few only found refuge on the summits of the neighboring mountains. The old man, in anger, drove the beautiful Hythaka far from the earth, and she became the moon, which began from that epoch to enlighten our planet during the night. Bachica, moved with compassion for those who were dispersed over the mountains, broke with his powerful arm the rocks that enclosed the valley, on the side of Canoas and Tequendama. By this outlet he drained the waters of the lake of Bogotá. He built towns, introduced the worship of the sun, named 2 chiefs, between whom he divided the civil and ecclesiastical authority, and then withdrew himself, under the name of Itacanzas, into the holy valley of Araca, near Tunya, where he lived in the exercise of the most austere penitence for the space of 2,000 years. Vues de Cordillers et Monuments des Pupils Indigènes de l'Amérique, par Al de Humboldt, Paris, 1810. Compare Piedrahita's Historia General de las Conquistas del Nuevo Reino de Granada, cap. Roman 3, Bogotá, 1881. Piedrahita, following other authors, was of the opinion that Bochica was no other than the Apostle Bartholomew, who, according to a widespread legend, preached the gospel in this part of the world. "Why do you plant these eucalyptus trees around your houses?" I asked of a peon one day. "Para eviter la feber, summerst, to prevent fever, your honor." The summerst, in this reply, is only one of many indications of deference on the part of the common people in their intercourse with strangers, or with those whom they regard as their superiors. It is an echo of the courtly language employed in the days of the viceroyalty. The height of the falls, according to Humboldt's measurements, is 170 meters. Before his visit, they were supposed to be much higher. Piedrahita calls them one of the wonders of the world and declares that their height is half a league. Around the top of the falls are seen oak, elm, and cinchona trees. At the bottom are found palms, bananas, and sugar cane. Colombans always refer to these facts when they wish to impress the stranger with the extraordinary height of Tequendama, as compared with that of other great falls. By a single plunge, they proudly tell us, its waters pass from Tierra Fria to Tierra Caliente. Latour du Monde, Volume Roman 35, p. 194. Not Benalcazar, as is so often written. He took his name from his native town, Belalcazar, on the confines of Andalusia and Estremadura. Ours be his gold and his pleasures. Let us enjoy that land, that sun. Op. Cit. Part Roman 3, Canto 4. Compendio Histórico del Descubrimiento y Colonización de la Nueva Granada, p. 168, Bogotá, 1901. Piedrahita, Op. Cit. Lib Roman 7, Cap. 4, Bogotá, 1881. See also Noticias Historiales de las Conquistas de Tierra Firme en las Indias Occidentales, por Fr. Pedro Simon Tom, Roman 4, p. 195, Bogotá, 1892. Antología de Poetas Hispanoamericanos, publicada por la Real Academia Española, Tom. Roman 3, Introducción, Madrid, 1894. A peculiar phenomenon, which has been frequently commented on, is that the early prose writers of Latin America exhibited more true poetic feeling and enthusiasm in their productions than did those who expressed themselves in verse. La Araucana, the so-called epic poem of Ursula, pronounced an Iliad by Voltaire and considered by Sismondi a mere newspaper in rhyme, is a case in point. Nowhere in this long work of 42,000 verses has the aspect of volcanoes covered with eternal snow, of torrid sylvan valleys, and of arms of the sea extending far into the land, been productive of any descriptions that may be regarded as graphical. It exhibits, it is true, a certain animation in describing the heroic struggle of the brave Araucanians for their homes and liberty, but aside from this, the higher elements of poetry, especially of epic poetry, are entirely lacking. The same observation can be made with still greater truth of the Arauco de Mato, of Padre Ona, of the Argentina, of Barco Centenera, the Cortés Valeroso, and the Mexicana of Lasso de la Vega, and the oft-quoted Elegies de Varons Illusters de Indias of Juan de Castellanos. All of these, with the exception of the last-mentioned work, have long since been buried in almost complete oblivion. The influence of the Italian school is everywhere manifest in these productions, an influence which, while it may have contributed to purity, correctness, and elegance of expression, was quite destructive of the vigor, freshness, and originality so characteristic of the great masters of Spanish verse. Compare Humboldt's Cosmos, Volume Roman 2, Part 1, and Historias Primitivas de Indias, por Don Enrique de Vedia, Tom. I.P. 10, Madrid, 1877, in the Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, desde la formación del lenguaje hasta nuestros días. Those who are interested in the literature of Colombia will find the subject ably discussed in Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, by Don José María Vergara y Vergara, Bogotá, 1867. The first printing press seen in the New World was brought to the city of Mexico by its first bishop, the learned Franciscan, Fray Juan de Zumarraga, shortly after the conquest by Cortés. The people of some of the other South American capitals would, I am sure, take exception to the claims here made in favor of Bogotá. I myself think them greatly exaggerated. The Colombian and Venezuela Republics, p. 101, Boston, 1905. Compendio de la Historia de Venezuela, desde el descubrimiento de América hasta nuestros días, p. 213, Paris, 1875. See especially Introduction and Cap. Volume I, Quinta edition, New York, 1901. A Narrative of the Expedition to the Rivers Orinoco and Apure, pp. 462–464, London, 1819. Memoirs of Simon Bolivar, Volume Roman II, pp. 3, 236, 257, and 258. After the battle was over, the survivors of this decisive conflict were saluted by Bolivar as salvators de mi patria, saviors of my country. Op. Cit., Volume Roman II, pp. 249–250. Colombia had been an efficient war machine in the hands of Bolivar, by which the independence of South America was secured, but was an anachronism as a nation. The interests of the different sections were antagonistic, and the military organization given to the country only strengthened the germs of disorder. Venezuela and New Granada were geographically marked out as independent nations. Quito, from historical antecedents, aspired to autonomy. Had Bolivar abstained from his dreams of conquest and devoted his energies to the consolidation of his own country, he might, perhaps, have organized it into one nation under a federal form of government, but that was not suited to his genius. When his own bayonets turned against him, he went so far as to despair of the republican system altogether and sought the protection of a foreign king for the last fragment of his shattered monocracy. History of San Martin, p. 467, by General Don Bartolome Miter, translated by W. Pilling, London, 1893. After writing the above paragraphs, I was glad to learn from Mr. W. H. Fox, the American minister to Ecuador, that General Alfaro, the present chief executive of that republic, is, like many distinguished patriots and statesmen of Colombia and Venezuela, an ardent advocate of the restoration of Bolivar's great Republic of Colombia. I would, said he to Mr. Fox, who has given me permission to publish this statement, rather be governor of Ecuador as one of the states of such a great republic than be its president as I am now. All friends of Greater Colombia, and their number among enlightened and far-seeing statesmen, is rapidly increasing. Hope the day is not far distant when Bolivar's plan can once more be put into effect, but this time on so enduring a basis that it cannot again be affected by the machinations of the jealous military rivals and self-seeking politicians, by whom so many hapless countries in Latin America have so long been cursed. Quoted by F. Hasarek, formerly United States Minister to Ecuador, in his 4 years among Spanish Americans, p. 209, New York, 1868. Since writing the above, the connection has been made. Vergara y Velasco, Nueva Geografía de Colombia, p. 253. Castellanos, in his Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, tom. Roman II, pp. 61–62, in referring to the delicacies Don Alonso Luis de Lugo and his half-famished companions found on their reaching the Sabana de Bogotá, after their dreadful journey through the pluvious, swampy, impassable, dismal sierras of the Apon, makes mention, among other things, of well-cured hams and capons that were provided for their entertainment. Cuantidad de jamones bien curados, pork tinian y buenas manadas de puercos, disc vino benalcázar, que los primeros de la tierra. Hubo también capones y galinas, que se multiplicaron disc vino nicolo, fedramen de Venezuela, qual nuevo reino trajo las primeras. Fray Bernardo Lugo, in his Gramática de la Lengua Mosca, published in 1619, and Padre Simon, in his Noticias Historiales, written shortly after, were the first to state that the language spoken was the Chibcha. Muisca is a Chibcha word signifying person. The Chibchas, like many people living on the Andean plateaus today, derived their chief sustenance from potatoes and maize, both of which are indigenous to South America. Oviedo speaks of the potato as their principal aliment, as it was always served with whatever else they ate. According to Castellanos, it was a favorite article of diet with the conquistadores, as well as with the Indians. Maize afforded them meat and drink, for out of it they made bread and their highly prized beverage, chicha, which is still so popular among their descendants. Of the paramount importance of this article of food among the aborigines of the New World, John Fiske, in his valuable work, The Discovery of America, writes as follows. Maize or Indian corn has played a most important part in the history of the New World, as regards both the red men and the white men. It could be planted without clearing or plowing the soil. It was only necessary to girdle the trees with a stone hatchet, so as to destroy their leaves and let in the sunshine. A few scratches and digs were made in the ground with a stone digger, and the seed once dropped in took care of itself. The ears could hang for weeks after ripening and could be picked off without meddling with the stalk. There was no need of thrashing or winnowing. None of the Old World cereals can be cultivated without much more industry and intelligence. Volume 1, pp. 27-28. M. Alphonse de Candolle, in his learned work, Origin of Cultivated Plants, seems to regard Colombia as the original home of maize, while he inclines to the opinion that Chile was the point of departure of the potato Solanum tuberosum. Prehistoric America, p. 460, London, 1885. It is saying more than the facts will warrant to assert, as does Inquino, that en Nueva Granada las inscriptions geoglyphicas se encuentran a cada paso, that hieroglyphic inscriptions are found everywhere. Cf. His La Antigüedad del Hombre, Volume I, p. 92. Los Chibches antes de la Conquista Española, p. 176, Bogotá 1895. Cf. Also El Dorado, Estudio Histórico Etnográfico y Arqueológico de los Chibches, Habitantes de la Antigua Cundinamarca y algunas otras tribus, por el Dr. Liborio Zerda, Bogotá 1883, and Nouvelle Géographique Universelle, par Lycée Reclus Tom. Roman 18, pp. 292 et sec. Paris, 1893. Chapter I, New York, 1877. Compare Fisk op Cit, Volume I, Chapter I. Crossing a mountain range like the Oriental Cordilleras is not, as is so frequently imagined, a gradual and uninterrupted ascent to the summit, and then a similar continuous descent to its base. Far from it. It is literally an ever-occurring journey up the hill and down the dale, from the foothills on one side of the range to the foothills on the other. The accompanying diagram from Karsten's Geologie de l'Ancien Colombie Bolivarian gives a good idea of the eastern range of the Andes along our route from the Meta to the Magdalena. Commonly called chaps, notwithstanding the statements, frequently made by travelers, about their mules climbing roads inclined at angles varying from 30 degrees to 45 degrees, it can safely be affirmed that the maximum angle is but little, if any more than 20 degrees, as actual measurement will show. When the inclination becomes greater than this, the mule will always take a zigzag course, so as to reduce the grade as much as possible. Heavy, tortuous, and dark, Ovid. I do not pretend to deny that drunkenness exists in Colombia. Even Colombian writers would be the last to do this, for they are fully aware of the extent of the ravages of the drink evil. They will tell you frankly that the inhabitants of certain parts of the country are addicted to intoxication, or, as one of them expresses it, that they are my amigos de embriagarse, fond of getting drunk. And no one, I think, will deny that the prevalence of the drink habit is one of the country's greatest curses. A good old padre, learned and patriotic, wrote a book some decades ago, in which he contended that Colombia, by reason of its favored geographical position and its wonderful natural resources, should rank among the richest and most prosperous countries of the New World. And it would be, he insisted, were it not for three drawbacks. These, in his estimation, were borrachera, holgazaneria, and politiqueria, to wit, drunkenness, indolence, and the habit, so universally prevalent, of its people dabbling in questionable politics. We have no equivalent in English for the expressive word, politiqueria, although we should have frequent use for it if it existed. It means, literally, the methods and occupation of a politicasteran individual, who is as much of a drawback to the best interests of our own country as is the politicastro to Colombia. To the great amount of chicha sold in these estancos, usually kept by women, is undoubtedly traceable the origin of the saying, Toda chichara mura rica every, chicha vendor dies rich. According to Franz Keller and other travelers in South America, the Indian women in certain parts of the continent prepare chicha by masticating the maize, just as some of the Polynesians prepare kava and certain other of their favorite beverages by mastication. They claim that when thus prepared it has a far more agreeable flavor than when prepared artificialmente, that is, by the method above described. See the Amazon and Madeira rivers, p. 164 et seq. London, 1874. Spix and Martius, Travels in Brazil, Volume Roman II, p. 232, London, 1824. Say. It is remarkable that this mode of preparing a fermented liquor out of maize, mandioca flour, or bananas is found among the various Indian tribes of America and seems peculiar to this race. Sir Robert Schomburgk, referring to the intoxicating drink, pewori made from cassava bread, writes as follows. The women, who prepare the beverage, assemble around a large jar or other earthen vessel, and having moistened their mouths with fresh water, they commence chewing the bread, collecting in the vessel the moisture which accumulates in the mouth. This is afterwards put into a trough, called canoa, or in large jars, in which a quantity of the charred bread has been broken up, over which boiling water is poured. And it is then kneaded, and portions which are not of an even consistency are again carried to the mouth, ground with the teeth, and returned into the earthen pot. The process is repeated several times, from the idea that it conduces to the strength of the beverage. The second day fermentation begins, and on the third the liquor is considered fit for use. We have seen a whole village, young and old, men and women, occupied in this disgusting process when it was contemplated to celebrate our unexpected arrival among them. Otherwise, for common use, the females alone employ themselves ex officio with the preparation. Their teeth suffer so much from this occupation that a female has seldom a good tooth after she is 30 years old. The taste of the pewori is very refreshing after great fatigue and not unpleasant to the taste. If offered as the cup of welcome by the Indian, it would be a great offense to refuse it. The Discovery of Guiana, Ut Sup, pp. 64-65. Reisen in den Kolumbianischen Anden, Leipzig, 1888. The usual name given the hummingbird by the people of Venezuela and Colombia is colibri. It is also known as the pajarito mosquilittle bird, Flior picaflor flower nibbler. But the most beautiful and most picturesque names are those in use by the Indians, who seem to have a particular faculty for inventing appropriate epithets for whatever specially strikes their fancy. By them, hummingbirds are called the rays of the sun, the tresses of the day star, and living sunbeams. The poet Bailey has incorporated the last of these names in the couplet. Bright hummingbird of gem-like plumelettage, by Western Indians living sunbeam named. Audubon was but imitating the children of the forest when he called hummingbirds, glittering fragments of the rainbow. Even the Colombian writer, Vergara y Velasco, who, like South Americans generally, is slow to grow enthusiastic over natural scenery, refers to the view from El Sargento as a sitio pintoresco si las hay, a picturesque place if there be any. Act 3, Scene 6. According to Carl Feuhaber, the explorer of the Quindio Cordillera, Tolima has an altitude of 20,995 feet. With Francis of Assisi and his hymn to the sun, we are informed by a recent writer, the love of wild nature became more articulate. As an illustration of the effect of nature love on sensitive souls, we are told that the poet Gay, after visiting the Grand Chartreuse, declared that if he had lived in St. Bruno's day, he would have been one of his disciples. It was, he said, one of the most solemn, the most romantic, and the most astonishing scenes I ever beheld. Shelley's Alastor, or the Spirit of Solitude. The Negroes of Colombia are often of a highly poetical nature, and like those of our southern states, are passionately fond of music, singing, and dancing. Their voices are often marvelously elastic, expansive, and harmonious. Their favorite air and dance is the bambuco of African origin, to which Jorge Isaacs refers in his charming Cocken novel, Maria, and of which Vergara y Vergara in his valuable Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, Part Primera, p. 513, Bogotá, 1867, gives us so glowing an account. It is the latter writer that assures us that if a Negro were to play a marimba in the forests of the South Coast, he could be certain that wild beasts and serpents would listen to him in silent ecstasy. Hail, hail, majestic river! Contemplating thee, adorned by the eldest of earth's sons, full only of thee, I feel my soul carried on by the foam of thy waves, which in deep whirlpools roar, absorbed in the giant works of that being which embraces the infinite. The reader will be surprised to learn that the aggregate capacity of all the boat schampans included at present plying on the Magdalena proudly named by the people, the Danube of Colombia is not more than 11,000 tons, about half the tonnage of one of our great transatlantic steamers. Op. Cit. 3a Notitia Cap. Roman 9. The first mention, apparently of the Magdalena as distinguished from the Rio Grande, occurs in Benzoni's work, already cited. Called by the natives cabeza de negro head from, the globular form of the spathe, enclosing the nuts. The introduction of the steamboat on the Magdalena will soon suppress the rude yet picturesque craft known as the champan. With it will disappear that interesting type of negro known as the boga. The boga is tall and robust, with the habits of a savage. He spends the greater part of his time in the champan, and his life as a punter is a strenuous one and full of danger. He speaks a barbarous jargon curulao composed of Spanish and of certain African and Indian dialects. His ideas of honor and honesty are not unlike those of similar people in other parts of the world. One can safely trust him with money and clothing, but if the traveler have liquor of any kind with him, the boga will be sure to purloin it at the first opportunity. He is simple, frank, and brave. He sings during good weather, even while struggling against the current or fighting caimans, but he swears like a trooper during rain and thunderstorms, especially when the lightning strikes near him. For him death is a very simple matter. A dead man to him is like a champan damaged beyond repair, something to be carried away by the all-devouring river. The exact altitudes of the points named are as follows: Cumber Pass, between Chile and Argentina, 12,505 feet. Crucero Alto, between Arequipa and Lake Titicaca, 14,666 feet. Galera Tunnel, 15,665 feet. At Urbina, on the recently completed railroad between Guayaquil and Quito, the height above sea level is 11,841 feet. In Colombia, the white race, composed of the descendants of the conquistadores, most of whom have intermarried with the indigenous tribes, constitutes 50% of the population. The Negroes compose 35% and the Indians 15%. In Venezuela, the descendants of Europeans are in the minority, while in Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, the indigenes make up nearly 2/3 of the inhabitants. La République de Colombie, p. 44, par Ricardo Nunes et Henry Jalahey, Bruxelles, 1898. Albert Millikan, Travels and Adventures of an Orchid Hunter, p. 118, London, 1891. The noted English botanist, Spruce, expresses a similar idea when he writes, "I like to look on plants as sentient beings, which live and enjoy their lives, which beautify the earth during life, and after death may adorn my herbarium." Notes of a Botanist and the Amazon and Andes, chapter Roman 39, by Richard Spruce, London, 1908. The route followed by Quesada from the Magdalena to the plateau of Bogotá has remained impassable for horses since the time of the conquest. To one familiar with the difficulties of the way, it seems impossible that so small a body of soldiers should ever have been able to take 60 horses with them and bring them all, with a single exception, in safety to the plains above. It may be safely doubted if such a feat could be accomplished now. But there were giants in those days. The fact that the Spaniards found potatoes here on their arrival, and the further fact that there was never any communication, so far as known, between New Granada and Chile before the conquest, would seem to indicate that the Solanum tuberosum may have been, contrary to the opinion of Humboldt and de Candolle, indigenous to Colombia. Ob. Cit. Dec. I. Book 10. Quesada's infantry received as their share of the spoil, which had been secured, the equivalent of about $1,000. The cavalry received twice this amount. In the province of Sinu, the amount of treasure in gold and jewels secured in one day amounted to $300,000. Not without reason, then, was this part of the New World designated by the early geographers Castilla del Oro Golden Castile. The Republic of Colombia, p. 59, London, 1906. Nothing is farther from my mind than to call in question the veracity of distinguished naturalists and travelers regarding any statements they may have made concerning the vast numbers of animals and birds seen by them in the equinoctial regions of South America. But my experience proves at least one thing, and that is that one may travel a long time in the very heart of the tropics and see very little of its fauna, even in those parts in which it is generally supposed that there are always representatives of many kinds and that, 2 in great numbers. The following sentence affords an interesting commentary on the occasional rarity of certain animals, which are usually supposed to be always visible in large numbers, especially in the Magdalena. I have read much of the number of alligators on the Magdalena, but have not seen one. The Journal of an Expedition Across Venezuela and Colombia, p. 264, 19067, by Hiram Bingham, New Haven, 1909. Raleigh says he saw in Guyana thousands of these vigli serpents, called lagartos. Mr. R. L. Dittmers, curator of reptiles in the New York Zoological Park, in his interesting work, The Reptile Book, writes as follows of the crocodile. The sight of a child will send a 12-foot specimen rushing from its basking place for the water, and a man may even bathe in safety in rivers frequented by the species. The dangerous, man-eating crocodiles inhabit India and Africa. p. 91. Compare Schomburg in Raleigh's Discovery of Guyana, p. 57. If the slaughter of the alligator in the Gulf states continues for a few years longer, at the rate which has prevailed during the past few decades, the reptile will be exterminated. According to the Bulletin of the U.S. Fish Commission, Xi, 1891, p. 343, it is estimated that 2,500,000 were killed in Florida between 1880 and 1894. Dec. Roman II, Book 9. Dec. I. Book 9. The Serixylon andicola and the Cynthia montana grow at altitudes of from 6,000 to 9,000 feet, and according to Humboldt, palms are found in the Paramo de Guanucos, 13,000 feet above sea level. Historia Naturalis Palmarum, Tom, I. p. 156 Lipsy, 1850. The countries here mentioned, especially Palestine, are now comparatively bare of palms. According to a legend, this was the first date palm seen in Spain, and was planted by the Caliph himself in front of his palace as a souvenir of his early home. Quesada and his companions made their celebrated voyage from Guataquí to the mouth of the river, a distance of nearly 700 miles, in 12 days. Considering that they had only rudely constructed brigantines and dugouts, their trip, compared with ours made in a steamboat under the most favorable conditions in but little less than half the time, was truly remarkable. Paradiso, Canto 13, 130 et 136 138. The amount of loot and tribute obtained by Dapointes was, according to some estimates, no less than 40 million livres, an enormous sum for that period. W. Robertson, The History of America, Volume Roman II, p. 514 Philadelphia, 1812. History of the New World, pp. 124-125, printed for the Hakluyt Society, London, 1857. Writings of Christopher Columbus, p. 202, edited by P. L. Ford, New York, 1892. The Discovery of America, Volume Roman II, p. 370. John Boyd Thacher declares that Las Casas was the grandest figure, next to Columbus, appearing in the drama of the New World. Against the purity of his life, no voice among all his enemies ever whispered a suggestion. If the Apostle Peter was a much better man, the story is told elsewhere than in his Acts. If the Apostle Paul was braver, more zealous, more consecrated to the cause of humanity, which alone can ask for apostleship, Las Casas was a consistent imitator. The Church has never passed a saint through the degree of canonization more worthy of this signal and everlasting honor than Bartolomé de las Casas, the Apostle of the Indies. Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Work, His Remains, Volume I, pp. 158 and 159, New York, 1903. The line here referred to is not the equator, but the tropical line. The phrase practically signified that European treaties did not bind within the tropics, that, although Spain might be at peace in the Old World, there could be no peace for her in the New. The History of the Buccaneers of America, Volume I, p. 22, 4th edition, London, 1741. Esquemeling, as the reader will observe, does not apply to his associates the euphemious term buccaneers, but calls them the pirates of America, which sort of men are not authorized by any sovereign prince. For the kings of Spain having on several occasions sent their ambassadors to the kings of England and France to complain of the molestations and troubles those pirates often caused on the coasts of America, even in the calm of peace, It hath always been answered that such men did not commit those acts of hostility and piracy as subjects to their majesties, and therefore his Catholic majesty might proceed against them as he should think fit. The King of France added that he had no fortress nor castle upon Hispaniola, neither did he receive a farthing of tribute from thence. And the King of England adjoined that he had never given any commission to those of Jamaica to commit hostilities against the subjects of his Catholic majesty. Op. Cit. p. 58, Volume I. Here, says Sir Frederick Treves in his charming work, The Cradle of the Deep, in defiance of the ban of Spain, a strange company began to collect. They came across the seas in obedience to no call, in ones and twos they came. Frenchmen, British, and Dutch, and, led by some herding instinct, they foregathered at this wild trysting place. Some were mere daredevil adventurers, others were wily seekers after fortune. The few were in flight from the grip of justice, the many had roamed away from the old sober world in search of freedom. There was a common tie that banded them together, the call of the wild and the hate of Spain. They formed no colony nor settlement, but simply joined themselves together in a kind of jungle brotherhood. They found a leader as a pack of wolves finds theirs, not by choosing one to lead, but by following the one who led. p. 250, London, 1908. For a while the term buccaneer was applied to the English, who had nothing to do with the Buchan, as well as to the French adventurers. Subsequently, the French sea rovers became known as flibustiers, the French sailors' pronunciation of the word freebooter, while the English corsairs appropriated the name buccaneers. As their occupations were the same, making war on the Spaniard, the two terms came eventually to be regarded as synonymous. All the freebooters, whether English, French, or Dutch, as an indication of their being banded against a common enemy, the Spaniards, assumed the name Brethren of the Coast. The members of this brotherhood must not be confounded with such cutthroats as Kidd, Bonnet, Avery, and Thatch, who was known as Blackbeard, and for a while terrorized the Atlantic coast from the West Indies to New England. Thus, the French flibustier, Pierre le Grand, with only a small boat and a crew of but 28 men, surprised and captured the ship of the vice-admiral of the Spanish galleons as she was homeward bound with a rich cargo. When John Waddling, the successor of the deposed Captain Edmund Cook, began his captaincy, he ordered all his crew to keep holy the Sabbath day. With Edmund Cook down on the ballast in irons, writes Masefield, and William Cook talking of salvation in the galley, and old John Waddling expounding the gospel in the cabin, the galleon, the most holy Trinity, must have seemed a foretaste of the New Jerusalem. The fiddler ceased such profane strophes as Abel Brown, the red-haired man's wife, and Valentinian. He tuned his devout strings to songs of Zion. Nay, the very boatswain could not pipe the cutter up but to a phrase of the Psalms. On the Spanish Main, p. 263, London, 1906. History of the Buccaneers of America, Chapter V. Op. Cit., Volume I, p. 115. Ibid, p. 117. Referring to this matter, George W. Thornsburg writes, "Anomalous beings, hunters by land and sea, scaring whole fleets with a few canoes, sacking cities with a few grenadiers, devastating every coast from California to Cape Horn, they needed only a common principle of union to have founded an aggressive republic as wealthy as Venice and as warlike as Carthage. One great mind and the New World had been their own. The Monarchs of the Main, or Adventures of the Buccaneers, Preface, p. 10, London, 1855. Thus Esquemeling tells us that Morgan's fleet, before his raid on Maracaibo, was, by order of the governor of Jamaica, strengthened by the addition of an English vessel of 36 guns. This was done to give the ruthless buccaneer greater courage to attempt mighty things." Op. Cit. p. 147. The Spaniards accused Queen Elizabeth of aiding Drake, and it is known that she lent John Hawkins one of her ships. The great queen, as Mowbray Morris observes, had a most convenient way of publicly deprecating the riotous acts of her subjects, when she found it expedient to do so, and roundly encouraging them in private. She was fond of money, too, and had found a share in these ventures uncommonly remunerative. Unqueenly tricks, as they seem to us, and apt to confuse the law of nations, they were, as things went then, extremely useful to England. Tales of the Spanish Main, p. 131, London, 1901. Pierre Labat cleverly hits off the policy of France and England towards the buccaneers in a single sentence. On laissez faire des aventuriers. On pouvoit taugers de savoir, mais don't les succès pouviant erder utils, they connived at the actions of the adventurers, which could always be disavowed, but whose successes might be of service. By Ways of War, The Story of the Filibusters, p. 251, Boston, 1901. Hakluyt's Early Voyages, Volume 3, p. 594, London, 1810. The origin of the name Costa Rica is uncertain. It appears for the first time in an account of an expedition made by Martin Estete to the river San Juan in 1529, 27 years after the discovery of the country by Columbus. It occurs subsequently in a document signed by the King of Spain, dated May 14, 1541. It is probable that the name was given in consequence of the rich mines that had been discovered near the town of Estrella, in Talamanca, from which it was inferred that all the interior of the country was equally rich in the precious metals and, not on account of the luxuriant vegetation that abounds, as is sometimes supposed. Cf. Diccionario Geográfico de Costa Rica, p. 47, por Felix F. Noriega, San Jose, Costa Rica, 1904. Ali vida una sepultura en el monte, grande como una casa y labrada. Relations y Cartas de Colon, p. 375, Madrid, 1892. In his political essay on the Kingdom of New Spain, Book 4, Chapter 9, he asserts that for a given area of land, the produce of bananas is to that of wheat as 133, 1, and to that of potatoes as 44, 1. These proportions, however, refer to the weights and not to the nutritive values of the products compared. The ratio of the nutritive value of bananas and wheat is, according to Humboldt, 25-1 in favor of bananas. Hence, he writes, a European, newly arrived in the torrid zone, is struck with nothing so much as the extreme smallness of the spots under cultivation round a cabin which contains a numerous family of Indians. Stanley, in Darkest Africa, writes, if only the virtues of banana flour were publicly known, it is not to be doubted but it would be largely consumed in Europe. For infants, persons of delicate digestion, dyspeptics, and those suffering from temporary derangement of the stomach, the flour properly prepared would be of universal demand. During my 2 attacks of gastritis, a light gruel of this mixed with milk was the only matter that could be digested. Volume 2, pp. 261, 262, New York, 1890. 2 Years in the French West Indies, p. 38, New York, 1890. Op. Cit. pp. 140-141. Al famoso matina que los hombres aquina, y a las mulas desatina. According to observations made with the pluviometer, the amount of precipitation sometimes reaches nearly 2.5 inches an hour. La banane, says Pierre Labat, quelles espagnol's appellant plantain, renferme une substance jaunâtre de la consistance d'un fromage bien gras, sans aucune grains, mais seulement quelques fibres, assez grosses qui semblent représenter une espèce de crucifix mal, formé quand le fruit est coupé par sun transfers. Les espagnols du moins ceux à qui j'ai parlé, pretendent que c'est le fruit défendu et que la première homme vit en la mangent le mystère de sa réparation par la croix. Il n'y a rien d'impossible là-dedans. Adam pouvait avoir meilleur vuquenus, o la croix de ces banines erait mieux formée. Quoiqu'il soit il est certain que si fruit ni s'y trouve seulement dans l'Amérique, mais encore dans l'Afrique, dans l'Asie, et surtout aux environs de l'Euphrate ou en did quedet la paradis terrestre. Op. Cit. Tom. I. Part 2, p. 219. Andrés Bello, the Venezuelan poet, beautifully expresses these facts in the following verses. Y para ti el banano, desme el peso de su dulce carga, el banano, primero de cuantos concedio bellos, presents providencia a las gentes del Ecuador feliz, con mano larga, no y de humanas arts obligado el premio rind opimo, no ise acute la podra, no alorado deudor de su racimo. Escasa industria bastel cul pud robar e acute sus fatigas mano esclera, cris velas, y cuando exhausta acaba adulta prole en torno la suicide. Silva a la agricultura en la zona torrida. Jerusalem delivered, Canto 16. Josephinos feminine Josephinas is the name given the denizens of San Jose. In Central America, Costa Ricans generally are known as ticos, while the people of Nicaragua are called Nicos or Pinolios, and those of Guatemala and Honduras Chapines and Guanacos, respectively. Compare this with the peculiar belief of the South American Indians, alluded to in chapter Roman 9, regarding the cry of a lost soul. Veragua has a special interest for Americans, as the only thread of glory still held in the hands of the family of Columbus leads back to this narrow strip of territory on the western shores of the Caribbean. The present representative of this name in Spain is Don Cristobal Colon, Duke of Veragua. His full title is Duke of Veragua and Vega, Marquis of Jamaica, Admiral and High Steward of the Indies. The grandson of the discoverer of America, Don Luis Colon, was the third Admiral and Viceroy of the Indies, the last of which titles he relinquished for that of First Duke of Veragua and Vega. Whatever he may have thought or said he thought when he was at Cuba on the second voyage, whatever he thought or said he thought when in a half-crazed condition in the island of Jamaica, he now knew he really had discovered continental land, and that it was separated from Catagora or the land of the East by a goodly stretch of another sea. And it is pleasant to think that such a view is consistent with the nautical, geographical, and astronomical knowledge of the great discoverer. Thatcher, Christopher Columbus, Volume Roman II, pp. 593 and 621. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Up the Orinoco and Down the Magdalena by H. J. Mozans.